Filter. What's up, my brother? Oh my God!
My man, Black Man Unfiltered. Shout out to
you guys go follow this smart man right here. This smart man right here. Black Man Unfiltered. Go follow him.
It's a great show. It is an absolute great show. Yeah, you are missing out if you are not tuned in. Subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered Network. Everybody in this channel, everybody in this chat, before you leave it, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure that you subscribe, because whether you agree or not, you see that this is a higher level of conversation that we're having. So if you can hang with it, you're more than welcome to come on in and support Black Man Unfiltered and the messages that he's putting out here.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, sir. Hey, if y'all can hear me, give me a thumbs up. If I got an echo, give me a 2 in the chat. What you thinking there, Boogie? I'm good? All right. And can everybody hear me well? All right. So, guys, thank you so much for coming to spend your time with me again tonight on Black Man Unfiltered Network. Man, you guys are amazing. We got up to 500 subs today. Come on. And I want to thank everybody that watches and subscribed. But I also, everybody that watches and supports. The support has been overwhelming, and I appreciate each and every last one of you. Let me look you in the face. I appreciate each and every one of you that hit that subscribe button. 500 of you believe in this channel. 500 of you believed in Sir Hell's channel when he got his. 1,000 of you believed in Uncle Stu's channel. And so, guys, as the community of the 500 fam and the 1,000 fam, I just want to say thank you. Thank you. And so I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat for everybody to join. And again, man, this has been amazing. I went on Sir Hell's this morning. Sir Hell Speaks. If you haven't subscribed to him, please go subscribe to Sir Hell. Man, he is doing great things over there as well. And so I definitely want to give him his flowers as well, because I hit my 500 on his show this morning when they were cooking over there this morning, like we're going to cook here tonight. So again, thank you guys. We appreciate you. And I love each and every one of you. And I'm going to bring the panel up. And once I bring the panel up, I'll be able to thank them as well, because, they are a huge help for me getting there, to the conversations, the disagreements, the arguments. So I want to bring them in and introduce them as well, one by one. And I got somebody new here tonight that wanted to come in for the conversation as well. So hold on one second. All right, it's in the link. I'm going to go ahead and put it at the top. Here we go. And I'll bring people in that they want to say a few things and whatever. And so I appreciate the congrats. Thank you. So I'm gonna go ahead and bring the panel up tonight. First, I want to bring up the oldest of the crew tonight, of the fellas. I want to bring up BJ Brian Jehovah. Y'all know him. We normally call Brian the shit starter, and so he'll stir it up, and then we'll go ahead and get our bowls out and and get this dude right here. But he's been with me since day one. So I want to definitely get Brian in here. So everybody, I want you to welcome Brian to the show tonight. Brian, look like you cooking something tonight, Doc. You good? What you cooking tonight, man? What you got going on in the kitchen? You muted.
Yeah, I'm cooking some breakfast, man, right now.
Some breakfast. Okay. All right, man. Had a little cooking show tonight or something. Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, man.
I'm in my other, yeah.
Now, man, my other brother from another mother's in the building tonight, man. Look, man, y'all call him. Y'all listen, man. This guy right here, I've been knowing him for the longest, and he's always stood 10-toe down on what he believes, and you can't go against him, because if you do, he's gonna embarrass you without even speaking to you. I remember a time we were at work, and he came in the job. He somehow he found a comforter, and he wrapped the comforter up into 44 folds, put it on his head, and walked through the door like he was a damn Nubian prince or princess. So I don't know what happened, but anyway, let me get him in here. L Boogie in the building tonight. Lance, what's going on, man?
Man. What up with it?
Yeah. Hey, man. So listen, man, I got so many people that have supported this channel. Before I'm going to bring the rest of them up, then we're going to go to the chat and get everybody that's in the chat that has supported the channel as well. So I want to bring up my brother from another mother, the guy that's all the way from the Bay, Oakland himself. Come on. Let's give it up for your boy. Tommy B is in the building tonight. Tommy B.
What's going on? Congratulations on 500.
Man, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man. And we're gonna promote your channel and get you to 500 as well, bro.
I appreciate it. Shout out to Brian. I seen him come over. I appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man, for coming being here tonight. And so then I got my boy. Come on, man. You can't do anything without soul. You can't do anything without soul in the building tonight. So I got to have my boy here, man. He's the calm in the storm. Let's give it up for my boy K Soul. Is in the building tonight. K Soul, what's going on, man?
Hey, man. Hey, let me tell you something. Congrats on that 500. You deserve it, bro.
Appreciate you, brother, man.
5,000 right behind. I was gonna say, before you know it, you're gonna be in the thousands. You're gonna be monetized, and bro, it's you right there. It's
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
I appreciate the love, brother. You've been there for me the whole time, bro, too, man. I appreciate it. So here, listen, guys. So the other night I was on a platform, Sir Hell Speaks, and there was this lady over there that brought a whole lot of spice. Oh, she came through with a whole lot of spice. She was giving us left, right hooks, and I was ducking them. I said, you know what? And I told her at the end of the show, I said, you know what? I would love to debate you one day. She said, oh, don't call me out, because I'll come. I'll show up. Well, you know what, guys? She showed up tonight. Everybody, let's give it up for Genesis. The book of Genesis in the building tonight. What's going on? So, guys,
what up?
So listen, I'm gonna let you guys introduce yourselves, and after you introduce yourselves, I'm gonna go over to the chat and acknowledge the people that are in the chat that are supporting tonight. So we'll start with ladies first. Genesis, the book of Genesis. Tell everybody who you are, your page, how they can follow you, and we're gonna uplift your channel tonight as well. Go ahead.
I am the newbie on the block, y'all. I'm taking my talents to YouTube from Facebook. So I'm everywhere. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. The book of Genesis. just as it's spelled, JENNESIS.
Yeah, we're not gonna be like B9 geneticists. B9 call it geneticists. And so I appreciate you, Genesis, for being here, man, and also celebrating me and showing up tonight because you said you're a woman of your word. You said you were
woman
coming.
of my word.
Absolutely, I agree with that. So also, Tommy B just started his channel as well, and I definitely want to uplift him and for supporting this channel and coming in. I met him. I think we were on the Lapeef Network when I met Tommy B, right? And so we connected real good, and so I'm glad he's here to support and be on the panel tonight. So Tommy B, tell us about you, man, and your new channel so we can support you and get you some subscriptions tonight too, brother.
For sure. I'm Tommy B. I'm out of Oakland, California. I just fired off my podcast. Is We Argue Sports. So anybody into sports, we talking about the playoffs and stuff right now. Probably going into basketball after that. But yeah, we keep it light. You know, you come on there, talk your shit, you know, get yours off. You know, Raiders took an L this weekend, man.
You upset? You okay? You okay? Okay.
It hurt, you know.
Yeah.
We gonna make it though. But yeah, you know, so I appreciate everybody that has came through and supported, you know what I'm saying, to everybody that will. Yes, We Argue Sports. We got 2 episodes down, and the next episode should be either Friday or Saturday. We'll be announcing that soon. So yeah, I appreciate that, Black Man Unfiltered. And again, congratulations on 500. That's a big deal.
Oh yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's a big deal, bro. I appreciate it.
Definitely.
Hey, so listen, man, I want to get L Boogie in the building. L Boogie is in the building. We think I'm talking about L Boogie from The Best Man, but I'm talking about L Boogie, the man, is in the building tonight. L Boogie, come on, man. Tell them about yourself, how crazy you are, and all that crazy stuff. Come on,
I'm not crazy. I just translate crazy. It's just the way that she come out. It's L Boogie Lance, whatever you want to call me. I'm just a pigeon out here, just flying through people's pages. I ain't got nothing to establish. Everybody my home. I am the hierarchy of moral support, togetherness, and positive energy.
Appreciate you, man. And like I said, Lance been here, man. I gave Lance a call. I said, man, I want to do a panel on the show instead of me being by myself. He said, I'm in. Send me the link. I said, okay. And he's been here ever since. So I appreciate you, Lance, man, from the bottom of my heart, bro. I appreciate
you doing a good show.
Absolutely, man.
Out here.
Absolutely. And so, last but not least, the boy Brian Jehovah, the man of the hour, the man that the women scream about in the comments. Come on. I ain't gonna do it to you.
Don't do it. Don't do it. I ain't no sex symbol, man. I'm a broke dude, bro.
Brian be duck hunting them all. You should make sure. Pow.
They have a platform on the Lapeef Network called Broken Dusty, where all the guys do. They got a couple of guys on there and a girl on there, and they talk about Jedi Mike and JB, and they talk in Cam. They talk a lot about what you be talking about. So, ladies and gentlemen, since day one, I contacted him. He came through, man. He been here ever since. Got perfect attendance, and he got PTO time out this world. Give it up for your boy Brian Jehovah is in the building tonight. So Brian has a channel as well. So I'm gonna let him promote his channel as well. So you guys can go follow him.
Yeah. Oh, y'all check out my page, Brian Jehovah. Check out my Facebook, Brian Jehovah. Instagram, Brian Jehovah. Everything Jehovah over here, because I think I'm a God without the words in the Bible telling me so. I was born with it, and I'm gonna walk with it. So you know, and I'm gonna talk shit and swallow spit like the old heads say.
Hey,
what up, Tommy?
Tommy.
And Dwayne, let me give you your flowers too, bro. I appreciate you for allowing me to come on your show also, bro, to express my feelings, talk whatever I want to talk. I got to meet a lot of cool people, bro. So you open my eyes to a world of people that I would never hang with, never would have talked to in a day of my life. But yeah. I get to see new ways of thinking, you know, without judging too hard. I still think some of it kind of weird a little bit, but I'm gonna get used to it, man. I'm trying. So, but man, you gonna be a top dog in this game. And even we fall out because of money, I'm gonna still say you put me on.
Man, we ain't gonna break up. We ain't do it. We ain't do edition. We ain't gonna
I'm
break
the
up.
David Ruffin of this shit. I'm David Ruffin.
Ain't nobody come to see you, Otis. So man, I appreciate you. So I want to go over to the comments, man, and acknowledge knowledge and relationships, man. If you can come on in here, man, I would love to have you on tonight. Jenny, I'm about to make you a moderator. I hope you're ready for it. Go ahead and put it in the comments if you're ready for that. I'm definitely about to do that. Give you the keys to the car tonight because I'm going to need it. And again, I want to recognize, I see Tommy B was in there already. Let's see, Jay Bones is in the building tonight. I see you. Real Talk with Mimsy Limbs. Oh, wonderful. She's in the building tonight. Let's see who else is in here tonight. K-Soul, Brianna, my girl, the nurse, the night nurse, the day nurse, everybody's nurse. Brianna E is in the building, man. I appreciate you. She I want to give her flowers as well. She came in, the host of one of the shows on Saturday for the women, was on a trip with her 10-year-old son. And so she filled in as a co-host on Saturday. And I want to thank her. I didn't get a chance to thank her, but she did a great job on Saturday. I called her. She's like, oh, I'm ready. Just send me the link. So it's always support and love. So I thank you, Brianna. And hopefully you'll come through tonight as well. And Cam, up with that pink headset you had on Saturday that everybody fell in love with. Let's see who else is over here. Security Boss is in the building. Security Boss, I hope you're still in here, man. I appreciate you for allowing me on your platform to co-host your show. It was we had a wonderful time. I enjoyed doing that commercial for you because you laughed the whole time. And so thanks to you and to your husband, because your husband is very beneficiary. Even if he's not in front of the camera, he's still important over there at Security Unsolicited, Security Boss Unsolicited. So I thank God for you. And so that's what we have and Manuel is in the building. He's in the back. I'm going to bring him up. And then we got TJ, Auntie T in the building tonight. I want to thank her for stopping by tonight. Vaughn is in the building. He's already moderating in the building as well. I see him already in there. Look at him. He already working. Look at him. And so he's already working. Let's see here. Stephen Day, he's always here supporting. 100 Watts is in here. Kaylin is in here. I mean, come on. We got so many people showing up. Trash Can Waves in the building. Candid Ann, what's going on, Candid Ann? So if you guys want to come up, please let me know. So I want to bring up two more people to the panel tonight. We got E-Man in the building. You may have seen him. He was the stunt double for Martin Luther King on the movie Selma. I want y'all to go ahead and welcome my boy, my brother from another mother. E-Man is in the building tonight.
What's up, brother? How y'all guys doing? Can y'all guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well, man.
What's up, big dog?
They talked about me so bad, man. My wife had to go get me a mic, man.
She got you a mic. God,
yeah,
come on,
she gave me a mic and a new camera.
That's so hard.
A mic and a camera. I mean, she working, Doc. She getting you taken care of, bro. So welcome to you, man. Listen, man, we need some ladies on this panel because I can't put this whooping on Genesis by herself. She needs some backup. So Candid Ann, get on up in here, Candid Ann. I see you, Brianna. Come on up in here.
Tonight?
No, I wasn't gonna do it to you. You know I'm not gonna do anything to you. So anyway, I want to bring up knowledge and relationships. I went on his show one night. We had a whole church service about 35 minutes straight. And he allowed me to come in there, man, and we got busy in the place that night, man. Everybody was laughing and passing out. So give it up for my boy. M3, Knowledge and Relationships is here tonight. What's going on, bud?
What's up, everyone? What's happening?
Hey.
They look like you at Diddy's house, man. What they having a party over there at Diddy's house? What's going on, bro?
Hey, man, there's always a party over here, man, where I'm at.
Okay.
That's how you gotta treat it.
Yeah. Don't stop. Can't stop. So I appreciate you for being here, M3, and allowing me on your platform as well, man. I had a ball over there. Every time I go over there, I had a ball. And it got real passionate last night on Martin Luther King Day when we were talking about our culture. But that's another episode because we can get into that now, and we won't even touch nothing else tonight. So, but I appreciate you, man. Tell everybody about your channel, brother.
Well, my channel is a relationship channel. Hey, nice microphone, by the way, Emmanuel. But so it's a relationship channel. But we also talk about celebrity stuff. We have live interviews every now and then. And we always try to mix up every now and then. Pretty much our goal is to reach out to people, make them smile and give them something controversial to talk about. So that's pretty much it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Moderators, if you can go ahead and put knowledge and relationships in that link, Genesis, the book of Genesis in that link. If you can go ahead and put K Soul, man, listen, K Soul, tell us about your channel, because K Soul's channel is not like ours, but it is great. So K Soul, tell us about your channel, brother.
Yeah, so my channel's a little different. You know, I do a lot of spoken word content, and then a lot of content surrounded around that. I also do just anything that I think is helpful to people. So like I'm working on a series about or a video about budgeting right now, and I did one about how my wife and I got completely out of debt. So I just like to put out content that's just uplifting in general. So it's a little different from the spaces because we're not talking about necessarily community and social issues, but it's just kind of me doing my thing. And hey, E, you let them shame you into getting a new mic, man.
My wife said she was already in the process, so
okay. She saved you.
My wife be blessing me. You know me. I say y'all better catch the words when they come. If it's over here or over there, you know me.
Yeah. And you know what? Now tell your wife. You thank her for getting you a mic. Thank her for taking care of you. Tell her. Is she over there? Is she standing beside you right now?
Yeah, she can hear me. She can hear you.
Okay, so I want her to know, Miss Williams, we want to thank you for taking care of him. Now, the only thing we need you to do now, Miss Williams, is to take that hoodie that he has on right now, take it out in the backyard and burn it. Nobody's rooting for the Falcons. Come on, what are we talking about here? All right, but anyway, man. So I appreciate you, Miss Williams. Thank you. Well, thank you for taking care of my man E-Man. So listen, guys, I want to thank everybody again. I can't thank everybody enough. Thank you, guys. We started out at 20 subscribers. Now we're at 500. You know, in 4 more months is my goal to be even less than that, be at 1,000. And
25,000.
Man, come on. You're right. Absolutely.
25,000 in the next 4 months. So let's go ahead. Put me on the big string. So this is what I need.
Okay, hold on. Here we go.
I got you. This is what I need y'all guys to do. Black Man Unfiltered is working. I mean, he's consistent. You need to tell a friend. Everybody, this is what I want everybody to do right now. The 20 people that's in the chat right now, I just want you to do one thing. I want you to send this link to one person. We ain't asking you that for no money. We ain't asking you for no super chat. The only thing we want you to do is we want you to send one link to a person, say, can you get on and support my brother tonight? So this man is working, and I'm telling you, we're here to support him. So Black Man Unfiltered, subscribe, hit that like button, hit that notification button, because we going live, baby.
Yeah, baby. He done got that mic. He done turned up.
Yo, Black Man Unfiltered, y'all. I got something to say, man. You might put me on there so I can give you a speech, man, because I really want to personally congratulate you on your 500 subs. You know, do you mind me playing like the little what's it called? The little music, the little church music, real quick?
Yeah. I got you, bro. Hold on, just a minute. Sure. What you want? Some praise break? What you want? I give you what you want.
Man, give me the works, man.
Okay, I got you, bro. Give me just a second. I got you, man.
Let
me see what I can get for you here, bro.
Yo, y'all are funny.
Yeah, we about to get it in. See, he just started. I wasn't gonna do it,
man. This is celebration time. We have to, man.
Here we go.
All right.
Come on, Doc.
All right. Cool. Wait, do you have like the organs too?
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Okay.
That's what you want?
Give me the organs, the organ music, you know.
I got you. Yeah. Hold on, here we go.
Because this is about to get deep.
All right, here we go.
Oh yeah, this is good, man. All right. Yes! All right, so look, let me tell you this, right? I am so proud of Black Man Unfiltered.
Well,
it's been an honor. Oh, y'all almost had me singing for a minute. I know that was you, man. You don't sound like you. But anyways, so, dude, I'm so proud of you, Black Man Unfiltered. Seriously.
Teach him, Pastor.
the way how you came into the live streams. You came in with passion.
Yes, Lord.
You know what I mean? Passion. All right?
Yes, Lord.
Yeah.
Brother. Tell him,
Black Man Unfiltered. He was down, okay? He was down, I think, what was it, 19 subs before getting up to 500.
Yeah.
Okay? On Martin Luther King Jr. Celebration Day.
Yeah.
Hallelujah.
And he came in with passion. He came in with fire.
Well,
use him, Lord. Use him.
So let me tell you something, folks, right? If you're listening to this, right? Make sure you get the lights up. Get the lights up, y'all. All right? Put your hands and your thumbs up in the air. You
Hands
hit
in the
them
air.
down. You hit the thumbs up button for Black Man Unfiltered.
Come on, dog.
Okay?
Thumbs up.
Get up. Get the lights up now. Get the cash up. Cash up now. About to get here now.
Let
me
the
tell you
church
this,
say
though, right?
yeah.
To the real in the holy field. Okay. This man was down by 19 subscribers.
come
but
on.
he came in with faith. You got to stop the show just to make sure. Just to make sure he gets up there. The brother was like with sweat and bullets, though. He went beyond immeasurable.
Wow.
And he got to where he was at.
Yeah.
Now he's at 501 probably. Matter of fact, by tonight, let's get up to 510.
Yeah.
You know, I know so many people, y'all looking right now, y'all commenting, but tell your neighbor, it says neighbor. Subscribe. Black Man Unfiltered.
Black Man
Unfiltered.
And get the cash out. Get the cash out now. You better hit the cash out because we about to be dancing up in here.
Preach.
Okay.
Glory.
Get in up in here now.
Hallelujah.
Okay. Like I said, get your hands up. Put your hands in the air. Okay. Put the thumbs up. And then you bring them down and you hit the thumbs up for Black Man Unfiltered now. Come on, let's get the lights up. Get the lights up, everybody. Okay.
3 times, Jesus.
Oh, yes.
Exactly. One more time for the Black Man Unfiltered. Get the lights up. Get the lights up. Get the cash out, y'all.
I rebuke the thumb that doesn't press the like button.
Oh,
exactly.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy. Well,
and if anybody put the thumbs down, you better tell them, Satan, you ain't going to ruin my vibe.
Right. Come on, Doc. You preaching tonight. Come on. Y'all give it up for Minister M3's in the building tonight. Minister
I just want to say we only got, after all that work we did, we got 15 out of the 18. Y'all 3 people who ain't liked us yet. You better go to press that button.
Yeah.
Don't make me go there one more time.
Exactly. Y'all better repent.
Oh, I love y'all, man. I swear I love y'all, bro. I love y'all, man. I promise you, man. So listen, we're gonna give it about 5 more minutes, man, of celebration, bro. And then we're gonna hop back in it because you know we gotta continue to do the work, man.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So we gotta hop back into it, man. Anybody else on the panel got anything they want to say? You know, anything they want to, you know, just put out there. You can do it at this time, and we'll move on from there.
Go see Denzel Washington's adaptation of the tragedy of Macbeth.
Oh,
it looks amazing. I'm ready to see it. I'm going to see it this Saturday. So,
you know what?
All black cast, all black cast, all black Shakespearean cast.
Wow.
I'm fucking excited for it.
Wow.
Wait, what's the name of the movie, Lance?
The Tragedy of Macbeth.
Okay.
Yeah, Apple created it.
Yeah, I think that Denzel had another movie come out where your boy in it, Michael B. Jordan. He just directed a movie about the guy that got killed in the war, and his wife had to raise the kids by herself. Denzel's a bad man. Bad man. Anybody else got anything?
For somebody.
Yeah, I just want to say this right here. Everybody know I'm not a YouTuber. It look like everybody got a YouTube, but I will be launching my website the last day of this month.
Come on.
It is coming soon. I'm telling you, it's gonna be something special on that website. So I'll let y'all guys know once it's official out, guys.
Absolutely, bro. Appreciate that, man. So listen, I know that you guys, so ladies, if you're in the chat right now and you want to come up, Real Talk with Mimsy Limbs, if you want to come up, I already put put it in the chat, but I'll put it in there again.
Hey, let me ask you a question real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I've been having an issue with like the chat. I don't know what I done or whatever, but like my chats don't go in. I don't know. Anybody know how to fix that?
So after the show or during the show?
During the show.
Yeah, okay. So a lot of people have been dealing with that lately.
Okay.
Sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. So I think it's a streaming thing. I think, but I'll get with you because it happened to me as well. Yeah, I said, man, what happened to my chat? It just disappeared on me.
Yeah, it just like it shows on mine like it went through, but when I look at the thing, it didn't go through. It's weird. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. So yeah, I'll get with you on that, man. Whatever you need. But I want to talk about this real quick, man, before we get into the work. Cause we know we always got to talk about what's going on around the world, man. So listen, Did anybody see? I'm gonna do a reaction video of this. But anybody see the preacher that spit in his hand and rubbed it on the face of this guy, bro?
Ain't nothing wrong with
You know
that.
what?
Ain't
My
nothing wrong
crew
with that.
showed me like a YouTube video. I didn't even want to watch it.
I watched
Ain't
it.
nothing wrong with that. Was he healed? The question is, was he healed? Was
Man.
he
Oh,
healed?
he would have been
If
healed,
he-
all right.
Yeah.
He
I
would have been hella healed.
Man,
Messing
it'd
with
have been
me.
tough
But
on me,
what
bro.
if he was healed? It doesn't matter. See, when Jesus, he spit
Ain't
on
no
the
Jesus in
eyes
that.
of the
Ain't no
person
Jesus
and
in
they
that.
could see.
But black
The
man,
last
the
thing-
way he did it though was so cold.
I ain't
Like
seen
he
the
put
video.
it in his
Ain't
hand
gonna lie.
like
Wait, was it Mike
potion
Todd?
and was mixing
Yeah.
it around.
No,
And he just like took
Mike
some
Todd
off his
spit on
hand and like,
He
and I'm like, this nigga just gonna stand there?
Man, he spit in his hand, bro.
It was a black man too.
Yeah,
Dog,
he spit
yeah,
in his
dog.
hand and rubbed it
Listen,
all over the dude's face, bro. Don't make me
Loogies,
pull it up,
though.
please.
Nah, you gotta play that video. Play that video. Play that video.
I'm gonna show it
I
to you.
promise God,
Was
dog.
he healed? The question. See, y'all looking at the actions. Was the guy healed when he was?
Nah,
spitting?
hell no.
He never been blind at first.
That pastor would
Don't
have
nothing
needed
get
to be
healed after
healed.
you spit on me.
Fuck that.
It's
Man.
over.
Man, Lance, if you was blind and Jesus put some spit in your eyes and you can see,
I
you
ain't.
gonna
If I
be
was
mad.
blind, look. If Jesus did it, that's okay. But then he ain't Jesus.
He'd have got
Oh,
these hands too.
I'm about to say, you gonna swing on
He'd
Jesus?
have got these hands too.
Hey man, so I want to hear everybody.
He came and issued an apology.
Yeah, man.
Apology and acknowledged that it was disgusting.
Nah,
Oh,
let me.
man.
I hate public apologies.
I
Like,
want to
would you
see. I want to
apologize
see.
if-
I want to apologize. Now that man knew he was about to get spit on, and he got spat on and was happy. About it.
No. E-man, he didn't get spit on. The dude spit loogies into
In his hand.
then took it off of his hand and wiped it on the dude's face like it's like makeup.
Man,
Show me the whole video, black man.
I'm pulling it up. I'm gonna let y'all.
Show me the video. I gotta see this. I don't know, man. It depends. Was the dude trying to get healed? See, y'all ain't answering the question. Was he trying to get healed? Because it depends
If
on
healed
what you
look like disturbed, then yeah, he got healed because he looks uncomfortable as fuck. After that man put his hands on him.
Yeah. I ain't know.
I want to know what he went up there for prayer for, because he had to go up there for something. Sometimes you got to get out your mind to heal.
Would you allow somebody to put spit on your face?
I got a direct line to Jesus, so I can pray. Oh, that's my boy. That's my boy. He out here spitting on people.
Who is he?
You sure right.
Mike Todd.
You can tell.
Hey, Mike Todd, he's a great preacher.
He is. He really is.
I want to see him do it. Hold on.
All right, so guys, here we go. Here we go. Oh Lord, I'm gonna keep stopping it because I don't want it to get demonetized. So here we go. I'm gonna stop it so get y'all reaction. Here we go. Oh, that person.
And this is where most people would not face Jesus anymore. What most people would do is turn away.
Yeah, he knew what was about to go on.
Yeah, you saw he got instantly uncomfortable.
Oh yeah.
What I'm telling you,
get your hands off me, brother.
Man.
What I'm telling you, it's just as he's physically standing here, knowing what's coming. God's saying, can you physically and spiritually and emotionally be able to stand?
It's just
because the vision I'm about to give you, it might get nasty.
Wait, pause real quick.
Yeah, big shit out there, dude.
No, that video.
Okay.
Skipped. I want to see the whole video. That's the edited video right there. No,
it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It gotta be. It gotta be.
No,
it did skip a little bit, right? But look, he probably made a deal. He probably made a deal with it. He was like, "Hey, look." He's like, "Hey, look."
No, I'm telling you right now, ain't no spit still in that man.
Run
it back 5 seconds.
Hold on. Ain't no spit in his hand. Okay, watch this. You're gonna see the loogie on the bottom of his above his beard. Watch
that boy said.
Yeah. Wonder what color it was.
Oh.
Nah,
I see. Oh,
do you see?
I'd have
He was
beat
like,
the die
he was
out
like,
that
Lord,
dude's head.
What
you
I'm
better earn my
telling
spot in heaven for
you
this.
is how you just react.
Now watch this, guys. Watch this.
It's how the people in your life will react when God is doing what it takes for the miracle.
Is it
A
just sitting
preacher
there?
man said, and I quote,
Listen.
"The vision I'm about to give you might get nasty." My response would have been, "This ass whooping I'm about to get you is going to be much nastier."
My nigga. I swear to God.
Listen, hold on. Can we say that he knew that the participant knew what was coming?
Oh, he knew.
Absolutely.
He knew what was coming.
Oh yeah.
He agreed. He
I would
agreed.
have to assume every Christian is ready for the Lord to touch them.
Oh
But
yeah.
no, what I'm saying,
That was my
is that this is one of the problems I have in these spaces, right? Everybody got a problem, but the person who was affected. He knew, like them two had a conversation on what he was going to spit on him, and if them two came to that reality that he was going to get spit on, and they was going to teach the lesson, it's not us getting spit on. So who is us to judge?
Well, see, that was the point I was making when I was telling you guys to like to pause the video.
Man,
because
that's
the thing
disgusting.
the thing is, he probably told me, "Hey, look, I'm gonna cut you a deal, right? See,
No, it wasn't no deal. He said, "Hey,
I will open a spot to you in heaven if you let me put the loogie on your face or wherever and smear on your face."
No, that's not how that happened. I don't think that's how that happened. I think how it happened was he told him what he was going to do, and he said, "I understand, Pastor, how important the message is, and I want to get this message out." I don't think that man. He wasn't surprised.
I think it was in the moment. You can even see his body language, bro. When he spit in his hand, the dude starts because he was still at first. He spits in his hand, dude starts getting uncomfortable. He starts moving a little bit.
But I was letting y'all talk. I was letting y'all talk because y'all didn't get the good part. Go listen to the apology and go listen to before. This man, this pastor is so like I said, he's a great I don't know where he went off with this one, but normally he has some great analogies and things that he does. So I don't want to downplay him as him being a speaker. He's a great speaker. However, this was bull. But anyway, so when the guy, this is what was said in the Twitter world. The guy that he picked out of the audience was a random guy. It was no guy that he just knew. It was like, I need a volunteer, and a guy came up and volunteered. There was no planning.
That makes sense. Because you would have to really trust the pastor to really let them with
that actually makes no sense.
Give you a mic and then they'll let you bring you up.
So he picked the right one though.
I would have preferred a slap, like just slap me. You went and did a whole facial with and then it just. What was that drop? What was? Bro,
calling it a facial is crazy.
That's what it was, though. Tell me how many times y'all done saw y'all girlfriend and y'all just sit in the mirror and they do this. Okay, that's called a facial. They gave that nigga a whole lot of facial with his spit. That was not an
he did this.
Oh
yeah.
Got it moisturized.
Oh,
I know his kids looking at him. Did him like that pimp did that one pastor that owed him money.
But no, I really got a question. Some question. Say y'all guys struggling with something. I mean, a serious disease. Is spitting beneath you guys if it gets you your healing?
What?
That's the question that I will only ask the Lord.
You've been in Seattle too long, brother.
No.
I get what you're saying. All right, so E-Man, let me ask you this then. Since we gonna go there, what about the dude? Where was he in Brazil? That was having the women suck him off and for the sperm.
Yeah.
Is that beneath?
I remember that.
I get that, but let's stay here before we move to. I mean, like you got something serious going on. I mean, you got cancer.
Brianna is so crazy, bro.
Smell us alive.
So I'm curious though. No, you got cancer. And you tell me the only thing stopping the cancer from being removed from your body is spit. Are you that prideful?
Dead nigga.
That man didn't have cancer though. He had an example.
I'm just asking because the message when Jesus spit, it was not because the dude had a cold. He spit on the guy because the guy was blind. He couldn't see. Now I get that might have been extreme, and maybe he shouldn't have been doing it unless he was healing. I'm not saying that that's not it, but my question I'm asking, if you was in a situation and you needed a healing from heaven, how extreme are you willing to go?
It's the reason why God loves food.
In the context of what you're talking about, I would say yes. But this man was doing a demonstration.
Yeah.
That was, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't healing him. He was literally using it as he was using his spit as a prop. I'm not doing it. I'm walking off stage. I'm ruining the whole demonstration.
Would you do it for a price? Would you do it for a price if there was money attached to you standing there and taking the spit?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Wait, say it again. Say it again.
If money was
Is there a
involved,
price? If money was involved, would you do it for money?
How
Or is
much?
there a magic number that where you would participate?
Nope.
That's good. That's good.
So wait a
Brian,
minute.
hold on,
Brian,
Brian.
it was like,
Brian, you telling me you would let somebody spit on you for $1 million?
Nope. Cause my children gotta look at me.
Oh man. Hey, Tommy, I want to ask Tommy B.
Run
Tommy
me that
B.
check. I'm taking the money.
Tommy B.
I'm taking
Nah, dog. You ain't about to spit on me. Especially the way, and then especially the way he did it, dog. Like, dog, that was a glot. It was dripping off of
You
his
gonna feel
face.
like a sucker. You gonna be a millionaire sucker.
Okay,
dog, you gotta live with that.
Trouble now.
I wouldn't be able to live.
You gotta live with that because, E-Man, it'll be the same thing as you saying like the indecent proposal.
Elaborate.
I'm about to cause some trouble, y'all.
You know what happened in indecent proposal?
I'm about to cause trouble with this next question.
$1 million for your wife for the night.
No.
Some of y'all.
See, that's different though.
That's
different. That's different.
It's still an exchange of bodily fluid.
No. Listen.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on 1 second though. Some of y'all exchanging bodily fluids, and y'all up twixt these women's legs, and y'all don't know what's going on in a vajayjay.
Oh,
in the front door, out the back door, done took the side patio entrance and climbed in from the roof.
That's what they made antibiotics for.
Antibiotics
for.
Some of y'all
I want to kiss
her. But see, that's the problem, Genesis. It wasn't a little spit. That was a whole lot of spit. That was hella spit, as we would say in Oakland. That was hella spit.
Okay, but
and it was also. I mean, it was also like consent. Like you spitting on somebody, you about to bust open. I mean, that's consent. Like you kind of expect spit to come.
I want you to spit on
not
me.
In your face, though. And I certainly don't expect you to rub it on there like you waxing my car. No.
Well, technically, like, you know, if he really did it accurately like the Jesus way, he was supposed to spit on the ground first, then take a stick, then stir it in together, and then do the facial and all that. You know what I mean?
I thought that's why I don't believe in
Christianity. Yeah, but
Jesus
he did it.
Got some people's minds.
Jesus is wild.
I would just be like, I'm not blind though, bro. Can you just rub that spit on my like taxes, or can you like put that on like my daycare bill? Or something? can you just do
so hold on, Lance. I gotta ask Lance. You telling me you wouldn't let somebody rub spit on you for $1 million?
If I did, y'all wouldn't fucking know about it. I guarantee you.
How is that different than indecent proposal?
Is it different? So the difference, first of all, when you involve another person into your transaction, that's a big difference. You don't think that's a big difference?
Nah, it's an ego.
That's different.
That's all it is ego.
No, but you're bringing somebody else into the transaction. It's almost like trafficking at that point.
I mean, you're like on the real tip. Spit,
like, hold on.
Carries less germs than anything else.
You know what trafficking is, right?
You trafficking your wife?
No. Because she has to agree to it as well. She wasn't forced into it. You might need to rewatch that.
I don't know. You know, I don't know nothing about that.
So he brought up he brought the proposal to both of them. They both had to agree to it.
My wife ain't down for that kind of stuff, so it would have stopped at her. So
E-Man, like you and your wife having
pulled
dinner.
The string off his lip.
E-Man,
that shit was gross.
You and your wife having dinner, E-Man, and she's looking gorgeous. You looking handsome, and a man passed by the table and say, "Sir, can I see you in the rear of the room, please?" And you walk over and he says, "Listen, I've been watching your wife all night. She's lovely. She's amazing, and I'm a millionaire. I'm a banker." And I'm a millionaire, and I can get you anything you want. I'm offering you tonight $10 million to change your life, but I need to sleep with your wife before I go to sleep.
That nigga must thought you was a sucker.
Check this out, baby.
So truthfully and honestly, I'll decline it. And the reason I would decline it is because I tell people I plan on being married forever. And when you marry forever, how can I say the rest of the forever is worth more than $10 million? So my wife is worth more. I know some of y'all wives might not, and I ain't gonna say that. Some other people out there in the universe, y'all wife might not be more than 10 million. My wife worth more than 10 million, boss man. That's just how I feel. So,
but
I mean, I ain't about to lose
how I
her.
feel about getting spit on for $1 million.
We just gonna be $10 million.
You said what?
I said she ain't going nowhere. She's still gonna be there.
Nah, I'm good.
$10
I'm
million
good on that.
richer.
But let me ask you, black man.
Yeah.
Black man.
Yeah.
We talking in front of the congregation, right?
Uh-huh.
We talking the deacons. Hold your left hand and hold your right. And pastor say we collected $1 million in the tide bowl. We got some big hitters here. I want to do an example and put a little spit on you. If I put a little spit on you, I'm gonna give you those tithes in the offering. Is you gonna let them spit on you?
This what would happen.
Okay.
Your pastor, you need a volunteer? Absolutely. Here I come. But pastor, I'm going to show you something. Tonight, the example is going to be different. You want to wipe spit, but I'm going to show the people in the audience how you fight the devil. Because soon as you put that spit on me, I'm gonna whoop your ass.
I don't think if it was a real situation, all y'all would be that. Let me M3. M3 look like he tell the truth.
I would have
tell the truth and shame the devil. Tell the truth and shame the devil is what they say in the church.
All right, go ahead.
M3, are you really telling me you're gonna walk away from $1 million from a little spit?
No, I'm not.
Okay, all right.
M3, you spit on your face, M3.
First of all, I don't trust this deal. The amount has changed too many times. I need to see a binding formal agreement before we can even discuss this further. And I need to speak to my Lord. As a matter of fact,
of course, contract's going to be signed. I'm not just going to be like, oh yeah, just spit on my face and then be like, where's my money? Because then that's going to be
some of y'all got spit on for a lot less. I'm just going to say that.
I'm saying I'm calling cap because I think they will go for the money.
Wait. Because if your wife ain't a virgin, that means somebody else have been up there before. But
that's
you wouldn't take 10 million for that.
No,
but $1 million for some spit, I could take that on the chin.
So let me say this: I will accept the humiliation for $1 million, but I'm not going to trade my wife for 10 million. I know it's like an oxymoron or whatever, but I'm not doing that. You know? Hey, look, my wife is more valuable than money, but for myself, I'll take the damn money, you know? You spit on my face, make sure I ain't no big loogie.
I don't think that's value, though. I think that's ego. I don't think that shit got nothing to do with no value.
And your wife is going to look differently from then on out, bro. From then on out.
That's not ego, though.
If you took $1 million to get spit on?
Would you say that's comparable to like a girl who's going to go to college? Like you had a legit plan for the money.
Well, I know what I'm going to do by investing the money. I'm not going to just like. What's that, black man?
Man, I'm going to tell y'all something.
What you think, Bella?
I'm going to tell y'all something, bro. A lot of men I hear, I think, it's capped for a lot of men. But what happens if you give your wife away for 10 million and he beat that thing up like it ain't never been beat up before?
Black man.
You done.
Richer in this motherfucker.
You done.
I feel like if someone's giving you $10 million,
Black man, I'm
I feel like it's gonna feel good no matter. Like you're gonna make it. You're gonna mind fuck yourself into that feeling good.
Either
like
she come back and we happily ever after, or she don't come back and I'm 10 mil up. That's a win-win. What you talking about?
Hey, but she taking half, bro.
She ain't taking shit. The offer was offered to him.
Yep,
not to her.
No, but I'm saying if you got $10 million and she walked away from you and y'all got a divorce, she's taking some of that 10 million.
What's she gonna take? Going with this dude?
She can have. I mean, she deserved it.
Ain't no
she opened the door. She opened the door for $10 million.
What I'm saying is,
ain't no
what does she need half of my money for? If she's leaving me for somebody that's clearly way richer than me.
Y'all married.
She gonna take your money?
They gonna take whatever they can take, bro, including some of your 10 million.
Not necessarily.
And he can get a lawyer. He can get a good lawyer
about
too.
To upgrade? Fuck
nah, bro. I don't know.
Bro, your taxes, that's like $3 million each for you to stand to the side and let your wife do probably some shit you probably already doing that you was willing to get paid for it. So I mean,
hey dog, lift her leg up like this. She like that.
Okay.
What was the guy's? What was the guy's name that? Jenny. I already put you to work, Jenny. Just look at your look in the chat. I put you to work. But You remember what's the guy name that owned BET and sold it? What was his name?
Oh, Ted Johnson.
Yeah, he sold it for $2 billion, right?
Mm-hmm.
After he sold it for $2 billion,
Johnson,
his wife filed for a divorce.
Mm-hmm.
The judge said, "I'll give you half." Watch this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give you half. You gonna get $1 billion. She's gonna get $1 billion. He said, "Cool." 8 weeks later, she married the judge.
So
what?
This is real. This is real talk, bro.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
He married the judge, bro.
But hey, black man, I'm gonna tell you like this, black man unfiltered. When you start talking billions, people start disappearing.
Yeah.
Keep it 100, man. It's the reason when you start talking billions of dollars, some people can get you knocked off a lot.
E-Man, they just had a conversation, right? So, it's a rapper out here named Roddy Ricch. I don't know if all y'all know him, but it's a rapper out here named Roddy Ricch.
Yeah.
It's a dude from his old neighborhood that hopped on Clubhouse, and he started, basically he false flag and he ain't really a Crip, blah blah blah. So, anyways, they going back and forth and stuff. And at the end of the conversation, Whack 100 had to tell him, he said, "Bro, I'm going to ask you to let this go." And bro going, no. He said, "No, listen to me. That man is worth 20 M's. It don't take nothing but 15 for you to be up out of here. I'm telling you before I had to, see you in a box, leave that man alone." So you that's real talk, E-Man. Like it don't take that much for somebody to be up out of here.
All right, Canadian born, I got a question for you since you came. Welcome to the platform, my brother.
He don't even know what you walked into.
Yeah, you talked to me so bad about my mic, so I had to go get a mic just for you. So let me ask you a question.
I'm glad you got the mic tonight. Now you sound better.
All right, quick question though. Quick question. I want to know. So, a pastor come to you and say, "Hey, I got $1 million for you. I want to do an example of when Jesus spit on the eyes and made the blind man see. I need you to be the demonstration. You taking $1 million, or are you too prideful?"
Hell no.
Hold on, wait. Hold on. E-Man, hold on.
I know. No. Let me tell you why. I know.
Give me 1 second, David.
I know where this coming from.
How do you throw "are you too prideful" into that, but then somehow it's different when it's the indecent proposal?
Because it's a difference.
It's pride.
No, it's not.
How is it?
It's a difference when a man.
Unless your wife was a virgin when you got with her,
it doesn't matter.
Pride, G.
It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, it's a difference between when somebody enter into a woman, bro, and somebody spitting on her. That's two totally different.
Unless your wife is a virgin when you met her and married her.
Two different situations, brother. I'm telling you. I get what you're trying to say, and I understand you're not married. So you won't.
Let me answer to Kaylin. I'm a guy who used to serve in the church, not being a churchman, but I actually worked in the church. So some of that nature I would never do. My wife and I saw that video this past weekend. I couldn't take it because I've seen something similar to that in my own country. In my own country and other African countries, I hear pastor telling the congregation to eat grass.
Yep, I saw
this is not new. I've seen worse than that. I'm not going to mention on what I saw on the video. Me and my wife saw at least 20 different videos in the past 5 years or 6 in Africa. They have people doing things for the sake of the gospel, which is not according to the scripture. And I thought to say, you know what? When you see stuff demonstration like that, walk away. The one particularly have a bunch of women butt ass nude on the beach. And they say you're trying to bless them to get a husband in some kind of way. I'm like, are you kidding me? So seeing that video that happened this weekend and to offer me $1 million, you could offer me $1 billion to walk away. It's not cap. I have a standard. I had to people I walk by. So it's not I'll be a gut. The problem is there's not many people who walk by standard and principle and not fall for anything.
So I'm just saying, have y'all ever bought a car with cash? Anybody here ever like pay cash for a car? You know, when you walk up and they ask for, they say, "Hey, I want 4,500," and you start counting. Hey, I ain't got number 35.
Hold on real quick. E-Man, hold on real quick. Hey, Canadian born, you are breaking up real bad. Your connection is real bad, bro. You're gonna have to you like real bad, your connection. Like you freezing up and everything.
Hold on. No problem.
Sir Hale Speaks is in the building tonight. Sir Hale, what's going on, boy?
What's up, brother?
Oh, this is the one I want to ask.
Run.
Before we say anything, I just want to do one thing. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the one of the only Sir Hale Speaks. If you guys haven't already liked this video, be sure to like this video, hit that subscribe button. We celebrate my man tonight, Black Man Unfiltered Network. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate
you.
Hey, no, sir.
Sir Hale,
turn your camera and your mic off. Quick, do it. Trust me.
No, hey, they got a question. Sir Hale, they got a question. Doc, go ahead.
No, Sir Hale, I got
to
the
me.
truth. So, Sir Hale, you go into a church, right? And the pastor comes up to you, right? And he said, "Hey, I got $1 million. I want to do an example of Jesus spitting and wiping, the spit on the people's face. I want to use you as an example. It's going to be a 60-second example. Are you doing the example for $1 million, or are you too prideful? You say, man, I'm walking away from that $1 million in 60 seconds.
Listen, there is some soap. Wipe that soap off. Go to the doctor. Get the antibiotics. Get the chemicals. Get that $1 million. Come on now, listen. What are we talking about here? It's not even a question.
Come on, that's what I'm talking about. Sir Hale video's gonna be on fleek. They're gonna be on fleek after you get that $1 million, man. Come on.
You know how that zoom camera that swoop around like
now in fairness though, like you don't know until like it actually happens. Like I could say, yeah, then it happened. I'm like, hold on a second. Well, hey, and I might even get mad and swing on somebody talking to me about this. So in theory, I'm saying yeah, but in reality, I really don't know.
Now go ahead and ask him the part 2 question, man.
Uh-oh.
That's not my question. I don't believe in that. That's
We had a question about what the wife part.
My thing with that is you hold on. My thing with that is you still haven't explained how that changes it. You said it changed, and I get where you're going with that, but I don't understand how it changes.
Let me break it down, Tommy B. So a man soliciting or selling his wife to sleep with another man, first of all, is degrading her in her position, and also is one of the most disrespectful thing a man can do towards his
Y'all
wife.
need Jesus. Y'all need Jesus.
So
how y'all go from $1 million pastor to selling somebody's wife? Y'all need Jesus.
Yeah,
y'all need Jesus.
Because we took God out and started replacing money.
Tommy B was trying to say the same thing as if somebody said Tommy B. I don't even know how Tommy B said it. Go ahead, Tommy.
I was just saying it because he with the wife he raised the number to 10 mil. So I said, buddy, come up to you, say 10 mil one night with your wife.
I mean, there are people getting paid $2,500.
No, I'm saying I get the nose. I'm not disagreeing with your nose. What I'm saying is, in both instances, though, I think it's ego, and then of course it might be other stuff as well with you being married. But I think ultimately it's ego. The same reason why if you cheat on her, you would expect her to take you back, or you would even you wouldn't even look at it the same as if she did, on you. It's an ego thing. Most dudes' egos wouldn't be able to handle that. Somebody else had her. Woo, woo, woo. That's why I said if she wasn't a virgin when you met her.
Look at Kim.
Listen.
Okay, wait. So you say it's an ego
I walked
thing
in at the wrong time.
Bro,
what about your?
If he ain't about to get no spit, he definitely ain't. Nah.
Can I say something real quick, guys? Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
What's up, Genesis up there looking like royalty? How you doing?
Hey.
Yeah. Hey man. So guys, man, that conversation went. Dude,
Hey, Black Man, I just want to let you know I'll be back up. I gotta do this appointment, and then I'll be back up.
All right, brother. And get rid of that. Come back with that hoodie out, bro. Throw that in the trash.
Yeah, for real.
Who your team again?
Who?
Yours.
The team that whoop your ass every year, the New Orleans Saints. Don't do that.
Where y'all at?
Where you at?
Where y'all at? People at home always talking about other teams.
Listen. Matt Ryan bought Drew Brees account.
Let me cook him in. He talking about these Saints, right? Ever since Drew Brees left them Saints, boy, I promise you, they've been New Orleans trash. That's what they did.
Okay? Look, y'all ain't lost nobody, and y'all still trash.
But then you don't even want me to tell you about last year. I heard them Saints playing cry. Oh man, it was pass interference, man. Shut up.
You don't have
wanna
no
hear
room.
that.
E-Man, let me tell you something, brother. I love you, but you don't have no room to talk after that Super Bowl squander y'all did.
Woo, 23-7.
23-7, 23-3, and they came back and beat y'all. Let's
It's
not do
okay.
that. Y'all had Bow Wow. They put Bow Wow on suicide watch. He was
Like
out there
I
on the
said, long as Black Man Unfiltered, as long as your team at home, shut up.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah,
you know what?
no,
Come on,
that's
man.
why I ain't talking.
Listen, you can't disrespect somebody on a celebration like the E, man. You can't disrespect somebody like that, man. Show some decorum, sir.
I tried, Sir Hell. See, I tried the first time. I let it go. The second time, I said, "You got one more time, Lord." You know, I only got 2 cheeks. That third time, I said, "Lord, I gotta fight. I can't take this."
I love you, man.
He said, "I ain't got no more cheeks to see."
No respect at all.
Hey, man, I love you, brother. I love you. Go handle your business, man. Come back, man. We be waiting on you.
Yes, sir.
All right, bro. Oh, got another female in the building.
Oh, snaps.
So hold on now.
Candid Ann is
Hold
in the
on.
building.
We got Candid Ann in the building. So can I ask for some females? You know, because when we had this conversation, but Candid Ann, Sir Hale already spoke his thing. Sir Hale, listen, I had we give everybody an opportunity because we support each other in this circle. I want you to I already put you up. I said your name. But however, go ahead and tell people about your channel and how they can subscribe to you and the work that you're doing over and on your platform.
Okay, good evening. Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Okay, so I'm I'm revamping my channel, so give me a moment to find my voice and such. But my channel is going to be. Say again.
I think he said Sir Hale. You just gonna get my spotlight like this?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I swore he said me. I'm so. My apologies. My apologies. My apologies.
What I do?
Go ahead, man.
Let me get this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sir Hale Speaks. My name is Sir Hale Speaks. If you guys haven't already liked this video, subscribe to this wonderful channel, do that. It's not about me tonight. It's about Black Men Unfiltered tonight. So subscribe to my brother for great content.
Man, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man. All right, guys. So listen, I want to have a conversation. Real talk with Mimsy Limbs. You coming up? There she is. You always in the dark, girl. You Batman.
It's late. People sleep at this time.
Oh, okay. See, y'all hear that voice? It can sound kind of like come into the darkness, like kind of the voice.
I almost got hypnotized, man.
You're hypnotized. You're like, ooh, I'm coming. Okay, so real talk. Go ahead and promote your page as well. I know that you have a platform as well. So go ahead and let us know about your platform as well.
I'm going to try to be quick because I have a baby in the background. So I hang out on Friday nights. If y'all want to come and hang out with me, that's how Black Man and I met each other, was on my stream on Friday night. So come and check us out.
Oh, yeah. So again, man, thank you.
Quick.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for coming in and being with us tonight. I know the baby's in the background, so I'll be switching you in and out as people come in too, Mimsy. Just stay with us. Let me bring the guy back in that brings a lot of noise. And said he won't do something, but he always capping. None other than your boy, Canadian-born Black David. You still choppy, Canadian. What's going on over there with the Wi-Fi? You the internet man.
You've been in IT for 20 years.
No, it's not. I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm on landline. I got 1 gig speed. Unless there's too many devices on the network dragging the speed, that's a different story. With a custom-made PC, I don't do Wi-Fi. I stay on a LAN directly.
You look like you're in America Online, them old school dish right now. Boy.
It ain't nothing to up big house. Cut the whole house down. Tell them we all Black Man.
Hey,
I got too many people on the network, so I can't control them.
Man. So tonight, man, I wanted to, because I think, like, again, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. Thank you for celebrating with me tonight at 500. It was a walk and we took it, and so now we're headed to 1,000. So is Sir Hale headed to 1,000. M3 headed to 1,000. Candid at 19,000. She's revamping and it's gonna get 40,000. So Tommy B's getting there. You know, Genesis, K-Soul. We all got work to do, and we all here to support each other. And I've seen some support today that I've never seen before. And today showed an example that all Black people are not crabs in the bucket, right? Sir Hale shot me, man. I came on his show. He shut the whole show down and said, "Hey, listen, we getting to 500 today." That is love, man. That is what we are supposed to do. This crab in the bucket mentality. Yes, some of us have it, but a lot of us don't, man. And even when I'm invited to the platforms, Sir Hale will tell y'all as soon as I get in, "Hey guys, thank y'all, man, for inviting me to the show list." And I want to shout out Sir Hale Speaks. Hey, y'all go subscribe to his page, go subscribe to this person's page. Like, I'm calling everybody out because I want everybody to be successful. I want all us to go have dinner in the Maldives one day and sit at the table and joke and talk about how we used to have 20 subscribers and now we're sitting back with our legs propped up, watching the ocean. So I mean, I love all you guys, man. I appreciate it. And everybody that's in the comments, thank you. So the question of the night, oh my God, why don't black buy black? We started this conversation the other night and it got it got hectic. But I want to start with everybody individually. Okay. I personally believe that I'll say it in a minute. I'm gonna let the guests go first tonight. So we'll start with Genesis first, the book of Genesis. Explain to us why Black people don't support Black business.
I was part of that conversation the other night where this started. I have an issue with Black people supporting other Black businesses and looking for the hookup. They want the hookup, they want a discount. However, when they go to support others' businesses, they pay whatever price they're asking without question. And I know sometimes, quality or customer service is subpar, but me personally, I don't, if the service is good, if it's a good product, I don't mind paying extra to support a Black business rather than going with somebody else.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So we'll let the ladies go first. Candid Ann.
Oh, good evening, everyone. So, wow, this is a great question. I'm not exactly sure where I stand 100% on this because to some extent, I 100% support not just Black businesses, but small businesses that sit in my community because those people live in my community. And so therefore they pay taxes in my community and they contribute to the school, the education, the roads, and all that stuff within my community. And if it's Black on top, then I'm more than happy to support. And I'm willing to pay a little bit extra, but I'm not willing to pay a lot extra for a whole lot less quality. There at some point, so like if it becomes where like I feel like I'm getting a whole lot less, because I understand that distribution and all these different things might play a factor. I do understand that, so I'm willing to pay a little bit extra, but I got to survive too, so I can only do but so much. And if it gets to the point where I feel like there's a huge difference here and the quality just can't even use this quality, then I'm going to have to go elsewhere. But, for me, it's local. And if the local is Black, definitely supporting.
Okay. So we'll go to Lance.
I kind of disagree. I don't think that Black people don't support Black business. I think they don't support Black enterprise. The idealism of strengthening our finances and our fiscal capacity as a whole. And I think that's just because we're ignorant. I think that a lot of Black people don't know business intricate enough to realize how important their $1 is to actually making that business successful. I think ignorance is also a factor in what it takes to maintain a business. I think for a lot of us, when we go to get a business, we want stability, but we don't know how stability really looks. On a grand scheme and a completeness, it's not just the money. Like there's lots of businesses that make money, lose money, and they're gone. Like once they get, their nice ass car, they get their nice house, and then everything starts to shift and kind of fall out of focus. I do think Black people support Black business. I think Black people give Black people a lot of chances when it comes to businesses. I think Black business owners don't really give themselves the opportunity or don't give themselves the opportunity to sacrifice enough to actually see that business survive. Because I don't know, I'm kind of weird about it. It's kind of segregational a little bit because white, European, Anglo-Saxon people do monopolize our market. So we can't super be like focused on just Black business. We have to conquer some businesses before we can really focus on like the strengthenings. But I do think Black people support business. I just don't think they know how to keep business going.
All right. So M3.
I would say also, like, I do agree with you, Lance, on that part. I will also say that I feel like it's a lack of advertisement. You don't really, from what I hear from a lot from my people, when they want to support, they'll always say, "Well, I can't find a business," or "I never knew like there was like Black-owned banks." We had a conversation about that when somebody had addressed that. And I think that because of the lack of advertisement, it could probably stem from, like I said, the enterprise part. Like maybe Black owners are not really putting their best into it, or maybe there's a lack of resource, and so there's not enough money to put in a lot of how should I say this? I'm not gonna try to say worldwide, but you know what I mean, like a lot of advertisement that could kind of like branch out a little bit more than our counterparts. So I think because of that, we're just not educated enough to know like, okay, where can I go to help support this, to understand what did this person do and how can it benefit me and the rest of our people, if that makes sense.
No, you're completely right. Because
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The profitability of the business has to justify the advertising, though. Advertising is expensive. If the company isn't making enough money to offset the cost of the advertising, then, as we say, they're hustling backwards. You're not going to take all of your profit and dump it into advertising. There's still overhead that has to be accounted for.
Yeah. I don't think people even put in the budget for advertising like that. We have Facebook and Instagram and Twitter, and I think a lot of people really feel like they can do advertising themselves. They don't know there's a science behind this and the psychology, the targeting, and you need an advertising marketing like companion.
Target market, yeah.
You need just like you need an accountant.
But all of that costs money.
But it all costs like a lot. It's just the way how you spend your money. So whatever that you have enough to save, use that as a portion to advertise. I'm not saying like spend like whatever that you earn for the entire day and then just dump it all into like solely on advertising. What I'm saying is that, okay, save a portion of it so then you could build better advertisement. Mm-hmm. Because this is what I'm hearing from a lot of people that's saying that a lot of our businesses are not properly advertised or not advertised at all. So, and if that's not the case, how do we get to a point where we could advertise our business?
They've got to have a cash flow in order to be able to advertise. I mean, social media is an excellent tool because it doesn't cost anything. But when we're talking about paid advertising, then the business has to be thriving in order for them to be able to.
But when you say you budgeted it, but you budget that it's part of your budget with a business.
It's part of your budget, but if the business is barely chugging along, there is no budget for advertising.
But I think I have no business or anything like that. But from what I understand, like oftentimes other communities, they put money together to support a business. While here in our community, it's hard to find capital because we don't have anyone to invest that startup money. So it's like you have to struggle so hard just to get, that money together for the advertising, for your products, for your building or whatever it is. But like in other communities, they can go out and have a dinner and raise funds for this, to start up their business. Well, I can't see, I don't see much of that in our community.
There isn't.
They was talking on the podcast on Sir Charles, and I said something at the end, and that just kind of reminded me of community. Like we've forgotten to invest in a community and expect that community to invest back into us whenever we're ready. Like,
Guys, can I jump in here as well after Lance?
Go ahead, sir.
I think we talk about marketing, but we don't really know what we're talking about when it comes to marketing. It's two things. The first thing is, y'all remember when the chicken sandwich came out with Popeyes? Y'all remember that? Ask me how much, and I don't know the exact number, but how many millions of dollars of free advertising that sandwich got, and how much revenue Popeyes got from that free advertisement. That's the first thing.
A lot.
So when you're talking about business and having a marketing budget, then the goal should be about 10% of that budget. And it's not about how much money. Remember, we're in the age, this is not the 90s and early 2000s anymore. This is not about create flyers, create posters and pictures. This is about strategy and data. And a lot of us, we are not into the data. We're not into analytics. You know, we're not into like looking at like maps, looking at the gender, looking at the age gaps, we're not into any of that. We just, if you black buy, and we have to get beyond that, and we have to get a little bit more intentional about doing our research. I got this book on marketing. It's like neuromarketing. My wife just bought it, and there's another one as well. We just don't have enough information on how to compete in today's market. It's not. That's why we keep on talking about we as a community. And when we talk about community today, community is not just people in your community. Community is the digital community. This is when we start talking about globalization and glocalization. You find people who are like you and who need what you have across the world. And so part of what we're doing, we're still stuck in trying to get the Black community. And there's an entire world of people who can consume your products. But if we're not focused on understanding research, data, analytics, and then being strategic about our marketing, this means connecting with other people who think differently than you. This might mean like showing up on different platforms about people who are talking about different things. This might mean taking another course and networking, because school is a great place to network. Like, and then like we just turn to Facebook. We got something going on and we put a flyer on Facebook or Instagram, right? Like this is what we do. And it's because we don't know better. And until we get to the place where we start putting our attention on, and it takes time to develop this stuff. Like you can all the analytics, but you don't just know what you need to know and then execute it, and then you get it. You got to know the analytics, continue to research, like go back to the drawing board, see what didn't work, reevaluate, but maintain the mission and then keep on trying it. And then that's what we have to do. The second piece to this is what we just did, is what you just did, Black Man Unfiltered. We all came together. Everybody's a content creator, and now we start promoting each other's stuff. And we're not so busy like, oh, Black Man got 500. Let me not share his stuff no more because I only got 485. No, let's continue to push, because if Black Man goes up, he's gonna pull us up as well.
Exactly.
And if I go up, I'm gonna pull up. Like K Soul's gonna pull me up. Candid Ann. When we do that, now we start talking about what Lance is talking about the enterprise. Now we've all done our research, and now we're bringing our skills together, because we're not thinking about I'm about to get my new Bentley. We're thinking about I want to own a lot of Bentleys, so the next generation, the foundation that we've set, their standard is based off of the work we did in our time. Does that make sense? So I think we got to do our research, and we got to get a little bit more smarter about marketing in today's landscape.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing about marketing. Marketing is a lot cheaper than people or than it was. I was going to say, and a lot cheaper than what people think, because so as a part-time job, I work as a videographer and a video editor professionally. And a lot of times I've worked with small businesses and small companies and things like that. And also, I'll tell you this, one of the issues that people have is, one, they're just like, I just want to create a video. There's no intention put into it. There's no research, like Sir Howard was speaking on, done behind it, because even when they're trying to put the video together, I've sat down with people trying to explain and trying to talk things out, and they're just like, I just want a video. So then we make a video, it looks good, it looks nice, but they haven't done any research to even decide what kind of video to craft. They don't even know what their demographic is. And I ask these questions, who are you targeting? And usually the answer I get is everyone. I want everyone. And these big companies, when they put out these ads, they're for specific demographics, even to the point when you're making a video, sometimes if you're targeting a video towards an older crowd, it's going to be slower paced. If it's for the younger crowd, it's going to be faster paced and more flashy. And people don't even think about things like that. And also, to add to the conversation, I think there's a lack of encouraging people to compete. Because what happens a lot of time is people hop into these different business categories and then they want to say, well, I should be supported, but you don't really. Anytime I look at a business and I go, what makes a business successful, right? And in my opinion, it's when a business can solve a problem. Anything that you've purchased, anything in your house that you look at that you bought it because it solved a problem. And so when you're building a product, when you're building a service, your product and your service has to solve a problem better than other products and services already solve that problem. Amazon is the biggest thing because it solves the problem of convenience. I can get anything I want from the comfort of my home, and it's going to show up to my doorstep even same day if I wanted to, right? So I can't start a service that doesn't really measure up to Amazon and expect people to hop on board. I have to do something better than what Amazon is doing if I'm going to compete with them. So I think that we just need to really educate ourselves and gain some knowledge so that when we are jumping into business, we are actually competing with people. Here's the other thing too. You got to understand a lot of businesses fail. A lot of people don't do their research even before hopping into business. A lot of their businesses fail because we think that we're just going to, hop in a space. We're just going to, sell some t-shirts and we're going to blow up. And it really doesn't, always work like that. More often than not, they often fail. So I just think research, intentionality, and just really knowing who we're targeting with our business, knowing the problem that we're solving with our business. I think that's the real issue when it comes to, Black businesses and just businesses in general. And just one more point, I honestly think that sometimes it even hurts us when we try to stick to our own kind.
Yes.
A lot of these businesses, a lot of these enterprises are huge because they're not serving a certain community. They're serving everyone. Now, when it comes to if you're developing a hair product or something like that, I get that. That's a little different. You know what I'm saying? But if you are developing something that's going to solve a problem for a mass amount of people, you have to think about everyone. You can't just.
But I mean, Dub did that though. Dub used to be just like this, it was just a soap. Then they started adding all these oils. Okay, it's a moisturizer. Then they moved to hair and shampoo. Oh, look, you can wash off these oiled up ducks. Oh, look at this. We use this in like science. Yeah. It's and you're exactly right, Kay. So it's not even about advertising, but that is advertising. You have to create a need too. You have to create the illusion of a need. Because something stuff we don't really need. They just convinced us that we need it. And the bigger markets, they figure out how to make their product needed everywhere, every time, all day. Like they want you to like stay on their mind. So like I don't think we really do that. Like I think a lot of Black businesses, like we make specific stuff like for our market, or we jump into a big market already, not really knowing how to change like the trajectory of like advertising or the sales or whatever. But
go ahead, sir.
That's an excellent point. It's kind of what I wanted to add to as well. We're just selfish a lot of times as well. Like some of us, we should really go into business with other people. And like we don't know how to work together. Like as I've gotten older, I used to want to be the star. I want to be the CEO of the business and it feels good. That's the way to stay broke. That is exactly how you stay broke. And I think a lot of us, like when I did something, I just tested it. I went to different websites from companies that I really respected. And I looked at the staff, and some of them staffs are full of people, right? And you just imagine how many people you have to get into the place where you realize that business is not about you. It's not about satisfying egos. Not about being able to say, I'm a boss. Like in our community, we always talk about, I'm a boss. Yep, you ain't a boss of nothing, right? A lot of us need to come together, bring our skills together, and find a way to integrate so that we can. Lance, you said a word that really got me, and it's about the enterprise. We need to start bringing our skills together, and this doesn't mean that we can't branch off and do our own things, but I think a lot of us could be more effective if we learn how to network and partner with other people, bring our skills together, and find a way for us to do better good together, as opposed to everybody got an LLC selling T-shirts. That's dumb. Right? I even say the same thing when it comes to churches. We got 3 different churches next to each other. It's like, what are we doing, guys? At some point, we got to find a way to integrate. And when we integrate, I think we can empower each other to do better for the community.
That would be amazing. A church, a holy store, like a whole holy line of just like Tuesday morning type style of like depot stuff to go to. Like if you want your kids and your family to be just like a Christian environment, that hardcore, like come to the Christian, Justice Kids. Come to the little Christian Kmart. Come over here. Now we don't allow all
That
that
would get us a
extra little.
lawsuit.
That's I'm gonna have to write that one down.
That's a Hobby Lobby, basically.
So Black David.
Yeah.
So I think Black David had something he wanted to say. Go ahead, Black David.
I'm glad you mentioned about enterprise because this is something I've been doing for the past 15, 20 years. I met young brothers who talk about want to own their own business in IT, like own their own firm. A lot of time I come across people who want to be their own boss, they want to do their own thing. I ask them, what makes you think being your own boss, doing your own thing will grow a business? Look at all the big corporate that we work in. You think everybody doing everything by themselves? Because I noticed Amazon, I studied Amazon when I was a kid. And when I was going to computer trade school, they talked about him how he started his business at the same time with Microsoft. But his goal was a long-term goal. Imagine how when they all started, Bill Gates was the head of the game. And there was Steve Jobs and the rest of them. But out of nowhere, Jeff Bezos, they came out from the back and overtook everybody. He had a long-term goal whereby he told his investors to believe in the dream. What he was going to do is real big and massive. No one thought that Amazon would be that huge. It overtook eBay. eBay started before them. No, eBay started more after them, but it grew faster than them. But what they did not realize, what Amazon was doing was trying to make sure they perfect what they're working on. They wasn't rushing to push the product out. I used to criticize Microsoft and say Microsoft is not doing that job what Apple is doing. They're trying to perfect their craft. They want to try to quickly put the product out to make a quick bucks. Now look at the black community. Everybody want to run their own business. They want to work together. Everybody think they could do everything by themselves. I'm like, it doesn't work that way. I always say I'll go be a team player. I don't have to be the figurehead. I could be the guy in the shadow who train and do X, Y, and D. That you be the figurehead, you be it, and you be that. Be collective people that come together. But when you share that idea to black people, you know the first thing that come out of their mouth? Nah, I'll do it by myself. I'll make it big by myself. And I remember Walter Martin mentioned this for 2 years straight on his program before the pandemic hit. Then when the pandemic hit, it showed clear as day why a lot of black people could not survive because mostly the mama pop business that have only one or two employees within themselves. They weren't planning to grow the business. They were thinking about themselves and themselves only. And they didn't realize the significance of not growing your business is a downfall. I've been doing freelancing for PT for almost the same time I was doing my IT career. I've been trying to look for people to work with together, to network, to build on top of that. The problem is, we're in a society where black people are taught to be individual, not to come in a collective, that they can do it on their own. Perfect example, Tyler Perry. You think he did that all by himself? He got a team do the work for him to get the biggest movie production studio ever in the country. It wasn't by himself alone. It made it seem like it was by himself, but he had people work with him on that. So imagine how some people who not, I can't say brain dead, but not stubborn, but see the clear pictures. You know what? Let me find a working piece that can help me build that. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, didn't do by himself either. Collected team. I was telling people, look at the blueprint. They can do it. We can do the same thing. But when you tell black people, what do you get? A bunch of pushback. Oh, you're a seller. You know what you're talking about. I think that what the problem is. I tried to stop my business. I was trying to find people to work with me to build an IT business, IT firm. No one want to pay for quality service within the black community. I'll just say that right now. Talk about black excellence. There is black excellence out there, but are willing to pay for the cost of that black excellence. And nine times out of 10, I've seen people lower their price just to only to get sale because they feel like if they raise their price, they're not going to get a sale. But I think that what they're doing is a little too much. I watched my wife. Her craft is on par. People think she's a professional, went to school, but she did not. But when it comes to paying for it, they won't pay for it. They'll pay for a crappy ass name brand. Even though the name brand big, it's crap. They'll still pay big money for it. I don't think that's not excellent. They flip you off based on the name brand, and you fall for it. How much more do you want to give me a quality service, and you want to pay right price for that? I think black people need to re-educate their thinking and their mind to what is quality, what is not. Because I've seen it for at least 15 years, and I got tired of it. I was like, when are they going to grow up and stop the nonsense? It's not that they're looking for. It's not that looking for a hookup. They don't believe that your business will grow. They don't want your business to grow. That's what I observed.
So I want to say one thing. I'm happy that Uncle Stu's here because I was going to make this point, and I'm so happy because I'm sure he can make this point better than I can. I know the title of the video is called "Why Don't Blacks Support Black?" But I really feel like what we need to do is, instead of worrying about buying from each other, we need to be selling to everybody, because everyone comes into our community and they will sell us Chinese food, they will sell us fake hair, they will sell us like all the black hair businesses. Most of those are not owned by black people; they're owned by Asian people, right? Even the products will have a black man's face on there, but that company is owned by white people.
Uncle
So many
Ben,
people
Uncle
don't
Ben,
have. Say again.
Uncle Ben and Aunt Jemima.
Oh,
Go
there
ahead.
you go. So many people, they
Popeyes.
don't mind. They don't mind coming into our communities and selling to us. And what we have to do is get out of that mindset of, I mean, there's nothing wrong with buying black. Don't get me wrong, but we as sellers, we got to look to selling to everybody. We need to go into the Asian community and sell to them. We got to go into the white community and sell to them. We got to go into whatever community that sells to us. We need to get into that community and sell to them, because that's what we're like Uncle Stu will explain if he comes up on the panel. We're only 13% of the population, so we shouldn't niche ourselves down in surviving for only 13% of the population. We got to sell to everybody, like market to everybody, so we can capture all those dollars, because certainly they don't mind capturing the black dollar. They don't mind taking our black dollars. So I just want to put that out there.
We don't have any black dollars. They've already stolen everything that we had. We are good at creating great things. And we've been selling ourselves for years and years and years. We were already theirs. We were their property.
What do you mean by that, though, Lance?
All of the inventive things that black people have been a part and don't have credit for. It's ridiculous. Things that we use every day, things that there are some black people who are attached to those families that should have legendary wealth right now. But because of the way our society was set up, it's always been taken. We black people are one of the most creative races on this planet. We've been creating stuff since pyramids. We've just been getting it stolen at the same time, right under us. So I think European people have specifically majored in management and conquering. That's been their focus, their entire existence is divide, conquer, and that's it. And they've done a really good job at it. Now I feel like we have to go and conquer back. Like, I agree with you, Candid. I think we should still support black business, but like towards that enterprising level, we need to be supporting black elevation and conquering. But we need to have influence, not just over media, but over all markets. Like when you go to Wall Street, you should fully expect to see a black person there. Many. When you go to a computer tech, you should fully expect to see a black person sitting behind that computer. Like we should fully be present everywhere. We don't need to saturate the market with stuff. We need to saturate the market with us.
Yeah, but so to your point, I also think that I even think it's more important not to just try to saturate the market and just support people just because they're black, because this is why I was talking about the competition aspect and just having the best product out there, because that's how that you take that business and you're able to conquer, because everybody is buying from you, including your own people. You know what I'm saying? But if you close it off to say just us, we're only 13% of the population, like, Candid kind of brought up earlier. So you're kind of limiting yourself from the start. You see what I'm saying? It has to expand beyond that.
I think you might have misheard what I said. I'm saying not focus on just this 13%, but transform how we view black in the market. Right now,
I got
the
you.
market sees us as a niche.
I got you.
We need to be a normality.
I agree.
So we can be an internationality. And we can start going back up to Sweden and Greenland and Russia and Korea like we were there years and years ago when they didn't have a problem with our skin color.
Yeah, I have a
before advertising.
I have a friend who started a watch company, and you can even look up his company now. They're called Benson Watches, and now he has blown up to the point where he has had to travel to Europe to meet with manufacturers and things like that. So I think that's a good example of what you're talking about, how you're kind of like stepping outside of the realm of just your community and you're kind of working with others. But man, that I'm so proud of that dude. But
because there's so many black women that are selling hair, but like how many of them have actually been to like Singapore, Korea, or Chile, or wherever they sell hair? I don't even know where they sell hair from. It might be right in Detroit.
Right. There's been a whole like documentary about how they actually block us out of that industry. But I won't get into that because I know that's not about the topic
Yeah, I
right
saw
now.
that
But
as
there's been a
well.
whole
Go ahead,
documentary
go
about
ahead.
how they literally block us out of that industry.
Go ahead.
I don't know a whole lot about. All I know is that like, as it pertains to weaves and hair, like black women especially, we're the ones that consume most of that market. We spend a lot of money, like I think it's billions. I don't know how many billions, but it's billions of dollars. And when other black businesses try to get into that market in terms of buying hair, it's getting a little bit better now, but trying to buy hair bundles and all that other stuff, because the market is saturated by mostly Asian people, the literature is in another language, and when they speak to you, you're trying to get into distribution. Once they hear that you have an American accent, you're speaking English, they're not working with you. So they've strategically in the past blocked us out of that business. I can't speak to all. I just know about that because when I started on YouTube, I started off as a natural hair blogger, so I know a little bit about the natural hair space. A little bit. I'm not an expert, but I definitely know there's been, like, you can go research it on YouTube, and you'll see like articles, and you'll see like news expos and stuff like that regarding how they have literally blocked us out of that market.
That's crazy though. As much as we be supporting Jet Li, Jackie Chan, and all this Xbox, or not Xbox, PlayStation,
and a lot of
the funny thing is Asians support other Asians. Asians support other Asians. And one thing I want to say, Mrs. I don't want to sound like I don't want to, but when it comes to like blacks and our rights, I don't really see many people. I'm not going to say any nationality, but you figure it out, right? Supporting our causes. But now that we have them being targeted, let me get myself on pause and get a cup of tea before I get myself fired from a job.
So let me mention something about the Asian community. What I noticed about, I used to work with them a lot for many years. Among Asian communities, they look at the greater big purpose they're working towards. They're not doing individuality, either being Korean, either being Chinese, either being Japanese. And I work with them in IT, and I see that mindset. I'll be like, wow, like they don't even play. You hurt one, you hurt the whole team. They look out for themselves. Even in the work environment, they do that. But among the work environment, we black people don't look out for each other. So think about it. So when they control the hair industry, they also control the auto industry. There was a time during the Need for Speed was coming out, when it comes to customizing cars and everything, the Asian community worked together with another different community to capitalize on that market. It got so bad that the auto industry maker had to make a deal with them. Literally make a deal, because you know why? If one thing you buy a car for 22,000 or 23,000, but the amount of money that people make off customizing a car surpass the sales that the car dealership was making.
That's true.
I used to be a big time car fan, and I didn't realize that was the big deal. They were fighting against them, not whether they couldn't get in. They had to make a deal with the customization team. You know, you had more Pimp My Ride, all the different car shop that would like to customize people cars, stuff like that. It was a big community that was working together among themselves. So before the auto industry can get in, they had to make a deal. Say, you know what? We're gonna make a deal. We could come in our car and customize our shop. We give you a cut on this. And there's a lot of these businesses strive because they work at the team. They don't work at individual. They would have been pointing out for years. Like, if you can come together and work at a team with different people, you can be successful. You don't have to be on a black owned. You can be beyond that. The pump, for example, Nigerian fabric fashion. You know the Nigerian native designs and stuff like that. Do you know it's the multi-billion-dollar industry right now? Imagine that. A lot of Nigerians will travel to Europe to go to these tailors, these fabric manufacturers to get the best design, to get the best look, and they sell them in huge bulk. Jetty knows it very, very well. He knows it too well because it's a big, big business.
Well, let me say this real quick, Black David. You know, even with even in when I watched the documentary that Candy Ann was talking about, the women in India, when they go in and get the hair from India, they're not paying these women for the hair. These women are using this; they're giving it away as sacrifices and their way of worshiping to God. So they're not even charging for the hair. They'll sit there and they'll lay there prostrate on the ground and let them shave their heads while they're bowing on their knees. And they collect that hair and they sell it. So you're not even paying for the hair. So you're getting it, you're processing it, and you say, send it to the US. And when we send it to the US, we will make billions. And that's one of the things that throw me when they be like, oh, you know, are you against, you know, I'm against the how it goes financially. When you look at our education system and you see, oh, $175 million last year. And then you look at our hair industry, 13 billion. Right. And so it's like, oh, we look good, but our sons and daughters can't, they're in the sixth grade and they're reading on the first grade level. We're being manipulated. Like, and that's, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole unless I want to, but we're being manipulated.
You don't have to go down. You got to think about what do black people invest most.
Enterprising.
Where it is.
But think about it. It is a very simple question. What do black people as a general invest more into? They invest more into look or they invest more into knowledge and education? Let's be real about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can't
absolutely.
You cannot beat around the bush because I can go to multiple communities across the country and see what they invest in the most. During the pandemic, when they got their stimulus check.
No.
I understand that. I understand you're trying to tell, but hear me out. During the pandemic, they got a stimulus check. Where the longest line they see at the sneaker stores. Or they want to get their latest outfit for want to go to the night.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started.
I know. I'm not trying to get nobody started, but I'm trying to look at the big picture.
Because I'll go there.
Black people will love to invest what they think is best for them, either to look good and feel good, right? But what is more viable to them?
Yeah,
they think it's not that viable at all.
Statistically true anymore. That's just not true anymore. I think the argument is it was real at a time, but with our generation and the generation coming after us, that's just not true anymore. We got more entrepreneurs, more people moving to the middle class.
The younger generation, the younger generation learn from our mistake. They realize what the old generation were doing was a big mistake. They got to know it. We're not going to follow their footsteps. The reason why young generation don't like to listen to the older generation because hey, what the hell are you talking about? You didn't do it. You didn't do it right in your own time. Why should I listen to you now? That's one of the major factors.
Right.
Because I was taught, me and Jetty, we were taught invest in what will take you to further, like invest in your education, invest in your knowledge. So you were buying books left and right. If you see a Nigerian person buying a bunch of books, it's because they were taught by their parents or the people in the school. They what you need to invest in more. Don't forget about the fashion. The fashion come and go. Well, you need to get that knowledge. No,
that's not right.
No, I'm telling you what they were telling us. They told us.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Forget this. Invest in the knowledge. Invest in the understanding. That would take you further. So when you have people beating themselves up, trying to gain all this knowledge and understand and utilize it, what do you think is happening? It's like you building a foundation. You building a house. If you build a house on a weak foundation, what do you think gonna happen? If you build a house on a strong foundation, when the storm hit, it will stay strong, right? It will still be there, right? It's the same philosophy that we are being taught.
Right.
And this is a generation thing that they're teaching us.
Right. So
the thing that you're missing is the blueprint. Planning. You either plan to fail or you fail to plan. And that's like that is so simple, but it's so true. Like if you actually think that everything that you considered a failure in your life, I bet you can always sum it up to I didn't even think that was going to happen, or I didn't even plan for that, or I ignored it because I didn't want to think about it. And I think like it's hard to criticize Black people for not doing better when we've been trained to literally stay in our worst and framed in this. And now I think now everybody's slaves. I think it's a different degree, but I think now, especially young kids, are aware of the control that other influences in America have had. I think they are genuinely disgusted by them. And I think young people as a whole are encouraging that togetherness. But I still feel like they don't know. I think they know how to market the way the media has taught them to market, which is using themselves and saturating the screen. Be seen, be seen, be seen, be seen. But, if somebody's just seen, but they're not saying anything that you like, they're just annoying and they're forgettable. So I think we have a lot of young kids out here who are putting a lot of like their whole life into this effort, but they haven't even really done any of the groundwork or the base work. There's no blueprint. We were never provided that. Like, we've been making our own blueprints forever and just having to trust ourselves, even when somebody else is telling us wrong, which I do want to remind y'all, if y'all feel like somebody's giving you wrong advice, don't get offended. Don't think they're trying to attack you. Sometimes they're just trying to find their own value in their life.
All right, so let's get because I see we got Sheree just came in. What's up, sister? Good to see you, Shug. How are you?
What up,
Can she hear me? Oh, can she hear me?
Sheree,
You got to mute
Hey,
the background.
hey, Shug. Hey, Shug.
Got
Good to
to
see
mute
you.
the background.
All right, and so we're gonna have Kevin. We'll have Kevin Samuels say a word, and then we'll have Sheree come in with what her thoughts are on the matter. Go ahead, Kevin. Thank you for being here tonight, Kevin.
I'd be really looking for Kevin.
I just want to say thank you for having me. Shout out to the CIA brothers on the panel tonight, and one love to FBI women here, feminine, beautiful, and inspirational. Shout out to B Chicago. She had a good stream recently, very rare. Shout out to my sister there. I've been sitting back here. I can tell you from being back and working working in the industry for over 25 years, I can tell you this is like, I used to work for IBM, used to work for all these other corporations, and as image consultant, let me tell you, like, a lot of these Black businesses, they think that, we should just go out and just buy them because of color, right? Instead of just buying them based because they succeed the standard. What is the standard? You might, make the distinction that, because, it comes from a Black business, that therefore it's better. But yet it's very funny how we expect more out of our community, yet we give our own people a discount. Very funny. We don't want to buy full price from Black people, right? When you go to Sir Hale, when he creates his Patreon, you're gonna pay him full price. When you go buy from my image consultant, you're gonna pay me full price, right? Let's say you're going to Beach Chicago, go Cannon Ann. Let's say they're selling hair. Let's say Miss Genesis, she's still selling jewelry. Hey, can you help a brother out? No, get in line. Get in line. And I think that we lost that as a people. Now you're talking about the standard. We have to be win by the rules. We'll take these shortcuts, right? And I understand that people want to be on code and all stuff. But I'm telling you right now, other minorities and other situations where they base more on infrastructure than their color. What is Black infrastructure today? Anyone got the answer for me? Exactly. See, and that's the problem. And one thing I commend on these platforms is that you see here, right here, what you see Black excellence, but more importantly, I see Black professionalism. And I want have what's his name, Justin Timberlake say I want to bring sexy back. I want to bring Black professionalism back. And I think when we do that, I'm saying we'll be unstoppable. I think we have this mindset of us people. We're the most resilient people, the race in the face of the planet, right? It's start time we have to start acting like it in business. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Kevin Samuels. Thank you for being here, man.
Appreciate y'all. How y'all doing tonight?
Uncle Stu, what's going on, man?
All right. Listen, I can't stay long because Auntie ain't having me playing around with y'all till 2-3 o'clock in the morning anymore. So I just got to get in and say what I gotta say.
Okay.
And I'll hear y'all fuss with my answers later on. Candidaten is absolutely right. As
She
far
is.
as
She
going after the economy, got to go after the majority. Second, let me destroy this narrative. I am born and raised in New York City. I feel that's a very degrading statement to say that we as Black people in New York was sitting around here buying sneakers. Sorry, evidently he forgot that Harlem was developing and we was selling books, incense, fish. We had Sylvia's restaurant. We had businesses. So all of that narrative, I'm destroying right now, right here. And I am 54. Now, evidently, he forgot the book, the magazine called Black Enterprise Magazine. What was that? A bunch of African Americans who owned their own businesses and was not only doing national, local, but international business. Now, when you talk about the network of technology, again, we got to destroy that narrative. Didn't everybody see they couldn't even go to the moon without 4 Black women that was in the NASA program? And they all lived, 2 of them lived right here in Virginia. So we done forgot that narrative. Now, so let's destroy this other narrative. We need to network, absolutely. So if I remember correctly, Uncle Stu only got Black technicians working around him. I got an engineer in Texas. I got an engineer in Georgia. I got an engineer right here in the DMV area. So when it comes to Black businesses, it's not what you sell, is what you do with that money once it come in. We have Black excellence in every single area. The problem is, are you tapping into that excellence? When I open up my book, I don't look for 911 white. I said, oh yeah, let me call the engineer by the name of Sir Hale Speaks that's going to deal with my computer problem. Oh yeah, I need a voiceover. Let me call Candid Ann that has the voiceover. Oh, you mean to tell me I need to get some musical track? Let me call Black Men Unfiltered. Ladies and gentlemen, you
On
have
speed
to
dial.
see networking when it's there. You talk about there's a difference between what we're doing in America and what he can do in Nigeria. Nigerian government is running their business. China's government is running their business. They don't have the so-called capitalist free market. Nigeria is not totalitarianly Nigerian run. It is still run by the British. It is still run by the French. It is still run by outside people. You can just pick up any newspaper and know this. Why is it that they need to know 4 different languages? It's because they need to know 4 different languages because 4 different economic systems is going into their country. Don't play with me. I have studied very, very well. So we need to stop the narrative as far as Black people being lazy. We're not lazy people. We're not. And if anybody want to come in this country and call them lazy, let me see you pick that cotton and tobacco and all that other good stuff.
Hey, come on.
Not
Talk that talk, Uncle Stu. Talk
Yeah,
that talk, sir.
we're not
Come on.
lazy.
Come on.
Your asses wasn't running up and down them streets in the 60s. You weren't sitting there when Malcolm X and all of these other Black brothers was in the street. You showed up in the aftermath. Don't dare tell me my people lazy. We was having businesses during slavery and we had businesses after slavery and we still keep having businesses. We do. So my attitude is real simple. If it wasn't for YouTube, who's running Black YouTube? Us. Who's helping Google and all these people? Did we not forget there's a lot of us that work for Google, us that work for Yahoo, us that work for all of these different places? Who is the major mathematicians and scientists and engineers and computer programmers? It's us. So I need us to know our knowledge, our history, and stand up and do right. Trust me, it's written. And what I will always push back on, It's us in the military keeping the Constitution of the United States of America going. It's us. We're no longer the slaves. You got us running what? Our own cities. We're running our own neighborhoods. We're running banks. We have the infrastructure. All we got to do is keep doing what we're doing. I don't see no Pookies and Ray Rays and people trying to figure out how to rob the next man. I see business suits. I see veterans. I see women who are standing up and doing the right thing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they not sitting here crying and whining and talking about anything. What are they doing? They're combining their intellectual mind in order to produce what needs to be produced for the next generation. I love y'all. But I got to get back to Auntie. Y'all can blast me, and I'll see it on the replay. I'm out.
Man, shout out to Uncles too, man. Make sure you drop it.
Yeah,
link in
right.
the
We
channel
dropped it.
moderators in the
Yeah, I
chat.
see. Yeah,
Always helping out your boy.
always, bro.
Always
Appreciate you,
helping
man.
out your boy.
Appreciate you. Hey, and so
Forget that. I'm
Sheree,
tired of him running through here on like a midnight train in Georgia. He not a pimp.
so
I need to attack.
so
Stop.
Sheree, we'll have you go, and then Tommy B will have you come right after Sheree. Go ahead, Sheree. What are your thoughts on the matter? Are you muted? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm borderline like struggle streaming over here. Like you guys are
But
going
she's
in and out,
killing
but
it
I'm
though. She's
luckily when
killing
it
it.
comes back in, I'm catching some gems. Like luckily I'm catching some gems. Thanks, Jedi. But so what I get, so I'm catching some of what everyone is saying, which is really cool. I think no one is necessarily wrong because my take on it is, unfortunately, as Black people, we are just learning what it means to have money and power. We are just learning that. It's something that's very new to us. So thank you, I appreciate that. It's very new to us to have some money and some power. And Candid Ants gave me some information because I didn't know that people were not having the ability to go get into the hair industry like they should. So that's some information that I think that needs to be spread a little bit wider, because a lot of people arguments is why we don't have more hair spots. And Dan said, well, it's not like anybody trying. So it's interesting to me because when it comes to us, I know the question you asked, do you support Black business and, spend your money over there? A lot of times people have the back and forth because we're so new to this, we're learning along the way. We're building this plane. So if you're a new business owner and your daddy didn't teach you how to run a business, you about to make some mistakes that are definitely going to turn away some of your potential customers. So I think a lot of times as Black individuals, when we come in as a customer, we automatically assume because they're Black, they're supposed to do certain things or give you certain stuff, but we're not understanding that they're new to it. Like, I know that it's kind of hard to, I just wish that we would give each other a little bit more grace when it comes to it, because this is brand new territory for us. It's brand new territory for us. So to downgrade another Black person who's running a business, who may be new to this, who may be just learning, giving some kind of constructive criticism and not saying, see, that's why I don't support Black. Well, if you don't continue to support Black, we're never going to continue to grow. We have to grow. We can't, there's absolutely no way. With experience is power. Experience is knowledge. So giving each other the opportunity to really experience each other when it comes to building our careers in the field of entrepreneurship or running a business, we may not be all the way new to this, but what's new is the power that we have, the infrastructure that we're building now, the seats that some people are in, I give it to you one way, and you can have your opinion one way or another when it comes to you can have your opinion one way or another about this man. It's I'm using him as an example, not to say that he is the answer, just to say, to give an example of where we are as Americans. We just had our first black president. That's letting you know where we certain things, certain powers, certain stuff are just coming our way. Certain things are just coming our way. Now, some people believe we don't have power. I think because we haven't learned how to use our economics like we should. We haven't learned to pay attention to certain politics like we should. And it's also unfortunate because that this country was built off it not being for us. We had to get out of a game, build a game, and then really try to embody a game, because we were snatched from a whole nother different game. So we're coming from a place where a lot of things that are in our grasp, we're just learning how to use it, because we haven't seen this many black billionaires. It was just Oprah for a long time. What the hell? We got Jay-Z now, and we got all these other billionaires. We are just now seeing more black and Latinos when it comes to the Supreme Court or any other council. We have never seen that. A lot of these things, there was always just a token. Now there's more than one. What are we going to do with it? There's more entrepreneurs. What are we going to do with it? And I think the fact that some of us still think we don't have any power, I think that's more of the problem. Because money is power, and we got some money now. We got some money.
Anybody
So that's just my opinion. I think we need more grace.
Thank you so much for coming by, sis. I appreciate anybody want to respond to what Sheree said?
Yeah, I don't agree with what you said at all. I just think that when it comes to business, we're not new to this. Like, I think we gotta, like, this is why I push back on this. Like, just in slavery, we were in what's the lady? I think her name was Madam C.J. Walker.
Yeah, yeah.
When you go back and look at our history, we found a way to hustle. We found a way to be entrepreneurial, even if it wasn't nice looking, even if it was ugly. We found a way to be industrious as a people. So we're not new to this. I think the thing that it's two things that we forget. No one owes us anything in business. We don't owe us. No one owes you in business. You have to have something that people want, and it's got to be good. Here's the other thing that and this is just my perspective. We suck when it comes to customer service. So we want people to bestow upon us, I'm trying and I'm growing, but we don't give that equivalent customer service. Like I'll give you an example. When I frequent, ask my wife, last year I spent thousands of dollars supporting small business. So if something cost $100, I gave them $200, right? I tip very well. I've noticed that people want the money, they want the stability of the Black income, but not the stability of the great customer service. And I think that's one of the things we have to address, because we want people to give us grace to grow, and we're not growing. Like the grace is to grow, but it's to grow. And I think we want too much understanding and not enough. We don't put enough work to be excellent and to give an equivalent service that justifies the grace we're talking about.
Right.
So let's push back on that. We're not new to this, and we got to upgrade our customer service because it sucks. It's just culturally.
I don't think our customer service sucks. I think white people and Black people and all of them are the same. I've literally
go to your nearest Popeyes and McDonald's.
I've literally been yelled at more by Indian person than I have any Black person in my life in any business.
The devil's a liar.
But when I come in, I set the tone. I say, "Hey, how are you doing?" Because I'm good at customer service. I started my life raising donations for a company called Heritage for like 10 years. So, I had to call these businesses and convince them to be nice enough and charitable enough. But I grew up in an environment where you're always selling yourself.
Why is it your responsibility?
You don't,
Why is it your responsibility to basically somehow train the business how to have good customer service? Like because you were saying that because you're a nice person, you kind of make them be a nice person. They should be the nice people from the get-go.
Why are we expecting people to be on a
because you're in business?
I mean, just because I want your business to be successful and I know some things that could make it be successful, like good customer service, doesn't mean that you know that. So even I can give you all the information all day if you're a business owner from a customer service aspect.
If you don't know customer service,
there's two things. Hold on a second. There's two things I want to say. Why do we have this I'm not disagreeing necessarily, but why do we have this expectation that we're supposed to get amazing customer service always from Black people, but we'll get disrespected from Walmart? We'll get disrespected from every other business. That's every. I'm not saying. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm not saying that we should not have great customer service.
It's not
right?
shifting.
I'm saying that why is that a
and now we
deterrent
want
to
to be
us
treated like
going back
everybody
and
else.
buying from that company if
No,
we get
but for real.
disrespected over and over from other companies, but we'll still go back there and keep buying their product.
And
But here's the key: you don't have to.
Hold on.
And that doesn't
Go ahead,
negate
Sir.
ours.
Go ahead, Sir.
I don't.
See, the question is about Black. See, this is what we always do. See, notice I'm trying to keep it around Black people. Every time we start dealing with this stuff, we want to say, well, these people do it too. These people do it too. And we go buy. You said the key word, we go buy. You don't have to. So I don't want to deal with the outside community. I'm talking about just us right now. We suck at customer service. And if we're going to compete in the global landscape, we got to upgrade our customer service and quit saying, if we're 13%, we can't act like we're the 60%. We got a harder road and we got to be excellent at what we do so that we can compete. Let's keep it on Black people.
We're not
Let's
consistent with customer service. We're not consistent, especially you.
Not perfect, excellent.
That like
not perfect, excellent.
Right, exactly. Like the whole narrative that you're talking about, saying that, oh, why you expect? We're not even customer service. We're our own people. You think this attitude just only because of only white people? No, even our own people on election ballots in the DMV give me attitude for what? For what? And that's why I hate the stigma on Black women on that, because they get destroyed for that image because the Black woman is so difficult to work with because it's stuff like this. It's like that they're put in that position, and unfortunately we're not breaking that narrative to best our ability. We're not. That's where Sir Hale's coming from. Even the micro level, there's some things in terms of business. Even 7 seconds of you coming to a customer, you can attract their attention. But even then, you also could lose your business with that just based off your tone, your attitude, regardless of race, regardless, right? And yes, you can pull out video of just someone just being directly nice to them and them just shucking some soup on you at a Starbucks. You know the video I'm talking about. They're the same thing. This happened with white people. So that I can't accept that, Lance. I can't.
I mean, what I'm saying is when I come in, I don't see you as a Black customer or a Black owner. You're a person who services me. If you care about your business, you will treat me with respect. You will check your tone. You will give me smiles. I want excellent customer service. If you don't, I'm going to let you know about yourself. I don't care if you're green with a club foot. It really doesn't matter to me because I deserve it. And your business deserves it. And just because you don't know what your business deserves doesn't mean I'm not going to let you know what I feel like I deserve. I mean, it literally doesn't take a shade of color to treat somebody with respect and to treat your business with respect. You're setting the tone for your business. You don't care enough about you. You don't care enough about your business because you don't know enough about everything that makes a successful business. If you don't know that good customer service will always be good for you, then you're an idiot and you should not be in business. Black, white, brown, I don't care if you're a cat. If you don't know how to meow right, then get to the litter box and get the shit.
I think it's about community, though. I think Sir Hale's point.
I don't know what that meant, but that was great.
But also we have to recognize it's important to ask though, why are these people like this? Why? And it's not just like I've been disrespecting more about white people, white owners.
No.
Me personally. Now,
this is business.
I come from a different town. When I tell you in Arkansas, everybody's poor enough that we treat each other with a different type of respect.
That's
Trust me,
Dallas, your environment. That's a choice.
Yeah, that's the thing. No, it is, but it is about environment, and we still kind of
choices outgrow about your environment. That's the thing. I'm so sick and tired of us giving that excuse just because we're in a situation we're in. Therefore, we just cannot exemplify making better decisions. Just as you see a dude. No. I'm not finished.
That goes back to K's point, asking why should I set the tone? I'm really not joking now. I'm really not finished. You have an opportunity to control your environment by being rooted in the person that you are and exhibiting what you want.
But you choose to be in business and how you conduct yourself, regardless whether the world does not owe you and me understanding. That you cannot understand that in terms of business, how we conduct ourselves is the fact that we are in terms of customer service as a people. That's what I'm saying with Sir Hill. Forget what other communities talking about. Forget them. What about our own house?
You said forget them.
I could go worse, but
that's the thing. I want you to understand how important.
Forget anybody when you're in business. You can't. You never know who's going to be the person that saves your life, saves your business, saves your finances. You don't know who that person is you're talking to. So that's why you treat everybody.
So you're not wrong on what you're saying.
Sir Hill wants to respond to you. Go ahead, Sir.
Lance, you're not wrong on what you're saying. But if we can't fix a problem and include everything. We got to hone in on something, and just for this segment, we're honing in on customer service. I'm telling you, I've done tests just to see if I'm crazy. I've gone into different, and I won't say the establishments, but I would go in with a certain suit on to see if I would get treated a certain way. Go in with a hoodie so if I get treated a certain way by my own people. And I'm telling you, our customer service sucks. If you look like you got money, so we're talking about treat everybody kind. If you look like you got money and you're gonna spend it, then they'll respect you. If you come in as a regular guy, and I've done this, I put on a suit and I spent $10. Hoodie, I dropped a couple hundred just to see how they will respond. And just collectively, when I go to some place else where they understand that I don't give a care how they look, I want them dollars. So if he's got on a hoodie and some jeans, and he looks like he's going to spend money, let me give the customer service up front to make sure I got it. What we do is we size each other up, because what we do as our culture, as our Black people, we look and say, oh, he's got a suit, and we judge a person's status by what they got on. And we have no clue that some of the most richest people got on an old pair of Levi's, a polo shirt, and some run over shoes, because we judge people on the external. So when we talk about customer service as a collective, we got to get better in not sizing people up based off of how they look, but having a conversation, because a conversation can let you know whether or not a person got it or they don't.
I'm sorry. While I agree with you, everybody does that. When I go to work, when I was working in the financial field,
we're talking about the Black community that is 13%, and we're trying to compete.
We're part of America. We're not exclusive. We're still the same human being with the same. We do similar things as human beings. We're not like in the way that we act.
Why is that?
That's like saying I'm a mom and pop shop, and because Walmart can get away with stuff, I should be able to do it too. We are not Walmart yet. Like I don't understand why we're not getting this.
I go to a business. When I was working in the investment banking field, I used to work for Lehman Brothers. I worked for Goldman Sachs. I worked for all these Fortune 500 companies. There's an expectation that I'm going to come there looking a certain way. Otherwise, I get treated a certain way. I can tell you that I would go to work and I would dress a certain way, even having my hair natural compared to my hair straight, I would get treated differently.
You're going to a
human thing that we do.
There's a difference.
Say again. Why are you over talking me, Kevin? Stop over talking.
That's that bullshit. That's what you're not going to do, ma'am. No. But no, seriously, there's a difference when you go into a Michelin star restaurant, which they will refuse to serve you if you don't come with proper decorum and attire. However, the DMV is totally different. Election ballots are totally different. McDonald's, Popeyes are totally different.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Where's the disconnect at? Because you know what? What's going to happen? One of y'all going to go to a restaurant and go to Wendy's or go someplace and get treated this way, and my voice going to be in your head talking about customer service.
Yeah,
I'm looking for the next show, Black man.
Exactly where the disconnect is.
So Tommy B,
the disconnect is the difference between thinking about I need to get this business and keep it in the black for a month, and I'm about to start investing in the Black enterprise, in my company. If you knew that every single person
you would never get there, you have global customer service. That's a macro position.
As a business owner, if you took seriously as a business owner and as a consumer that every interaction you have in life, like we used to be raised.
I agree with that.
Mama used to raise us. That was our community. Respect. We had respect. We had a loyalty. We had a commitment to each other because we were all we had. Now we are in a free enterprise market where we finally have access, not full access, but access to the knowledge.
So let's Tommy
But
B's
do
been
we
waiting.
take
So Tommy
advantage
B,
of the access to the knowledge?
absolutely. So
we don't even know what the knowledge is yet, and that's why we have these kind of platforms.
So let's get Tommy B's comments, and then we'll get Nathan Daly in here because I know he's been over there shaking his head, and so I got to get him in, and then we're gonna have Genesis come in as well. So we'll be Tommy B, Nathan, and then Genesis. Go ahead.
Let me mute.
Super chat, y'all. Making sure you drop.
I mean, just going off of this last conversation, I find it hilarious how we expect more from a small business than we expect from a conglomerate like Walmart. That's the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, if anything, we would expect somebody with that much money to be the most professional than somebody that's starting up. Overall, everybody should give you good customer service. Absolutely. But what's funny is if you'll go into a store, usually the bad customer service comes from the employee, not from the owner. And so I think kind of what Ken and Ann's point is, we'll go through 50 experiences with these white companies, these huge companies or whatever, and we'll continue to go back. And then 1 or 2 experiences with a black, and it's, oh, that's why I don't deal with black people, da da da. And I think that's where she's coming from. You can shake your head, but that's exactly what the fuck happens. It doesn't take you that much. It doesn't take you that much of a bad experience for you to stop fucking with a black. Like, we've all seen it. Literally, if they look at you the wrong way, that's why I don't fuck with black. Like, that's literally what happens. Again, should everybody give you, good customer service? Absolutely. It's common sense. But look at Gucci, directly disrespected us, and it was still a line of niggas out there. Still a line of niggas out there. Boosie had to go through there and tell all them niggas they was dumb as fuck. Why? Because they pretty much they got what you want or whatever. But I personally think, as far as the topic, I think it's kind of a facade, because I think we do support our businesses a lot more than what people give credit towards. I think because we're so vocal about bad experiences with black businesses, I think it seems like we don't support black businesses, and that's kind of why we kind of have this what do you call it? Like this stigma that black people don't support black businesses. I think we actually do. I personally, it's a dude named Devlin Carter, and he went on the Breakfast Club, and he's an independent shoe designer, shoemaker, whatever. And I heard his story on there, and literally have not bought a pair of Jordans ever since. Bought nothing but his shoes. So I think it's a lot of, and I think majority of his, and he's making a pretty good dime right now. Pretty much every time he releases shoes, it's sold out for the most part every time. His line is called SciaCollective.com if anybody want to go check it out, whatever. Sci_collective on Instagram or whatever. But some issues right
Drop the
here.
link in the back. Drop the link.
Yeah, it's like he got solid stuff made in the same factories as Nike and stuff. And you know what I'm saying? Everything from shoes, the pants, the shirts, the underwear, the socks. Literally, you could be head to toe black on. So, I just think I think black people do support black businesses. I think we're quicker to stop messing with them because of these stigmas that we kind of place on black businesses. Again, I think a lot of the times, and I'm not going to sit here and try to sugarcoat and act like, you don't have bad experiences at black places of business. I'm not going to act like that. But what I'm saying is, if I go into a business and I have a bad experience with an employee and not the owner, I'm not going to put that on the whole establishment. That's what we do as a people, is if we have a bad experience with an employee, we'll put it on the entire we'll still go back to that McDonald's. We'll still go back to that Wendy's. We'll still go back to that Walmart. We don't go, I'm never shopping here again, yada, 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 because I had a bad experience with this employee. And I think that's where Cannon M was coming in with how we treat black businesses.
So Tommy, I think the only pushback that I have, so I agree with you about the stigmatization, like that we shouldn't stigmatize a whole group of people. But the only flaw in your argument is you're talking about a company like Walmart versus a small mom and pop, right? So in that example, right, if you have a small mom and pop black owned business that has that let's just say they're rude, and you have Walmart and they're rude, right? I'm going to go to Walmart because Walmart does what Walmart does, and they're going to undercut them. The prices are going to be cheaper. I'm going to be more willing to deal with them. And I don't think you can compare that, because if you're talking about a smaller business, you do expect more from them than you do the bigger company, because they're competing with a bigger company. They have to outperform them in order to actually compete, or else they're going to lose business.
And they have more to lose. They have more to
Then
lose.
stop acting like you standing on some kind of moral shit and just say, okay, I'm gonna go with them because they cheaper.
No, I definitely want to say this real quick.
But I never made the argument that you're talking about.
So we're gonna let
No, what I'm saying, K Solis, that's what people stand on is, oh no, they treated me like this. I don't like it. I'm not messing with them no more. When exactly what you just said was, when they was able to give them that price at a certain price, they absolutely would go back.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think you should walk away and say, just because their skin is black and they were rude, I'm not supporting, black people or anything like that.
But who's doing?
Right. Hey, Sir L, hold on, Sir L. Sir L gonna cook in a minute. So Nathan Daly, man, welcome back to the platform, man. Good to have you back. We're gonna let you cook, and then Genesis, and then we'll let E-Man cook a little bit. But I know Sir Hell is balling right now, so I got. But go ahead, Nathan.
Hey, no, I appreciate you having me again, and shout out to everybody on the panel. There was a lot said. I kind of got on a little late, but kind of want to double back because a lot was said. And then I also want to speak to some experience, because I think that's really important. I know it's one thing we have experiences dealing with businesses, and then there are some of us who have experience dealing with businesses behind the scenes and seeing what's actually going on with our entrepreneurs that are African American, and what are they doing. I think the question is, what is the mindset? What is the mindset, right? Because honestly, that's where the issue is. It's not so much because we're very capable. And I know the beautiful lady here, she stated that, hey, we were just now learning these things. We're just getting to this point, but you guys, we are highly educated people. We're highly talented. We're highly skilled. We have the money. We have the resources. We don't have the right intentions. And again, one of the biggest problems with our community is that we're not willing to die on a sword for the generation coming up after us, right? And you got to remember, our counterparts do this all the time. They're willing to put it all on the line for the next generation. They're willing to be the martyr for the next generation. We don't have that in us. We're not willing to die for our people. And if you don't have that pride being African American, then we're going to fail, you guys. I've said this on a previous channel, that this whole thing is not about race. It's not about racism. It's not about white supremacy. Those things are an illusion, And if you understand what's going on, then you understand that these things are all social constructs, right? To divide us. This whole thing is about money and power. It's about economics. Someone has to be at the bottom, right? And it's black people. And power can't be created or destroyed. It has to be either given or taken, you guys. And we are playing a game that we don't understand. Well, we understand how it's supposed to be played. We don't want to play it properly. This is a race between races. All the other races in this country are playing appropriately, except for us. We're not playing on the same team, And so this is a race between races, and black people are the only ones riding benches, complaining, not willing to put in the work. You look at Martin Luther King, he said, look, 365 days it took to do a boycott. Do you care more about my skin color than you care about this money that I'm about to hand you? And that's what it's always been about, you guys. So the biggest problem, listen, I spoke to prominent celebrities. And you guys don't know this about me. I know I'm new to YouTube, but I'm also into business. And I had a chance to sit down and talk to one of these celebrity stars, or reality stars, or whatever you want to call them. You guys, I'm here in Atlanta, so I run into them often. And I asked her, she's doing some hair stuff. You know, she's doing some hair stuff. And I said, hey, listen, you have a platform. You got 1 million followers on Instagram. Everybody watches you. You have all these young women who aspire to be like you for whatever reason. But here you have an opportunity to do something very epic within the Black community, like create a hairline chain, right? Like a beauty supply chain. And I said, you know, you want to do hair, you want to do makeup and all that kind of stuff. Cool. I said, everyone's here to support you. I said, what if you were to start your own beauty supply store chain? You educate young Black women and Black men who are interested in the business. And then what you do is you have them duplicate the process you're doing, right? Franchise it throughout our communities, and then actually starve out the businesses that have no business in our communities in the first place, right? Why don't you do something like that? Because you have the access, you could do it, you have the network. And she said, you know, I'm not interested in that. You know, it's easier for me to make money online, you know, and this again is the problem. And the lady right here, she also stated about, you know, our Black billionaires and things like that. Like, for example, Jay-Z, you brought up. You know, what's interesting about Jay-Z, he created Tidal, you know, and he built it. We supported him. And then he sold it to Twitter, right? He sold it to a white man. So the problem isn't the problem, you know, and again, if we talk about the gentleman who did Black entertainment television, he built it.
He purchased Tidal.
He did what?
He purchased Tidal. He didn't create it. I just want to correct that.
Oh, okay. Well, shoot. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And then, well, you know, he championed that, right? And then he sold it, right? So, and I didn't know that before, but thank you for that correction. And then so Black entertainment television is another example. You know, that was a very key. And look at Oprah. Oprah, same thing. She sold like almost all the shares to the OWN network.
Yeah, she only owns 10% now.
So here we are. The biggest problem in the Black community is we can't get accurate information to educate our people, right? This is the problem. So every time we get our foot in the door, we get strong, we sell out for money, you know? And so this is the problem. You know, we are having an issue being, we don't want to sacrifice. You know, we're so into and so invested into money that we're not willing to do what's the greater good for the entire community. As individuals, we're doing good, right? As individuals, we're doing great. But then as a whole, we can't get the things that we need to actually progress as a community because we're not supporting one another. And the gentleman, Sir Harold Speaks, is absolutely correct. You know, you guys, I've invested, I've done a lot within the Black community for 13 years, and I see it all the time. The quality, you know, we put dollars over quality, you know, and I always say this at the end of the day, we know we're not talking about all businesses, all Black businesses. The gentleman earlier was expressing, he's like, hey, when I'm dealing with people, I'm doing this and doing that. Yeah, but the problem is not the exception. We're talking about the rule, right? What's the consistent thing that we see? I've been to a lot of Black businesses, and again, it's the issue is always professionalism. You know, it's always professionalism. You know, we have situations where people, I've met business owners who started beauty supply chains and they get choked out by Asian supply chains, right? They say, hey, look, we're going to only support our own. We're going to choke them out. Now, listen, here's the problem. These people don't even use any of these products. They can't use these products on their own hair, on their own skin. They choked us out of our own industry and we allowed it, right? We allowed it. How does that happen? How disrespectful is that? How disrespectful. Shame on us as a community. Shame on the women, because I can't use half them hair products. So ladies, it's on you guys. You know, the question is, how do we circumvent around people who are actually cutting us out of our own stuff, hair, makeup, nails? We own nothing. You know, we spend the most money. We have the money to spend. We're too lazy to create businesses to support one another. It's laziness. It's not that we don't know, because I taught myself how to trade stocks online on YouTube, right? 3 years ago. So you can't tell me we have the most information in front of us. There's no excuse. Absolutely no. We are in this position because we want to be. It's comfortable. Listen, I tell people all the time, we are addicted to the idea of white supremacy. Okay? This is the problem.
Nathan preaching that. He preaching right now, y'all.
You know, nobody is supreme over us. Right. How did they even sell you that? How did they sell you that? You know, so we have to wake up and say, what is the real issue? I remember Mother's Day a couple years ago. I took my mom and my sister out. We went to the cleaners. We went to the dry cleaners. Asian man was working. We went to the gas station. It was an Arab man working. We went to the nail supply. After hooked them up, get their nails done. Right? It was Asian people, and then so went to the beauty supply. We spent the whole day spending money, and not one of those dollars went in the hands of a black person. Make it make sense.
Can we pass the offer? Nathan just came in here and spoke the language of my heart.
Yes.
I was going to push back a little bit on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
I was going to
big
push
time.
back a little bit. So when you're talking about big business, like you're talking about with the Jay-Z's and the Bob Johnsons, that's what they do. No matter what race, you buy businesses to build them up to eventually sell them. So, and I say that because I kind of felt the same way you did when Jay-Z sold Tidal. And I think part of the reason why I felt that way was because he marketed it as this is ours, yada, yada, yada.
Correct.
But
Correct.
That's technically what businesses do is they build them up, because what you don't want to do is hold that thing when it drops back down. So you build it up till you pretty much feel like it's almost maxed out, and then you sell it. Same thing like with dude from MySpace, Tom from MySpace. Built it all the way up, sold it, and now that thing only worth, I think, 10% of what it was when he sold it. So that's the only part that I think I would push back on you with that is when you get to that kind of bit. I mean, I think we're more talking about kind of like smaller businesses, but when you get up there to them, you know, hundreds of millions, and that's literally what they do is they purchase these companies, build them up, and then sell them. That's literally the business model.
And I got a lot of pushback on that, but I'm gonna let Genesis
I'm gonna let you
back.
I want to hear what you have to say, brother. I want to say something real quick about that, though. And I can't see anybody's name, so I apologize. But
my bad. Go ahead. Here you go.
All right. So Tommy, what you were saying, you're absolutely right. Like, that's the nature of business. Like, I understand that. I don't get offended by it. What Jay-Z did, though, he tried to market he marketed to the black community, right? That was very divisive. Right, that was disingenuous, you know. And listen, I understand business. I don't take offense to it. The problem I have, the only problem I have is that we can't afford to give up any leverage. We don't really have any, right? So it'd be different if we had a lot of people in the space. Look what happened to your boy.
We do have leverage, though. Stop saying we don't have leverage. We have unbelievable leverage. I'm gonna wait. Yes, we do.
We have leverage. We have leverage. We don't use it, though. You're absolutely right. We have, honestly, brother, we have all the leverage. God forbid, listen, God forbid if black people decide they want to leave this country and go, they wouldn't let us leave. This country would fall apart. Look at sports and entertainment. We dominate. Listen, this country would fall apart if we leave. We have all the leverage in the world. We are misusing it, right? When a man can come on here and say, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. This is the problem.
Wow.
It's not that we don't have leverage. We have all the leverage. A day without an African American, this country would fall apart. They have to get us to believe that we are not superior. They have to. They got to sell it, and they sell it through racism. They sell it through racism because it keeps us distracted from the real problem. If they ever, the reason why they'll never give us reparations is because they need us fighting an imaginary ghost. Right? They need to, because if they ever gave us reparations, black people would be like, hold up, our situation is still the same. And then now we have to lean on the reality that all these problems that we have are self-inflicted. At this stage in the game, it's self-inflicted. Now, when it comes to business, that's how business is supposed to work. But what are black people looking at Jay-Z? They're saying, hey, we thought you were here for us.
But hold on, Nathan. Let me give you pushback on that, because what he sold it more than race was for the artist. And he actually made a bunch of black artists money because he had them invest in Tidal. And then I think he actually even had the splits to where they made more. I think it was like the second most of all the streaming services they made off of their streams from Tidal. But it was more marketed towards the artists and black artists than to black people altogether. I think black people supported it because they heard Jay-Z bought it, but it was more marketed towards artists. And then a lot of artists ended up investing in it, and they actually all cashed out.
And I can see that. And I can see that. And I don't have any issue. Emmanuel, Emmanuel, what were you going to say? Because I don't have any issues with. Here's the thing, these celebrities are not our leaders, and I think Black people have to really understand that, right? They're in it for themselves. They're not our leaders, But when you call on the Black people for support, and we support you, and then we're then looking for something else in return, people say, okay, we had a Black president, and he's not the president for Black people. So again, we have to be very clear on what it is our obligation is to ourselves and to our community. Or are we going to keep playing this individual sport versus playing on a team? So, Emmanuel, what were you going to say, brother?
Well, let's let Genesis. Let me let Genesis go first because she's been waiting. Genesis, what are your thoughts, honey? Because I know you over there balling too. I know you ready.
I'm going to piggyback on some of the things that Nathan said when he was talking about. I tried to take notes. I got so many things I want to say, but when he said about not taking advantage of the knowledge. Now, I wanted to separate my everyday business life from this, but this is a business venture too, so I'm going to mention it. I live in Illinois. In Illinois, there is the I see Sheree be Chicago. In Illinois, there is the Illinois Department of Commerce and Economic Development. It's places like that, or websites. They have a website that is filled with information. They host monthly meetings online during the pandemic where they're handing out knowledge that's free. We aren't taking advantage of it. I'm a member of my local chamber of commerce. I'm not going to name that one because then that would be too much. Local chamber of commerce. I'm not one of those people who doesn't share information because there's enough of a pie big enough for all of us to get a piece. So I share it all the time. I can't tell you the number of people that I've seen that are calling themselves entrepreneurs that I've invited to a meeting that is free where they can network or even just sit in the room to be a fly on the wall to absorb the knowledge that's being served up monthly. Can't get them to come out. What they gonna make me buy? It's not gonna cost you anything. You don't have to sell anything. This is just an opportunity for you to come in, say your name, introduce your business, tell them what product or service it is that you have available, and they won't show up. But then you say you're trying to build this empire. Well, how are you going to build this empire talking to all of your social media friends who are the people who aren't really supporting you anyway? That's one thing. And when we were talking about the poor,
look at the congregation, Genesis. Look at the congregation. They
It's true. We go to our Facebook pages and we think that we're going to be a millionaire because of the Facebook page. And then something else Nathan said about we don't want to invest for the long haul. We want to build a business today. We want to be a millionaire by next month. And that's not how it happens. It takes time. We'll invest more in a bad relationship than we will in our business.
Oh my God.
We have a problem. We have a problem.
Genesis here.
Genesis took us back to the beginning. So I'm gonna go ahead and add on to Genesis. I love that name. We have a problem where in this community where we want to plant the seed and then eat the fruit at the same time, and it doesn't work. And when you look back at people who have done this, it's generational wealth. That whole phrase for me, it has meaning to it. It has meaning. We have to. The issue is we have a problem. We have a problem with delayed gratification in this community. As soon as we make money, we have to spend it in order to show people that we've arrived. We cannot delay gratification long enough to build wealth. This is the problem, right? This is the problem. We got to be in the Benz. We got to be in a Land Rover, right? We got to be in all these Hummers. We need these things. We're so busy trying to impress one another that we're not thinking about the generation behind. We're not thinking about our children. We're not even thinking about the children, the people that we see across the street. We're not creating plans for the betterment of our community. We're doing it for ourselves, and then we're not doing it properly. So I want to hear what Emmanuel has to say.
I have one other thing that I wanted to mention.
Emmanuel,
in those same circles that I mentioned.
Yes.
All of Pookie and Ray now, they jumped on the PPP. In those circles, they were talking about the PPP before the PPP was public knowledge.
Right.
There's also grants, free money that was available that never made it to the public.
Right.
If they were in those circles, just sitting, even if they were just being the fly on the wall, they would have had access to that information. Let's not forget, they got the PPP. Why not take the money and actually start a business? Because there's some of us who had to bootstrap our own businesses. You had an opportunity that we didn't have. However, they're going out buying designer that they can't spell.
And the problem with that is, even with the business that I started, I didn't even qualify to even get, I got the grant, but I couldn't get any PPP for it. You have people who were creating fictitious businesses and were getting thousands of dollars in our community. We see some of the celebrities and reality stars here in Atlanta being arrested, buying watches and all kind of stuff. And so this, again, during the pandemic here in Atlanta, we were one of the main cities that were open here in Georgia, which is what caused our crime to go up. But when that first check dropped, the stimulus check, it was our people at the mall trying to buy Jordan tennis shoes. And this is the problem, right?
Rather than taking that stimulus check and investing in some stocks,
of course,
when they were at the lowest.
Oh yeah, invest in the GameStop stock that later 3 months later it went up like I did.
There we go, Emmanuel.
Man, look, the pandemic was my best financial year.
Yes,
and I'm not lying here.
Mine too. Online crickets. If we post nonsense, you got 5,000 likes on it, 75,000 comments. You post something that makes sense, nobody bites.
2 likes.
2 likes. And guess what, guys? I want you before Emmanuel goes, I want you guys to address this comment real quick.
That's funny. She said no. That's funny. She said that because
I got a lot of Asian friends, and that's just not true.
Yeah, that's not my experience at all.
I have not heard one person ever say, "I ain't never going to no Asian store. I ain't never going to no white store." I don't think we look at it. I don't think we look at it. I don't think we look at it like that, though. So these black people, I'm not going to this black store. It's that's not what it is. I've never said that. What I'm saying is, we as a people will say that's why I don't shop black. That's why I don't da-da-da. They do not do that. That's a fact. Period. They don't do that.
Let me ask you a question. See, I think where we get it mixed up is we're comparing. I think here's where we get mixed up. It's not not all black people. It's not all black people. It's just enough of us. And I want to focus on the enough of people that makes us say this for this to even be a saying. Like, let's focus on that. And I will say it is changing. Like, I will say it's not as bad as it used to be because we are making these things more aware. But let's just be honest about this. It's enough bad representation for this stigma to stick. If there was no reality to this stigma couldn't stick. Let's just be real about that.
Honestly, I think the stigma has been around so long. I put it like this. If you talk to most people realistically, real world experience, and if you say, have you had more bad experiences than good in a black establishment, real world experience, not the stigma, I don't think most people will say yes. But the stigma makes it seem like that's what it is. And that's where I'm pushing back on. Like, the stigma makes you think 8 times out of 10, if you go into a black business, you're going to face an attitude or you're going to face da-da-da.
I don't think we normally go on with that. I think, honestly, it's the opposite. I think we go on thinking it's going to be better because they're black, if we want to be fair about this.
Yes.
I think we assume that because we're the same, we know that we're going to give each other the best. And when we don't get that, I think it's the opposite.
Yeah. I do not go in expecting my folks to be like, no, it's like, okay, I feel comfortable. I can talk to you. It's not like that. It's like, and
even black people will say it in our hair. Let me give them a chance.
Exactly. You can't expect both things if you're going in. If you're going into that business expecting I can talk to you, then expect them to be unprofessional. Expect them to be treated like a homie. Expect that, if that's what you're feeling, if you're expecting some kind of professionalism that you're separated from there.
My point. Jedi just said it's not like that. As if 8 out of 10 times you go in there, you're not going to have a friendly experience. You just said it's not like that. Again, if you took your personal experience, what you went through, you're going to tell me it's not like that more times than it's not? That's your experience. I can't speak on that. But what I'm saying is, are you really going to tell me if you went into 10 establishments and you expected to be treated that way, 8 times out of 10 or 7 times out of 10, you're going to come out there with a sour taste in your mouth. What I'm saying is that
I think your
stigma
position
is,
in this. I think the position of what you're saying is wrong. We don't generally go. How many of let's take a poll. How many of us have gone into a black business and say, you know what? I see what they're trying to do. Let me help them out. Let me go support this business. Most of us going with the perspective of I'm going in to support. We're saying it's the opposite. We don't go on like I know LaQuisha gonna be mad. We're gonna say, you know what? I know LaQuisha got a stigma. Let me finish real quick. Let me finish real quick. I know LaQuisha got a stigma, so let me go in and support LaQuisha because I already know she got the stigma. So we going with a different mindset. And that's not even just black business, that's with any business, right?
You can't say that when you say, I'm going there thinking that I'm going to have this type of service, and that's not what happens.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, yeah. I don't know what you mean.
Hold on. Let Emmanuel get in because
go ahead, Emmanuel.
Because I want to get his feedback on the earlier statement.
All right. So first thing I want to say, a lot of y'all guys said a lot of good things, but y'all also said a lot of horrible things. And the reason that I say that is because I really don't tell too much what I do outside of this, but my job is develop businesses to help them go through the stages. And the problem that I heard is what y'all do. So business have stages. You have an infant stage, you have an adolescent stage, and you have what we call a adult stage. And what we cannot do is compare a business that's in an infant stage to a business to an adult stage, because the adult can do different things that infants can do. See, the problem is people trying to move like Walmart, but they're not making the type of money as Walmart. See, Walmart can lose 10% of their income and still be completely wealthy. So the problem that I dislike. So when I start with a business, the first book I help them read is something that says, "Don't eat your marshmallow yet." It's a book that talks about delayed gratification.
I know what you're talking about. My dad gave that to me. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So that's the first thing is you got to show them, hey, are you willing to be in this thing 3 to 5 years because it takes 3 to 5 years? I really think it's kind of offensive to me being a business owner for you to say, because when I walk in a room, I'm part of the Chambers of Commerce too, but when I walk into the room, you need to do business with me because I am the best. I'm the best there to offer. But when you start saying, hey, we should just give these people handouts because they black people, we should support their business just because of the color of their skin, I feel like that's offensive to somebody like me who's been in the trenches for the last 5 years putting in the work. That's because I'm the one out there putting in the work. And so I tell people this right here is no, business is a blood sport. And I want to tell you straight up, it's like, when we say business is a blood sport, no, you need to get in. You need to get in and make that thing happen. Yes, that's it. You need to get in and you need to make it happen, or you need to go back to your 9 to 5, because business is not for everybody. And I refuse. And this is kind of when I kind of start separating myself from some black business. I refuse to have mediocre, horrible service just because they're black. I don't take mediocre service from white people, Asian people, Chinese, polka dot, orange. And so why am I going to take that from my own people?
Come on, man. I'm black, man. You understand, man. You don't understand what I'm going through, bro.
Yeah.
No, I don't understand. You need to stop making excuses and get out the victim.
Your mama's black. Your mama's black. What are you talking about?
So yes, man. And so that's the biggest thing is that no, we need to get out this thing.
Nathan killing himself laughing, bro.
But for real though, we need to get out.
I mean, this is what we said, all right?
No, exactly. This is what, yeah.
And then the crazy part about it is we want to compare it back when black people could not shop in white businesses. They said, well, back in the day we shopped only black. Well, Jim Crow was the reason we shopped in the black communities back in Jim Crow. Now we have an option. If I have an option, me and my wife, we go to really nice restaurants. And if I have an option to sit down, I don't want y'all twerking while me and my wife trying to have a good fun. No, I control my environment, because what happened is this right here. As a business owner, it only takes one picture to be snapped of Emmanuel Williams in this restaurant with these women twerking. He was with that, and I can lose my professional clients. So my environment is, I said my environment is so important. So if you don't create the type of environment for me and my family that I feel safe in an elegant type way, I am not going to do it. So no, and that's the only reason you buy a business. The only reason you buy a business is to sell it. That's the only reason. We never do it. We never going to be at a point where we say we got to hold on to it for the culture, for the people. No, We do what's best for our families. And if families start winning, the Black community start winning. And that's something that we need to see. No, Emmanuel, you need to, hey, how do you do those things? So I'm everybody know I'm not a subscribing to, I got to do something maybe that hindered me financially for the Black community. That's crazy. We do the best business decision. That's why we have business advisors to give us best business decisions. Jay-Z he said, hey, this is the height. This might be the best of what is going on. This is going to be the primary time for you to sell this. He had people who went to school to analyze business to tell him to get rid of that business at that time. So how is us going to get on here and say, hey, he made a bad decision for the culture? That's BS, and that's my opinion.
Now, hold on. Before anybody say anything, guys, I know if you're watching right now, please hit that like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Please, we need your support and to continue to have these conversations like we're having right now within our community. And so please hit that like button. Please hit the subscribe button. Also, I want to bring into I am Courtney. She's in the comments and she's been commenting all night. And she had a question. She said that we're talking about, the businesses on the other side, but what about this comment right here that she just posted? She said we need to address this. Has anyone talked about when we go in Black business, we expect the hookup?
I did. I
expect the lower rates and prices.
Earlier.
That's why I mentioned that.
And somebody in the comments said we did it, but we didn't stay on it as long as we're staying on this part of it. And so, if we could elaborate a little bit more on it, because Courtney just got here, so can we elaborate a little bit more on her comment about what do we do with the people that come in and say, "Oh, bro, you got a Black business? Oh, so because this is what you'll hear. Oh, since you got a little money, or you acting funny, so you can't
You owe us.
Old boy that I just told you about, he done had celebrities try to get free shoes off of him. He won't give it to him.
You didn't ask him to discount for the Jordans. Don't ask me for a discount.
But you know something? The issue is not one of the discount. Like we need to get that. One of the is feeling entitled to it.
It's the mentality.
It's feeling entitled to it because I'm Black. That's the issue.
Absolutely right.
I'll tell you the truth. Ask my wife. I don't pay full price for nothing. I will find a way. But when I do this from a Black person, I'm not saying because you Black. You know what? Come on, brother. You my brother. I don't go in doing that. No, I'm gonna try to negotiate like a businessman to get a better deal. I think too many Black people think that just because you Black, I should give you a discount. Some of them think you should do a dang near for free just because we're the same color.
Free.
And the answer, and here's what I'm saying for our community. I want us to be in position to where we're so well paid that not only are we paying full price, but we tipping as well. That's what we got to get to if we're going to change this. And that's where I'm at with this.
We're horrible.
Well, I just want to say we got to make
shippers.
Well, the secret to that is not making the customer should never interface with the person who can make that type of decision. Like so, so people don't understand. Like when I do my business, I purposely hire people. People say, "Well, that costs you more money." She can't make a decision to change my prices because I am the business owner. That's why I tell people anytime you can negotiate with the owner, the customer can win. So that's why you put every business, I don't care what you go in, they have what we call them gatekeepers. They have a gatekeeper. Matter of fact, when you talk from a business point of view, it should be a luxury for you to sit in front of an owner. Right. And so the reason that they out there, so the reason that they're doing these things is because we haven't learned the art of being able to put gatekeepers, because we got to understand that something happened to that owner. Guess what? That whole business fall. So we got to protect those type people, in my opinion.
It's the same thing when you have the pushback of that restaurant owner who's have the women twerk, a Black-owned restaurant, women were twerking on the table, say, listen, I created this place for Black people. I will hold herself as a standard. You don't like that? You get the F about my restaurant. And they bash him for it.
But he shouldn't have did that. See, if that was my restaurant, first thing I would have pulled my waiter to the side. I said, hey, we don't tolerate. This is your job. Go fix it.
Exactly.
He tried to. And
the police should have been called, right? That's where I come in.
Can I say something, y'all? E-Man came in here saying some of y'all said something horrible. E-Man, I'm returning the statement. What you said was just horrible. How you gonna put up when somebody is gonna be bold enough to twerk? You can't go see your own. That's something for the owner to get up there and actually make a statement and do what he did.
Exactly.
So the owner of that restaurant did what he was supposed to do. The waiter,
let me say something.
I guarantee that the waiter did try to stop it. I guarantee that the waiter did try to stop it.
But you can't let him off the hook. His first mistake was he was saying he was trying to create a certain environment, but you had twerk music on. Am I excusing them for it? No. But you don't go in there and have big booty hoes on the damn thing and don't expect people to act that way.
So people drop off a cliff now.
Tommy.
Just follow them. Come on now. It's a choice. It's a choice.
No, I'm saying you can't.
No, listen.
I don't normally do this. That's
You
cap.
can't say you're trying to create a certain environment and have Luke playing in the background and don't expect that crowd to come.
My pushback on that is that right there is basically saying that our people don't have enough self-discipline to know when there's a time and a place to conduct it. They were on top of the sofa and table.
No, Nathan.
I can't control myself.
What I'm saying is you're attracting the people that don't have self-discipline to your establishment.
I hear the music. I can't control myself. Like, what are we saying?
No, but Nathan,
what are we saying?
I think it's really important.
Nathan, most people that do have that type of self-discipline, they not out listening to that type of shit.
But I do want to ask. I want to respond to Sir Hell. Sir Hell, when I'm developing a business, it's really important that I make sure my staff know how to operate with me not being there. That's the secret to really being able to create success. So the reason I said that I wouldn't have interviewed, I would say, hey, try to stop them. If they couldn't stop them, what do I do next? I get the police and call, ask them to leave. If they don't want to leave, I want you to call the police because I need you to be able to handle these type situations when I'm on the beach in Mexico. I need my business to be able to run without you feeling like the owner's gonna come to your aid in every single situation.
I got a response.
Let me respond to that real quick.
Nathan, before you say that, I got a response.
Go ahead.
He's got to have the business long enough to be able to afford to be on the beach. And if you got people in there who's bringing the quality of your business, now he doesn't get there.
But no, Sir Hell, that's the point. I'm not saying don't handle the situation. What I'm saying is that the whole goal of running a business is finding a way for that business to run
you're not
without
wrong.
you.
You're not wrong. But that situation, he did what he had to do because he was there. Now, I do expect what you're saying.
Here's the problem.
I do agree that he should have got rid of him quick. Here's
the problem you guys are missing, and this is where my profession comes in on this. What did the business owner do? Which is why I agree with Emmanuel. He exposed himself to civil liability. This is why you keep those barriers. This is why he talks about a gatekeeper. No matter what, he has to stay out of it. He has to stay out of it. This is why top business guys have drivers because they can't afford to get into car accidents.
Big sexy.
You know.
No, Jesus.
Okay, with the struggle pecs.
Okay.
With the struggle
Nathan,
pecs.
can you explain to me a little bit about civil liability? Can you explain a little bit about civil? Because to be honest with you, I would like to understand. Because for me, I know that you're ex-police officer and stuff like that. And when you start talking about calling the police, I'm a little hesitant.
Why is that?
Because I'm from the Bronx, because I'm like, I feel like the police, for me, like, let me back up. Like, for instance, I'm in a relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if the police has to come here for any reason at all, it's a wrap. I'm all here talking about, I've been married for 24 years. It's a wrap if the police has to come here even one time. So for me, as it pertains to Black people, Black women, and calling the police, I'm like hesitant. For me, I know your experience is different because you've seen different, you've been trained different, and I've watched your videos. But for me, when it comes to calling the police on Black women, Black men, and I just get a little hesitant. So just please help me. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right. I'm saying I need some help to explain to me what this civil liability, what you're talking about, is.
All right. So
after you finish that, Nate, I want to respond to what she just said.
All right, excellent. And then Emmanuel, I have a question for you too. You guys don't let me forget this, because I have a proposition that I've been putting together with other nonprofits and different groups in Atlanta, and I want to understand this business concept properly. That I'm actually going to try to push out as an idea. And I want to get Emmanuel, I want to get your input, because I'm I'm a baby business owner, right? Like I don't know a lot, but I'm learning as I go. So I want to touch on that because I think it's something important for the panel to listen to and get an understanding on how we can do business in the community. So in reference to your question, there's a stigma with law enforcement, as we know, when it comes to the Black community. As you guys know, my channel, the purpose of my channel is to help fight that stigma and then create and then bring insight so that we have a different type of understanding. What we also have to remember is, you know, the police get called into our community by other Black people, right? Black people are victims of crimes by our own people, and therefore we end up calling the police to mitigate those situations. I'm 100% for, if you can handle the situation on your own, properly handling, you don't need to bring police into every situation, really, unless it's violent and someone's life is in danger. Is the only time we actually need law enforcement, you know, but we end up calling them for a lot of things that as adults we should be able to handle on our own. This is the problem, right? I have patrolled communities, small communities like Ethiopian communities, Indian communities, Asian communities, and they don't call the police at all. And I've had cases where the neighbor have called the police on an Ethiopian family or an Indian family, and I show up and no one's talking, right? So there's an understanding, you know, and so we snitch on each other all the time over stuff, petty stuff that gets us wound up in jail. And we know that some New York, we have some officers all throughout this country that have some ego problems. So to your point, Candid, I agree with you on that, and I don't disagree with you. But I will say, though, don't ever let a situation that looks and appears to be dangerous, you know, don't let your fear or your discomfort or anxiety for police stop you from, you know, potentially that could be saving and helping someone, right? So I always tell Black people that, like we get it, but if that was someone you cared about, you would want someone to call the police, right? So now in reference to the matter at hand, you have a business. I've arrested plenty of business owners. Why is that? They expose themselves. You know, you can go on YouTube and find videos where business owners have tried to challenge customers, right? And they put their face out there, they put their name out there, and then what ends up happening? People vandalize the business, people boycott the business, people say, oh, okay, you're in the Black community and you're actually an Arab, you know, Arab. And what happened? We had one recently here in Atlanta where a gentleman walked in and they judged him by his clothes and said, hey, your outfit is not appropriate for here. Your shoes that you're wearing is not appropriate. And then he says, listen, that lady sitting right over at the bar is wearing the same damn tennis shoes and you let her in. So now you're not letting me in. I need to talk to the owner, right? He made a big deal. The owner finally comes out and he has a verbal altercation with this grown Black man. I mean, 6'2", 400-pound Black man. And the man was following him. It turned really nasty. You know, then this business owner now has to go online and give this massive apology. He's in the news now. You know, he exposed himself. He's supposed to be behind the scenes. Even if he was there, he does not come out. He's like a king or a queen. They're supposed to be guarded. They're supposed to be guarded from that civil. It's that civil liability. Now he's exposed. People know who he is. People are looking him up, right? He compromised his family. He compromised his investments, right? Now investors are like, hey, you know, you got 2 restaurants. Is this how you're treating Black people? I can't afford it because now they're shutting, they're boycotting your business. We're losing money. Now what ends up happening, now that man who feels like he was racially profiled, right? He was racially profiled, now files a complaint against the Better Business Bureau. Now he decides to sue him, right? Saying that he was violated. His constitutional rights were violated. I was discriminated against. I was racially discriminated against. Oh, you've lost everything at that point. You get sued and you lose everything. That is, and Emmanuel.
But these are 2 different things, right?
No,
these situations.
No, they're not. They're not.
So let me say something.
I'm agreeing about the civil part, but I mean the context for these 2 are different, right?
No. What I'm saying, because if that gentleman who responded to the girls twerking, and we know sometimes our people can be a little bit difficult to deal with, and they decide to splash water on him, or they decide to get in his face, right? And he feels threatened and decides to push one. Then the boyfriend shows up, or the girls get mad and they call the boyfriend.
I'm agreeing on that part.
No, I know that. I'm just saying. I'm not saying you. I'm saying based on experience. These how things start to evolve and escalate. You know, it starts off very simple. You kick these girls out. They called their thug boyfriend. He shows up and vandalizes the entire business, and then waits for the owner to step outside. This has happened, you guys.
And so, and
Amen.
this,
Amen. Before you go,
let me say this one
can I
thing.
say this? The quick thing, just this quick thing, just to this point. Like what I'm saying, the context, as far as exposure, that's the same. Completely agree. I can't debate that. I'm saying, listen to what the guy with when the ladies were twerking. Listen to what he said. Because we're talking about black business now.
Right.
I'm trying to build a business and establishment for our community. That's what I'm saying. So he wasn't just trying to, it wasn't that he was trying to be combative. He's literally, what we're talking about now, he was doing that in practice.
True.
And that's what I'm saying. The context is a little bit different. The exposure, right. But I'm saying if we want our people to not expose themselves, they're trying to build businesses to get to that place is what I'm saying. So he was appealing to that. And that's what I'm talking about.
Right. But the moment, but understanding how to, and Emmanuel can speak to this because I can't, but the trick is if we are going to be business owners, we have to understand there's rules to it. There's a way, there's rules of engagement when you're dealing with things. And this leads to the professionalism conversation we have about in our community. You know, if you're back here, you're at the business and you're working, and then you want to come out and address a complaint directly because you got offended, or you want to make some type of I guess you could say you want to market yourself and say, hey, I'm not going to have this here. This is unacceptable. Okay, you just expose yourself. And so in the conversation, when we're talking about black businesses and what's the proper etiquette, how do we handle ourselves in situations like this? What is the best practice? Because if you're not careful, again, these things can evolve and they can escalate, and it can be very detrimental to you and the business that you're even building. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
Well, I just want to say this right here. So let me tell you this right here. It's a reason that you can't talk to CEOs of companies. It's a reason. Like you can't just go into Facebook and say, I want to talk to Mark Zuckerberg. Because let me tell you what could have happened. Because I'm from Georgia, and let me tell you, our women in Georgia, they can go from 0 to 100 real quick. He could have say this happened. Say, for example, he got to talking and we all could say that his message was popular. Imagine if a fight broke out, right? Not with those girls, but somebody in that restaurant got hurt or got hit by the owner. It's a level of liability there that he's just not going to be able to get past. So that's why I strongly suggest that the police already got a bad stigma. Get them involved. Because once you get them involved and the police tell her to lose, I'm like, man, these police kicked me out this restaurant compared to the business owner kicked me out of these restaurants. It's a whole different conversation. And so you got to understand, every time you get a little bit, a lawsuit is coming. And he really opened himself up to a lawsuit. Like I'm saying, them girls didn't have money, but if he was dealing with people with money, they would have hurt his pockets. And it's not even about winning the case. Some of these things, I'm just going to keep you in court long enough that you run out of money. Your business fail. You lose your house. And so that's why I was saying that he should not open himself up, because I understand. I done seen people build their business at $2.5 million and lose it just because they was in court for 2.5 years. So that's the point that I'm telling you, is that
no disagreement on that point. No disagreement there.
So that's why I say he shouldn't have checked it. He should have got his waiter to do it, see how they function, and if not, he could have been the one who called.
But I think we're assuming he didn't, though. That's the point that I made.
He did. And I went to that restaurant afterward. I went to that restaurant after the whole event simply because my husband supported his message so much. He was like, oh, we're going to eat here. So I went to Texas and I went to that restaurant. And to Tommy's point, although I don't agree with the fact that we don't have self-control, but the music does add. Like, I could barely hear my husband and my little brother next to me because it was just DMX playing in the background. And so I'm not saying that we shouldn't have self-control. I'm from the Caribbean. We have soca music. We dance almost half naked in the streets. I 100% understand music and having fun. But what I am saying is that if you was listening to Anita Baker, if you were listening to Sade, if you were listening to some music that was adding to the elevation of that music, that might have been circumvented. I'm not saying that women should be on people's tables. I'm not. You got no fight with me there. Wrong is wrong. Let me
say why I disagree with that. Hold on, let me just say one thing. The reason I disagree with it, because we tell men, just because women walking around half naked,
talk to him, Emmanuel.
Like, so we can't say just because.
But if I roll up on the side of a police officer and I play fuck the police and they pull me over, what's the first thing you'll tell me? You shouldn't have played "Fuck the Police." You
But
brought
no,
that
no,
on
no,
yourself.
no. But we're talking about how you move from a professional point of view. And what I want to say is, just like no man, I believe this right here. No man have the right to just walk up and touch and feel on a girl just because she's dressed some kind of way. You can't say that these women had the right to act this way just because they play a
So,
certain level
Eman,
of
listen, Eman, listen. Two things can be true at the same time. I in no way whatsoever support those women doing what they did. Please listen to me. I'm just because I'm agreeing that the music should be different does not mean that I still agree that they should be on there twerking. Please listen to what I'm saying. Two things can be true at the same
Candid,
time.
I don't understand what you're saying now, Candid. I'm under the impression you saying because it was so loud, you couldn't. You up there being nice, and you can't.
No,
now,
I'm saying
you
the
can't help
music is
yourself.
ratchet. I'm saying the music is hip hop ratchet music that lends itself to wanting to do that type of
I'm a
nonsense.
musician.
Though I
I'm a
don't
musician.
agree,
I make
still
music.
think they should have decorum. I still
Hill.
think the onus is on the women to have decorum. But
Okay, I'm with you
the
now.
music,
I'm
almost
less
invites
frustrated.
that shit in.
And that's what I was gonna say. When he did his interview and he explained how the restaurant, like the atmosphere of the restaurant, it doesn't match the music that they're playing in there, and that's what I'm saying. Like you're saying, you want this certain atmosphere, but you playing this
I
type of
don't
music.
care. We are adults.
That's
you
her
have
body.
the
That's his
complete
restaurant.
agency
It's
over
a
how you
great
act.
conversation.
But that's called preventive measures.
So women. So hold on. Oh, okay. I like where you went there. So you said,
No, I agree with you on that though, E. That's why men say that to women, 100%.
So
wait, hold on. Go ahead.
Because
No,
there's some
I'm
weirdo
gonna be
dudes
patient.
out
I'm
here
gonna wait.
that
I'm
can't
gonna
help
wait my
themselves.
turn.
And yes, it probably would help you if you didn't dress a certain way. Because yes, there are loony men out here, not excusing their actions, but there are loony ass dudes out here that will see you in that outfit and go after you. So nobody's saying that loony dude is right for doing it, but that's why men make that argument. That's
Tommy
what I'm
B,
saying about that same.
I love you, my brother,
music.
but we gotta have a standard on stuff. We gotta have a standard on stuff. It can't be this way, but this way.
Sir Hill, you can have standards, but what I'm saying is to maintain that standard, don't bring the people who don't hold that standard towards your establishment. That music is what's going to bring that in. We know what music is going to make them twerk. We know this.
I doubt it.
Shout out to Courtney with that juvenile quote.
That juvenile.
That juvenile quote.
Like,
if they was playing Luther Vandross, you think they'd have been up there twerking?
Andre would have been there at the restaurant.
You know, but
that's my point, Sir Hill. That's my point.
I think this raises a bigger problem, and then Sir Hales,
I get what you're saying, Tommy. I get what you're saying, but
the problem is the issue is what did that really show? Because what you guys are saying is, you know, our people are brainwashed. Our people are brainwashed with music. We have no self-control.
No.
That's not what I'm saying.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Did I misinterpret that?
Can I tell
you right, Nate? You right.
Am I wrong? What did Courtney say? Hold on.
It's a real quick
What did Courtney? But what did Courtney just say? She pointed out, if you play that juvenile song, I don't care where you are. Someone's twerking. You guys, you guys are familiar with the psychology, right? Psychology, Pavlov's dog. This is deeper than what you guys are saying.
So Nathan,
I'm asking you guys to swim deep. Come in the deep end now. Come in the deep end with me.
I see where you're
going.
I know
if you can swim.
I see where you're going.
All right. If you can swim, and you're not afraid of drowning, I need you to step out here in the deep end with me just for a little bit. Look at what is Jedi Mike? He in there sweep. Come on, we out here in the deep, you guys. What's the problem? The problem is music is powerful. Music is influential. What did Tommy say? Tommy said he's right. If you don't want that type of behavior, don't play the music. What did Sir Hale say? We should, as adults, still be able to conduct ourselves and know and have common sense. This is not a club. This is a restaurant. Shouldn't matter what we play. But what's the problem? The problem is our community has been so indoctrinated by the music that when you play it, this is why gang members, I'll tell you this, I'll interview gang members and robbers, and these guys will tell you, I got to put this music on in order to get into the mood. Can I ask you something? Have you ever arrested somebody because they listened to the wrong song? I'm arresting you because, let's be for real.
right?
I had someone. Let me tell you, I had someone to tell me.
Nate, I didn't know you done locked them up, Nate. No
Yeah,
lie,
yeah,
Nate.
yeah,
You
yeah.
look like you
No.
locked them up.
I
Look,
had
you
someone.
riding down my car playing that music.
I pulled in a community. I pulled in a
Courtney,
community, and somebody was playing, some
B-Man.
NWA "Fuck the Police," right?
And that's
So then
the
I
problem.
turned back around with Bad Boys and started playing
the
that
problem.
on the loudspeaker riding through the neighborhood. Listen, it's pitch black. I'm petty, and I just keep it moving. We don't have to say nothing. We don't have to say nothing.
I'm rocking with you after that story, Nathan.
Now,
I'm rocking with you after
let
that
me say this
story.
real quick, guys. Let me say this real quick.
I
So
like
there was if you want to go look at it on YouTube, there is a video on YouTube where they had the Color Purple stage play, and everybody was dressed up. Everybody was dressed in their best. Everybody was dressed real classy, and in the middle of that, the DJ went all. I mean, they were playing Anita Baker, Luther Vandross. Everybody was just sitting down, calm, and then all of a sudden, they put on "Back That Ass Up," bro. I don't know if the DJ made a mistake. I don't know if that was the next thing on his
That's a
list.
trolling song. That's a trolling song.
But it Back That Ass Up came on, and you should have seen them damn dresses hiked up. Them damn dudes took their hats off behind their wives. They wives dropping it to the floor. I'm like, oh my God.
Made for. And my point is to the opposite side. If you have an establishment and say you want everybody to just sit down and be quiet and eat. Now, this is where white folks put on I Got Friends in low places and see what the motherfuckers gonna do. They gonna sing. That's what
We don't
the
mind
fuck it
singing.
was made for.
We don't mind singing. We want them to talk. We don't want them to clear off the table and
What I'm
twerk.
saying is, if you have a restaurant and that's not what you want to have,
yeah, what you say?
I don't want you to be twerking next to my Caesar salad.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but Sir Hill, you
in my
belong to
pure
the
water.
church, right? You're part of the church. What happens when you want a gospel music is hot? Like that thing will get you moving. So like, are you telling me that music, like that, even though you're putting on that that gospel music, that you expect people to
I
sit
don't do
there
that.
and be quiet? You know for a fact that music
we
does
got no
make
problem with singing.
See, what are y'all? See, what I don't like about this as a musician, what y'all are doing is y'all are conflating different contexts. If I'm at a church and I want you to be inspired and hopeful, I'm going to play something that way. I do not want you to dance next to me eating my food next to my children.
And that's what I'm
Twerking.
saying. That's what I just said with the music about the restaurant. The point that you're making right now is exactly why I made the point that I made. Because you're saying you're basically making my point for me. If you're at church and you don't want people doing all of that, you're going to play a certain
Church,
type of music, which is what I just said.
At
Right?
a restaurant,
now, keep in mind that I still don't believe those women should not have
Hey, Nate, hold on, I
respect.
gotta ask Nate a
I
question.
do believe they should have respect. I'm not taking that away from them. I'm not saying that they're right for going on there and acting
Can I
like
be
that.
real about
I'm
something?
saying
I want to tell you something. I want to come, brother Black man. I got a confession.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
On
Hold
your
on,
show,
hold on.
I got a confession, y'all.
Hold on, let me give you the screen, Doc. Come on.
Well, give him his. Hold on. Let me get my mic ready.
Play the usher.
Church, this is for real, y'all.
Okay, go ahead.
Church.
Well,
I want to come to you humbly and tell you that even though I'm a believer,
yes, Lord,
I love trap music, baby. I love it. I love trap music. But just because I love trap music, it doesn't give me the right to act the fool when I hear it played.
no one is saying that.
I don't like trap music.
Hold on a second. I want 30 seconds, right?
Listen, I love
I
trap
am not
music, y'all.
saying it gives anybody the right to conduct themselves that way. What I am saying is that we all know that music influences people to behave a certain way. And so therefore, if you're going to want to create an environment, right, that is conducive to a certain elevated type of environment, then don't introduce that music into. Am I saying that the women should get on there and start yada yada yada? Am I saying that they're supposed to do that? No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, as a business owner, if that's not what I want in my business, then I'm not going to even have that as an option
I could accept
on
that.
the table. That's all
can
I'm
accept that
saying.
point.
There's onus on both sides. As a Black woman, I'm never going into someone's business and conducting myself that way. Like I said, I'm from the Caribbean. We dance half naked in the streets. Okay, and I know better than to go into somebody's business and do that.
Hey, Nate.
For music, we love Carnival. If you've seen
I can
Rihanna
respect that,
dancing,
Candy.
we have that
I have
festival in
Belizean
Barbados.
friends. It get crazy.
I participated in that festival in Barbados, half naked in the streets. It's appropriate then. I would not do that mess someplace else. So what I'm saying is there's onus on both sides. It doesn't mean that because I'm saying that the restaurant owner should have changed the music. I'm not saying that all the women are wrong. They're wrong also. There's onus on both sides. That's all I'm saying. As a business owner, I'm gonna have Anita Baker. I'm gonna have Sade. I'm gonna have something soothing, relaxing. I'm not gonna invite that crazy music because I don't want that crowd coming into my place thinking that this is a club.
I disagree because it's his restaurant.
And that's why he got the results that he got.
No,
It could
we
be your
can't say
club,
that.
but if you put your club up on, guess what's gonna happen? They gonna tear your shit up.
It's a restaurant, guys. It's a restaurant. It's a restaurant.
I'm saying.
Yeah, I this is not negotiable to me. I just expect about higher for black folks. I just know that's you just gave them power. Think about it. You're the easiest type of people control when you give them power. Like, yeah, you can be influenced, but like, okay, just that same dude as men, I talk about being sexually disciplined. Oh yeah, well, if some woman have power over you sexually, guess what? You give her, she has power over you.
Can
That's
I
not
say
power over
something?
you. Be stronger than that.
But you understand, it don't matter. There's always gonna be people who don't meet that. And if you don't want to attract those people to your establishment, then don't play shit that's going to attract them. If you don't want motherfuckers fighting in your club, you better not play certain songs. If you don't want to have to be picking people up off the ground, you better not play certain songs. That's a fact.
Hold on. Chicago, she's been trying to say something for a minute. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this real quick. So I'm from Chicago, right? So there's plenty of clubs out here. There's plenty different atmospheres. There's plenty different places to go in Chicago, right? So when I used to go to the club, I don't go to the club anymore. I'm 30. I like lounges now, right? But when I used to go to the club, I would go to one club called Adriana's. And then Adriana's, though, they played the ratchet music. And when you played the ratchet music, sometimes the men would go up. I remember I came in there one time and I had got my booty touched by some dude I did not know. I was ready to fight. I didn't fight because, I was like, okay, I'm in that kind of atmosphere. I think I win again. Maybe it's a fluke. Nope, it happened again. I wasn't even dressed provocatively. However, it still happened. So I went to another club, predominantly black as well, because Adriana's is predominantly black. I went to another club called The Shrine. It's no longer here, but it's predominantly black. I went there, heard some black music as well. Not one black person grabbed my butt. All the black men respected me. We had a conversation. We was able to dance. Nobody bothered me. But guess which one played the ratchet music? Two separate clubs,
but that's
predominantly black. But only one area where I got my butt grabbed twice. I went twice to the same clubs, to the other club called The Shrine, and not once did my behind get grabbed.
But Chicago,
different atmosphere.
No, the problem with what you're saying is when you go to a club, it's a dancing environment. A restaurant.
That's not my point. That's not my point. My
And so
point
does that happen to
is
you?
thank you. However, my point was this. My point is, if you listen to a certain kind of music, a certain kind of atmosphere happens. It just does. I didn't blame the black men. There was different kind of black men in both clubs. It wasn't the point wasn't
Blame
that.
them. Blame anybody who does that.
But that's what I'm saying.
That's not my point. That's not my point.
Chicago.
I get your point.
If you had
your point.
But Chicago, if you had the same black men in two different clubs acting different, we could have a great point. But what happened is that guy who was at that club could have been at the Shrine and he could have grabbed your butt there too. It's the mentality of that person is what I'm saying. And like I said, I'm not saying it's right. He should not have did that. I want to make that clear.
But E-Man, I think the point of all points is what I said to Sir Hill. If there's plain Luther Vandross, and his reply was they probably wouldn't be there. And that's literally the point that we're making. Is literally if they had played a certain type of music, that element never even enters your establishment. That's the point.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something why I disagree.
Customer, though. You got to cater to your clientele.
But in his interview, that's not even the type of customer he was catering to.
But
they had
hello.
kids in there.
But
I think you can understand something. Ratchet people are going to be ratchet wherever they go.
No, this is
Period.
what I'm telling you, Tommy B. It was more than just them there. And the biggest point that I want you to make is everybody wasn't performing the way they was. Somebody might would have just been enjoying the music and was just like, hey, I'm vibing with it. So what happened to the other 15, 20 customers who like the music and they just want to be in that atmosphere?
But
so you can't
still have to, but
man, that's my point that I was making about trap. I like to be in. Sorry, Saints. I like trap music, and I just want to be around that sometimes. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to participate in. Right? You know what I'm saying? That's the point. That's the exact point that I'm making. Tommy B, so let me ask you a question, sir. Tommy B, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, we got a question for Tommy B. We got a question for Tommy B. Go ahead.
What's that?
Since you advocating for twerking music, there, brother Tommy, brother
Advocating
Tommy,
for it.
Yeah.
I'm
just saying, if you at a restaurant and they playing twerking music, are you telling me you can't? Tommy B, chill. Tommy B and chill, chilling. Tommy B,
Tommy.
chilling. You telling me you can't control yourself, brother Tommy?
See, this is what you guys aren't understanding. If I see a woman,
I want a yes or no. If you twerking, if the twerking music comes on,
dress, I can control myself. I'm acknowledging that there's men out there that can't. I'm acknowledging that there's people out there who cannot help but to twerk.
Why do the business owners change their whole business plan? Because
that's what I'm saying. I don't
accountability, ladies and gentlemen.
That's gonna spiral.
Because he's the one saying that he doesn't want that element in there.
Nathan Daly, this is why we need you, sir. This is why we got the police.
Of the vibe of that music. If you listen to what the atmosphere of that restaurant is, it's not the atmosphere of that music.
So Tommy B, let me
Blame the
break
Jack
it down
Daniels,
from a
not the
member's
guy who
point
got
of view.
behind the wheel of a car.
So we should discipline our kids. We shouldn't discipline our kids anymore. Because it's the video games for the kids. It's the video games that's getting them. It's the music that's getting them. It's like we can raise our kids, tell them that don't listen to the music, don't play the game. But as adults, it's the music. Come on, guys, we got to grow up. We got to grow up.
Nobody's saying
I can control myself when I went to both
What are we
clubs,
talking
right?
about?
I went to both clubs, right? I'm the same person. I no longer went to Adriana's no more because I noticed what kind of atmosphere it brought. It's just something that just happens with that kind of music. It just is what it is. Now, do I go home sometimes and play some ratchet music by myself? Hell yeah. But am I going somewhere where it's predominantly ratchet music so I can be infected by that type of atmosphere? No. So I understand that certain people cannot control themselves. I understand that. So I choose not to go or do certain things that can create that atmosphere. It has absolutely nothing to do with controlling yourself. Listen to the lyrics. You know the lyrics is talking about backing that thing up. So somebody gonna back that thing up.
I've listened to that song and I've never backed it up. I've never backed it up and I've heard it multiple times. I've never backed it up and I've heard the song multiple times.
Because it wasn't
I'm
made
saying
for you.
self-control is the thing.
But we
I
can
hope you
circle at
have
this
it.
point. Hey, so Nate.
You see what I'm saying?
So hey Nate, you said you had a question for me earlier, and I want you to tell me not to let you forget that question.
Yes. Let me bring this up. I think this will bring us back to the main back to the source of this stream real quick. Because all you guys bring up really good points. You know, I think ultimately what we can agree on is that we have some people who are unable to control themselves in our community. Bingo. And that's just what it is.
No. In the world.
That's
It
true.
ain't just us.
No, we know that, but we can only control us, right? We can only impact us, right? So, let's be clear. Dysfunction is everywhere. It's not like we don't hold the monopoly to dysfunction, ignorance, and poverty. We just don't. To be honest,
I've seen fights in so many white bars, it ain't even funny. So,
but they don't kill each other like we do, though.
See, this is what I dislike about conversations like this. And I'm gonna tell you what I dislike about this.
I don't. Hold on one second, Sir Hale. Because we got to be clear. We don't. Granted, everybody does everything, right? Again, we don't monopolize drama. We're not here to, people say struggle Olympics or however they explain it. This dysfunction impacts everybody. But when we're talking about the Black community, we're talking about our issues, the things that we have control over. We're not talking about what other people are doing because we can barely control dancing in restaurants, right? So we need to control what's in our home and not what's in everybody else's home. And I think that's the problem at the end of the day, what Sir Hale is about to touch on. So
black kings and queens, and we've overcome multiple generations of slavery.
My problem
and we build
is,
business, but the music, I can't help myself. But
can't help
we've
it.
overcome. Like, come on,
when
guys.
we say certain stuff, we don't acknowledge that it's a human problem. It's not a black problem.
No, it's a black problem.
No, it's not. We
No,
buy
no,
rims. Hold on.
This the
Because we
problem.
talk
So,
all
guys-
this shit about, oh, we buy rims, we buy shoes, and then white boys go buy them lifted ass trucks that they can't afford. They buy them 4-wheelers that
But
they
the
can't
problem
afford.
is, the problem
they
is
blow their money a different way
the
than we do,
only
but they
issue.
blow their fucking money.
No. That's not the problem. The problem isn't that everybody does it. The problem is when white people get the flu, black people get Ebola, right? This is the issue. That's the issue. That things that the normal stuff that affects everybody hurts us 10 times worse. So when you say, John over here and Smith and Tommy, they have a shoe problem too. They're buying up stuff they got no business buying, but they come home and don't have the same type of economic dysfunction like our community has.
Bullshit. Yes, they do.
But
no, they don't.
white
We wouldn't be
people got
having
the
this
same issues as
conversation.
poor black people.
But
What are you talking-
Tommy,
don't
you're
say
right.
apart.
But again, it's too many of us that are not where we should be, and that's why it matters more. So what you're
Correct.
saying is right.
And again, Tommy, Tommy, I will say this: you are right. You're right because there's 60%, right? So of course there's more of them. The problem is we're 13%, and there's too many of us who aren't where we need to be. You guys, we wouldn't be having this conversation if we had our shit together, right? This panel wouldn't exist.
But Nate,
Go ahead.
This is my problem. The problem is every time we bring something up to somebody, say, Nate, I'm gonna use you because I know you can take it, right?
Yes, sir.
So I say, Nate, you need to get your shit together, Nate. You fucking up. You say, hey, but Tommy B ain't got his shit together. What that gotta do with you?
Correct.
Nate, we need to get you
Absolutely.
together. And as a business coach, I see it all the time. People keep saying, well, these white people doing this, white people that. How is that gonna matter in your life? And so when we talk about the black community, we need to focus in on what the problem is, correct it, and move forward. Not keep pointing the finger because it's called deflecting. Every time we deflect away from the community, we don't correct the problem that it is. That's all I'm
True,
saying.
but what Tommy is saying, Tommy's talking about something slightly different, and I agree with what he's saying. So Tommy, I understand where you're coming from, Tommy. So so you don't have to clarify. But we're talking about two different things.
I don't
Tommy's talking about
understand.
slightly different.
We're not
Emmanuel.
doing
But okay. So let me tell you guys. The issue, right? We're gonna circle back around the purpose of this stream real quick, and then I want to present this to you guys because I thought really heavily on it, and I'm trying to put it in the right hands. At this point, it doesn't matter who comes up with the idea. It's just a matter of us actually accomplishing it, right? So here's my vision. The problem, we know what the problem is. We have people who've infiltrated our communities, and we've allowed them in there, and they are reaping the benefits of our dollar, right? We've given up a lot of economic ground in our community. We know this. So what is the issue? I spoke to a businessman, Emmanuel. You have to let me know what you think about this. We're talking about black-owned businesses. This conversation right now is about black-owned businesses and supporting it. And he said that even if someone like, say, Sheree, right? Sheree comes up with a beauty supply or a beauty supply company, and she has only one, and she's the only one in the black community. But again, the black community might be an entire city. She's the only black-owned beauty supply business. And this gentleman told me that the problem with the plan, with the issues in the black community and growing it when it comes to business, is that we're not giving black people enough. I guess you would say, what do you call it? We're not giving each other. We don't have enough of that one business to actually support. So if Sheree starts a beauty supply company and she has one business in the community, there's not a lot of alternatives, right? That are also black, to end up encouraging black people to stop supporting those that are not black-owned businesses in order to support the black business. Is that something that you see as an issue as well, or is there a way to circumvent around that? And then I'll tell you what my vision is, and I'm curious to know if you think it's actually possible. So again, let me rephrase it because I kind of stepped all over myself. We have Sheree started a beauty supply company. She only has one. She's the only black-owned one within the community, right? But technically there's 20 and they're all Asian, right? So the issue this gentleman told me is that the problem is that there's not enough of us establishing these businesses to where the Black community can actually let go of supporting the Asians to support the Black. Is that fair to say? Because that's what he broke it down.
That's not fair to say. So
Okay.
let me tell you the biggest problem with Black community. The biggest problem is
hear this.
it's the consistency.
Okay.
With the Asian community, I know they're gonna be open at 8 o'clock, and I know they're closing at 8 p.m. every single day. See, every time a funeral comes up, every time a birthday come up, every time something comes up, Black people are closing their doors and that business is going somewhere else. It only takes one time for a customer. So as a customer, if I go to Sheree's business and her business is not open, I still need those things. I'm going right down to the Asian place to get it. And so I think it's really a dependable. I think a lot of people think we're not as dependable enough to be able to do it. So I don't think it's that, because the goal is for her to be able to franchise. So if I was working with her, I was like, hey, we need to have you over like so much success, and then we're gonna go and franchise so that you can put another one of these downtown, because the money is not in the single locations, in the multiple locations. But the problem is I need you to be consistent enough. I need to know, right? I don't care about no birthdays, funerals, this, that, and third. Monday through Saturday or Monday through Sunday, somebody's gonna be here to open. Y'all gonna open on time. You know how many Black businesses I've been to?
That's a fantastic point.
How many Black businesses I've been to? I get there at 8 o'clock like me. I like getting my hair cut in the morning time if I can. And so if I get there at 8 o'clock, I don't need you smoking a blunt on the side of the street because I'm going to a business meeting. I need you to be in that chair waiting for me because I am a priority. And so when people start saying, hey, why did you start getting your hair cut by the Asian guy? Because the Asian guy let me do an appointment. He's there at 7:30 and he's consistent. I know he's going to be there for the next 10 years. He's not getting locked up.
That should have never happened.
And so that's the point that I'm making, is that we got the biggest problem is not the black white race thing. It's the consistency that is the lack of consistency and being professional in our community.
Well, can I say something?
Those two things,
because ain't no Asian cutting my hair. So black barbers kind of have they got a little leg to stand on, because ain't nobody going to no supercuts and getting a number 2, bro.
And you know what? I was at work one day, and my coworker came to me and he was like, "Hey, bro, hey man, we need to go try my homeboy. I got some badass hamburgers, bro. You want to go try one?" I said, "Yeah, cool, no problem, whatever." He said, all right, let's go." So I was like, "We got to call it in first?" "No, man, he good, man. They got quick service in and out." I said, "All right, cool." We get there around 12:30. I look around, nobody in the parking lot. So I guess he's slow today. We go to the door locked. He called his homeboy. "Hey man, y'all open today?" "Oh man, I woke up late, bro. I'll be there in a minute."
I was at the club. You know how they Hennessy do.
Like, dude, man, what kind of business is this? I said,
The sad thing is, did you get a burger? I bet it was fly.
No, I didn't get
terrible service, but the food be good.
Man, I didn't get it. He told me I'll be there in a minute. Lunch almost over.
Let me ask you guys this, and this is the vision that I had. Because again, earlier when I was giving you that example, when I took my mom out for Mother's Day and we went to all these different locations, we can go again we go to the grocery store, the nail shop, the beauty supply store, the cleaners, the dry cleaners. We can go to all these, the liquor store. We can go to all these businesses in our community, and none of them are Black. My vision is that, Emmanuel, I want your thoughts on this too, on not only that, sometimes I'm a big dreamer, but I'm always curious about how practical it is, right? Is it possible that in our Black community, say for example, because we don't have this in Atlanta either, right? And this is supposed to be the Black Mecca. And so say we have in the city of Atlanta, we have like a central hub, like a giant, as how they're building these mall strips, almost like a strip of businesses. And in that one building, for the entire community, right? We're talking about whatever, maybe 1 mile or probably like 4 mile radius. This one strip is here to supply all the needs of the community, right? Remember, the goal is to choke out all these other businesses that don't have any business being there, right? And here's my vision. We have this plaza. So you guys imagine this. If you could just, just close your eyes for a second and imagine this, right? We have this one large plaza, this business, and inside that business, you have urgent care center, you have a dentist office, you have a supermarket, right? You have a tutoring place, you have a what else? A barbershop. You have what are the essential? You have a law office. What are the essential businesses that we need? You have a cleaners, a dry cleaners, and then if you really need a liquor store, maybe one liquor store, that's the only liquor store allowed. You know how that goes, right? And then whatever other essential business we need to thrive in our
Come on.
and one beauty supply store. We need a beauty supply store that's owned. And listen, when you have this plaza and all these businesses are going to be franchised, the goal is to franchise this plan and duplicate it for other communities. Duplicate this one plan for other communities, a centrally located business for all of our needs, right? And we encourage our community within this 4-mile, 5-mile radius to only go in this area for your grocery store. What do we call it? We can call it Sir Hale's supermarket, right? Sir Hale's supermarket. And we duplicate Sir Hale's supermarket.
I ain't going over that wax stuff.
Community.
Sir Hale. Sounds
Nate,
like
let me tell you the problem
proper
with
stuff. Ain't got nothing I like over there. Like,
But Nate-
we got to do. We call something different.
Well, all right, well, we call it Jedi Mike's.
Sir Hale, the problem is potato chips.
Yeah, let me know what you think about that. I mean, because to me that's just
Nate, let me tell you the problem. See, the problem is I'm connected to the Asian community. I'm just gonna say that.
All right.
I'm connected to the Asian community, and the one thing is, when they do these things, how many people, black people, you think gonna be able to say, "Hey, I'm gonna commit to this vision for the next 30 to 35 years"? When you talk about the Asian community took over the hair, nails, and all that, they did that over 35 to 50 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
They did it. They didn't do it for one generation. They said we're gonna be consistent. Matter of fact, the Asian women to tell you, if you go to these Asian places that do nails, they like 5 or 6 generations deep of consistency. And so the problem is, I think in the black community, most black people saying, "Man, I gotta become the best in this lifetime. I only can." And you talked about this a little bit earlier.
That's right.
You talked about this a little bit earlier. They're not thinking about this community doesn't survive unless you 3 generations deep. And so I think that's the problem, is who's going to give up? Because these people, the first group of Asians, they lived off minimum wage for 50 years.
Yeah, they died on the sword.
Yeah,
they died on the sword for the next generation. So the question then lies. So let me ask you: is it a good idea though?
No.
Okay, why?
The reason it's a horrible idea, and this is just my opinion.
You're the business guy.
The reason I think it's a hard idea is because we're fighting so hard to go backwards. And I feel like everybody know I don't believe in racism, but how can we tell white people not to bring black people into business? Then we try to push everybody else out. So I think it won't.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but that's not what it is.
I get what you're saying. From a liability point of view, what happened when that first Asian person, that first white person go and try to rent a place in this area. And then now we're discriminating against them because this is a black space. That's the same thing that's the same thing black people been saying to white people for years. Hey, y'all discriminate. So that's
pause 1 second, Emmanuel. Pause 1 second. What you're saying is, again, everyone's already doing that. This the reason. No, yes, they are. Yes, they are, Emmanuel. Everyone's already doing that. This is where the whole systemic racism idea formulated from. Systemic, meaning that they have control over an entire system and they're not letting anybody in. So the idea is that black people can't create their own institutions, their own system. That's not true.
But Nate, they can.
White people
don't want to.
Well, see, that's a different conversation. I said, is it possible?
It is possible.
All right, but that's it.
We don't want to.
We just need to know if it's possible because in the conversation.
Let me tell you why I say they didn't want to, Sir Hale. So, Sir Hale, when you talk about building these communities, it's not about your passion anymore. Do you think these 3 generation in kids in the Asian community want to do nails?
No, they don't.
They
I've
don't
spoke
want
to
that.
them.
It's not their
They don't want to
passion.
do it. Yeah,
That's
they don't
not.
want to do
But
it.
what they have an obligation to their community. I'm telling you, they have an obligation.
I see it differently, E-Man, because a lot of our kids didn't want to braid hair and cut hair, but they had an obligation to the community. And some of those barbershops are standing there because people want to contribute to the community. I hear what you're saying.
But
I
we
think
talking
we
about the
want it.
centrals. I'm talking about. See, I get what you said. I get weak hair. It's certain industries black people never left. I agree with that. But when we talking about the centrals, he started talking about a law firm for black people. He talked about a hospital for black people. He started.
No, I said what I said to address the point that black people don't want it.
Pause 1 second.
Who gonna run the grocery store? Who
Well, that's the
passionate
whole,
with that?
Right. Hold on. Pause. That's the whole point. The point is that no one, white, Asian, Hispanic, is stopping black people from having their own grocery store. We are.
Who want? You're right.
Are
Who
we?
wanna
So
run it
the
though?
purpose, and this is the second piece. The purpose of having our building, just like I can go out here in Atlanta and buy a lot of land and build my own. I can build duplexes on it. Nothing is stopping me from building a grocery store and getting permits. Right? No one is stopping us from doing that. We don't want to do it. That's a different conversation. I'm asking, is it possible? I'm asking if it's a good idea. Why am I asking that? Because here's the reality. The reality is we complain that the white man doesn't want to give us jobs. The reality is it's not their responsibility to feed us. So the question is, if we build our own supermarket, we build our own plaza, which we have the money to do, we have the knowledge and the resources and the skill to do, right? Because who do I hire to put up my security system? A black-owned business, right? Who does security cameras? A black-owned business who does trucking and transportation to bring in the groceries. A black-owned business, right? Who's in charge of selling these foods and these products. We complain about the food. We're eating the white man's food. We have people who have products on the shelves that are black-owned. They can't get in the grocery stores. But if we have our own stores, we can supply and provide a place for them to do it. All I'm saying is, who are the employees to run these business, to actually operate in these businesses? You can hire within the community. I'm saying there's a way.
But Nate, the problem is the grocery. I know this familiar. I'm familiar with this. You know the profit for grocery stores?
No.
Less than 1%. That means that family have to agree to live in poverty for the next 2 generations.
Well, the reality is this, and I don't know the facts, and I'm asking you because I'm not that familiar with business. I'm in the baby stages, so I'm asking you. What I'm tasking everybody, what's the reality? There's two end results for the black community. We either keep doing what we're doing and we're doomed, or we step out and do something different. We step out and do something that was done already in the 60s. The reality is we can't afford not to do anything. And if we're going to complain about it, we can't, again, I say this all the time, you can't complain about other ethnic groups in this country and then beg them to fix your problems.
But Nate, the white people are not our problem. The Asian people are not our problem. Go to Martin Luther King of every.
I agree. You don't have to ask me that because I agree with you 100%. I agree.
Put a grocery store in the black neighborhood.
Let me say something.
You're not. The problem is. Hold on 1 second, Sir Hale. The problem is.
I've been waiting a few seconds. Let me
give me 5 seconds. 5 seconds, Sir Hale. 5 seconds, brother. 5 seconds. Emmanuel, what you're saying is correct. I know that they're not the problem. There are people in our community that believe they are the problem. That's the issue. And by thinking that, we end up circumventing around the fact that it's accountability. That's our main issue. Because just like you just said, we can do these things. We can do them. We have the ability to create it, but we don't want to do it. That came out of your mouth.
Yeah, you're right.
We don't want to do it. That has nothing to do. And Sir Hale, that's my 5 seconds.
Go ahead, Sir Hale.
Yes, so that's exactly what I was about to say.
When Sir Hale finishes, then we'll get Genesis in and Candid in, then we'll go back over to Jedi and then back up to Tommy B. And K-Soul, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we got to get out of this mindset of like we got these old talking points.
Correct.
And this is personal for me because as somebody who's worked hard to come up, we have to fight these stigmas because we keep on perpetuating this. Black people don't want to do this. Black people don't want to do this. Black people. We got to get over that, guys. Black people do want to do stuff.
We are
now,
the
E-Man,
not as a whole. I
Not
get
as a whole.
No, E-Man.
You talking from an individual
I was
point
patient.
of view.
I was patient, E-Man.
Yeah, let him cook.
E-Man, I was patient.
Don't overtalk him.
Yeah, so right. I got to show them what I'm trying to say. My voice. The point that I'm making is that right in any culture, you're gonna have people who don't want to. I think more now of us, of our Black people. This is why, whether we're doing great in business or not, I look at that and say we may not be doing great collectively as business, but there's a reason why we feel the need to start. There's a reason why entrepreneurship is on the incline. While we're focusing more on education, while more of us are entering into STEM fields, you know what I mean? More of us are becoming millionaires. So we're on the right track. So let's destroy the narrative that Black people, we don't want to. Yes, we do, and we got to switch. We got to switch it now. More of us want to do it than those who don't. It's time for us to give the negative people who don't want stuff all the shine, and then blanketing us with that. A lot of us do. We got 10 people on here who are talking about business at nighttime. At nighttime, come on, let's use this.
But Sir Hell, I'm not saying that Black people don't want to do business. They don't want to do the essential business and risk their life for the next generation. I want to be specific. Yeah.
How many people have you talked to and asked that question?
A lot.
How many?
A lot. Like
I've talked to a lot as well, and many are.
Thank you.
So you saying that you know people who say, "Hey, I'm willing to start a grocery store." Like you got
yes,
and they're willing not to make profits.
It's not they're not agreeing to not make profits. They want to start the store.
Yes.
Right. I know people. Yes, that's what I'm saying. We got to change. I grew up. Most of the people in my life are entrepreneurs, barbers, people who own nail salons, people who own short markets, people who have liquor stores. I'm telling you, people who sell T-shirts, you name it. I know people who do it. Our people are, you know what? It's not even the white media that's giving us a bad name. It's the old talking points we keep giving ourselves. And I want us to stop that. I really, the reason I'm harping on this so much is because I don't want my son to hear these talking points and take that on and him think that this is what Black people are. I want him to hear about people who have businesses that they started, people who became nurses, people who spent their time to become entrepreneurs and doctors and lawyers and great entertainers who own the actual companies. That's what we got to start changing this narrative, guys, because it's like we talked about marketing earlier. We keep marketing our self-concept to each other, and it's a negative self-concept. We got to stop that internal marketing, that negative internal marketing first, and then we can work on the other stuff as well. Black people are on the up. We're moving into the middle class. There are more millionaires. We're doing better. We look better. We're more educated. We are on the up. If we're going to call ourselves king and queens, let's start having talking points for kings and queens, and not for what we used to be and what we saw on BET years ago.
We're not peasants, we're royalty.
New talking points in 2022. That's what I'm gonna give everybody.
And you know what, Sir Harold? Let me piggyback on what you said. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the Killer Mike documentary on Netflix.
Yes.
Killer Mike went into his neighborhood and he said for 24 hours, I'm not buying anything but Black owned.
I saw
so
it.
what I ride in, what I eat, what I do on a daily basis, nothing but Black, and he damn near starved to death.
There was hashtag on Instagram on that. Blackout Tuesday.
Yeah, there was nothing. He was looking for a Black hotel. He had to sleep on a damn park bench in the park. He was looking for something to eat. He's like, man, I'm so hungry, bro, but I'm gonna stick to this 24 hours. He couldn't find a Black-owned restaurant. He walked in.
What is it called?
What is it? I'm gonna look it up for you real quick.
No. To be fair, Black man, it wasn't the Black restaurant. It was that the food. The food had to also come from Black-owned places.
There you go.
And he couldn't find that. Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's what I'm talking about. And that's
did
exactly.
The Black person build that bench he slept on?
Stupid Tony. Listen, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. And where is he at? He's where I'm at, you guys. He's in the Black Mecca. Where this is Black excellent out here, but it's Black independent excellence. So when we're talking about collective, can we? And Sir Hell Speaks is absolutely correct. And this is why I said, hey, I have a vision, you guys. Like Martin Luther King, I have a dream, right? That in one day in our communities, we'll have a plaza that we can actually use. We can hire our own people. Now, granted, like I said, the Hispanics do it, you guys. The Hispanics, the Asians do it. No one is checking for them. We go over there and we'll patron their business all day. But in reality, they have plazas, and I see it all the time. Acupuncture, chiropractor, law office. What's the thing where they be singing and stuff? They got that going on. Karaoke. They have a giant plaza and they have their own banks. And we have our own banks, you guys, but we barely use them.
But Nate, I'm gonna say this last thing. I want, well, not my last thing, but I
Take
want to say
notes,
this.
people.
I have to this. I want to make this clear. I must align myself with people with good character. I'm not going to align myself with people just because the color of their skin.
True, that goes without saying.
Yeah, no one's disagreeing with that.
So what I'm saying is that if you got good character, I don't care if you black, you white, you Puerto Rican, I'm supporting your business. I'm not going to just I'm not going to separate people just because of the color of their skin. I think we've been fighting forever for that, and we can't just say we're going to go only black. No, we support everybody business, and that's just what I feel.
I know, I respect that 100%. But here's my thing. We can support everybody else's business when we get our own shit together. How about that, right?
So what I'm trying to figure out here is what's first? Is it what's first? Is it that capitalism and making that money is first, or is it the social aspect that's first? And this is just a question because it seems like we're talking about the fact that we need to be a community and the fact that we need capitalism. I'm trying to figure out what's supposed to be first here in order for us to move forward.
You're right. Those are two separate conversations.
It's both.
What it is.
We'll have Genesis. We'll have Genesis ask her question next. So go ahead after you, Nathan.
What Emmanuel is saying is, I mean, it's right. At the end of the day, we don't exclude anybody from a capitalism standpoint. We're here to make money. But what is the problem? When you go into a nail shop to get your nails done, sisters, who 90% of them are what? They're black. The customers are black. What businesses that you own where Asian people are coming to your business and giving you money?
Oh, shit.
This is the problem, right? This is the problem. What black grocery store do you have where white people are coming in there to buy your groceries? This is the problem. So stop acting like we don't know the problem, right?
Man.
But everybody's putting my business.
Hold on one second.
Man, he just cooked you.
If you open up a dry cleaning business, if you open up a dry cleaning business, I want you to count how many white people, Asian, Hispanic, go in there and patron your business. So this is the problem. So stop acting like you guys don't know what the problem is. Those Asian people work and they open their business in our community and they drive 45 minutes back to their home. So stop playing. Stop playing. This is the bigger picture. What Emmanuel is saying, he's speaking from a business standpoint. We heard him earlier. He said Jay-Z was right. He's making business deals. That's how it's supposed to work. This is true. We're not talking about that. We're talking about building group economics. This is what we're talking about. Once we build up our group economics, then we can play with everybody else, you guys. But until then, we need to play amongst each other. We cannot do that. We don't do it well.
But Nate,
we don't
you're
do it
wrong.
well. We don't do it at all.
All black people that's working in excellent, all races are supporting their business.
And that's
the
fine.
ones I see. So if you're in excellent, they will. That goes against your whole argument. The white people are gonna come in and support your business. The black people, that's what I'm saying. Is excellent is the problem. It's not about they're not supporting. They just don't want second level type service.
That's fine. The problem is white people aren't leaving. They're not leaving their high established communities to come down to the hood to support your business.
Well,
this is what I'm saying.
Open up a business in their community.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. And what are you going to open? A chicken wing shop?
Right.
You're going to open an eyelash store? Are you going to because they have Sally Beauty?
No, both are true. Both are true in this case. I agree with both.
But we're talking about. But see, you guys are moving the goalposts. The reality is, we don't own nothing. We don't own anything.
You don't own land.
I own.
But we're not talking about you, Emmanuel. We ain't talking about you.
They said words are powerful, Nate. Nate, you don't speak to someone these people.
Okay, you're right. Okay, let me break it down. Unfortunately, there's a segment because I got to break it down. Unfortunately, you guys, there's a segment of our community, right? It's not all of us. There's a segment of our community that's not doing so well. They would benefit if we would all come together and work together and practice group economics, right? Unfortunately, there's individual black people who are doing extremely well. Sir Hell speaks. Some of us are migrating all the way past the middle class and upper middle class. Bless their heart. The reality is collectively, we're not doing well. We are not playing on the same team, you guys. We're playing as individuals. This is why we can't pull our votes together and get real reform. This is why we have issues and complain about the police, because collectively we have no power. We can't buy politicians like everybody else. We can't play the game properly. So again, yes, there are some of us that are doing really well. As a group, we're doing horrible as a team.
I'm gonna let Genesis ask her
Genesis,
question.
go ahead, Genesis.
Go ahead, Genesis.
I don't have a question. I mean, it's kind of we're going back and forth. You know, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? What I can say, or what I wanted to say, is that we can talk about this all day, but we've got to get back to educating, because we can practice group economics and we can build these businesses in our community. But if we don't educate the communities that we would be serving, then some of those members of those communities will come, they'll pillage the business. If we employ those people in, they'll sell your product out the back door. We've got to get back to the point of educating. It's easy for us to sit here and talk about this because we know better. But for those who don't know any better and are ignorant of their alternatives, we've got to educate them. And all of us here have a platform that we could be using. If we're going to talk about it, then we've got to be part of the solution.
I'm on every morning, 6:45 a.m.
I know that you're doing your part. I'm saying, for me, as you know, I haven't, you know, my little almost 5,000 Facebook friends, you know, I can talk to them all day till I'm blue in the face. However, I know that me personally, I'm going to make a commitment once I'm doing my YouTube thing full time to dedicate some sort of time towards educating, whether, you know, and we always think of it's too big. Like, you know, all of us, your purpose isn't always to the masses. You may just need to reach one. It's as simple as each one reaching one.
But
Or,
you can't
just
educate
like
people
when we're trying to get viewers and increase our subscribers, you know, tell somebody to tell a friend to tell a friend. Well, let's employ that same tactic when we're trying to educate the communities that we want to grow.
And I want also hold on, E-Man. So before you do that, I've spoken with Nathan and I've spoken with Jedi, because we were
I'm getting the email situated. Don't worry about it.
And so Nathan, you'll be getting that email from him. So on next Tuesday, we're going to do something a little different with the show, Sir Hill. I'm going to get you the information as well.
Yes, we need Sir Hill.
And others.
And so, I'm sorry, Black Man, go ahead.
No. And so we're going to be on January the 25th. We're going to have an entire show on restoring the Black community and correcting the culture. We're going to dedicate the entire show to that, because they were asking for some time to get it together. How do we bring this thing together, right? And so we're going to have all these great minds like Sir Hill and Nathan Daly and Jedi Mike and so on and so forth to come in, and we're going to put these things together to see what
a list. We're writing
what that looks like.
Notepad. We need.
I just want to because Nate said something really important earlier. Nate said
before we do that, hold on. Do you mind if I say something before I can real quickly? Yeah, so this to that point with Genesis, I absolutely agree. But this is why I said we got to stop saying Black people ain't Black. We're not. Every morning I'm up at 6:45 a.m. on my show. If you guys have tuned into my show, y'all know we have a good time, but we talk about some real deep stuff. Tomorrow I'm talking about money because it is going to be called The Best Dressed Broke, because in our community we dress up but we're broke.
Yep.
Friday I'm gonna have my wife on and a couple of others talking about crypto. Thursday I'm gonna do is something about relationships and marriage. I got another panel coming up. Guys, we are doing the work. We just got to change the narrative about Black people got to do and we ain't trying to do. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We know we can make money on YouTube. We're trying to get our subscribers up because we're trying to make money so we can fund ourselves to continue doing the good work. So let's celebrate the progress we're making, and let's stop looking at because we're not doing it this way, we're not being effective. We got to get out of the mindset.
So listen, I partly agree with you there. Like, you know, you're up every morning at 7:45 and stuff like that. But the fact of the matter is, like Miss Genesis spoke about, or even TLA, he spoke about, if you make a video talking about crypto, talking about anything that benefits us, financial information, very few people are watching. Very few people are watching. However, if you make a video about Tasha K or talk about the Fresh and Fit or Kevin Samuels and Black relationships and all the crazy stuff, that gets a lot of views. However,
what we just did.
Hold on a second. That's what I'm doing.
We're presenting a problem.
That's what I'm doing. I'm making a comparison.
Hold on, let her finish. She's making a great point.
right? So
Well,
what I'm trying to say is, while I'm subscribed to almost every single one of you, and I love the fact that you guys come on and talk about these things. I myself, if you look back 10 years ago, I've made videos
She
talking
has.
about saving
That's
your
true.
money.
That is
I'm,
true.
even
Yeah,
though
I'm
I'm
sorry.
new to this, 10 years ago, you can look up my name. I've made videos about saving money, about how to save money, about how to become a nurse, about all these different things. And I'm telling you, hardly anybody is interested in that information. They're just not interested. Now, I love the idea of each one teach one, but where are we going to get? We have to like get on a bigger macro level, as I guess B9 would say. We got to
At
think
the
about the macro
macro
level, and
perspective,
we got to work on edutaining. Like TLA always says, use that Trojan horse to put that message in there, and we might have to play the game a little bit. We got to stop. This is chess, as you guys claim, right? We got to put that Trojan horse in there, and I'm all about like educating and sharing what I know. I 100% agree with that. But the fact of the matter is, ain't nobody tuning into YouTube to find out how to save money. Like, I'm not saying nobody. I'm just saying in general, people just
no,
don't. In general, why?
But Candyman,
I do want to say
the
this.
the
real
guy
quick.
that I literally followed to learn stocks from is a black man. They call him Uncle Larry. 500,000 subscribers. Literally, his subscribers shot up during the pandemic. So
Larry
I
Jones.
heard TLA say that, and I get that. I don't know if it's depending on the person that's saying it or how you
There's
deliver
truth
the
to what he
message
said.
or something like that. But that I've heard that before, and I know multiple. Even a young black dude, Keenan Grace, also talks all stocks and crypto.
that's true. Yeah,
I think
you're
he's
right.
over
You're right.
500. You know, so
Okay, but
I can't
in
compare.
general, when you're talking,
Hold on,
let's
hold on,
not
hold
talk about these outliers. In general, what I'm saying in general is that when you take a look at all the YouTubers that talk about these salacious topics and how many people are subscribed to them compared to the people that talk about educational things, and the amount, if we take a look at that, it's highly skewed in the entertainment aspect. And so therefore, I'm not saying that like we should not like educate people. I'm just saying that we have to play chess or checkers or whatever the damn thing is called, and work on implementing some entertainment and educating at the same time, because I've tried it and people, for the most part, I'm not saying everybody, for the most part, just aren't interested.
But can we stop giving Pookie and Ray Ray's excuses on why they're not winning? Because we keep trying to save them. And the one thing Nate said earlier was he said, I taught myself on YouTube how to do stocks. Like, it's all the information is there. And I personally believe that black people keep saying, hey, we trying to go back, but we need to run so we can catch up.
Pookies and Ray Rays are winning. Pookies and Ray Rays are winning too. We have to give them credit where credit is due. When we're talking about stocks, when we're talking about Wall Street Trapper taught himself the stock market while he was incarcerated.
But
what's winning, ma'am? How you define what's winning for Pookie?
That's another guy that talks finance.
We have to because someone may have made a poor choice.
We talking points.
Someone may have made a poor choice in their youth that haunted them doesn't exclude them from the game. When they're more mature,
that's not what I'm saying. What I was saying was that, hey, the information on YouTube that is there. Like I said, I don't watch Sir Hale's show in the morning. It is there for you to win. We got to get to a point where we stop reaching back and we start running forward. That's all I'm saying. We got it. For us to be able to do the things that everybody's talking about on this panel, eventually we can't save everybody. That's all I'm saying. We got to run forward.
And that's why I always say, why don't we focus on the people that. And that's always my point. But hold on, E. But that's my point when y'all talk about these people that are in these situations, and I tell you that's an economic problem. It ain't a black problem. It ain't the divide or nothing like that. It's we're not special. That's economics. Broke people make poor decisions with their money. Not black people. Broke people.
But why are they broke? They're ignorant of their alternatives. So who's going to teach them?
Tomorrow's morning show is going to be about that. Just so you guys know.
I would say this. Were you about to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Yeah, I wanted to say real quick because I get what everybody is saying. And I understand what Candid Ann was saying as well. Jay-Z was a Pookie. Right. Yeah. So I get what everyone is saying. I think that one of the things that we tend to forget is that in order for people to have this certain mentality is for you to reach the youth first. So if we're going to talk about this, we got to have opportunities for them in the first place.
Yes.
So I mean, when I was younger, I went to after school programs, and there was a couple of Pookies in the programs, and some of them, when they grew up, they didn't continue some of the same stuff because that program gave them an alternative, and some of them don't know that the alternative exists because nobody grabbed them when they were the most impressionable. So trying to ask a whole bunch of adults to come to our channel to learn some stuff when they never looked for it in the first place is kind of naive. We need to reach the youth because that's the only time they're really going to pay attention.
All right, and that leads me
I
into
think the youth is ahead of our generation, though, and even to kind of push back again on Ken and M's point, it's literally turned into an industry of these scammers teaching people about money, and they get so many subscribers that they're actually getting a bag off of giving out bad information. Remember, who was that? Bandman Kevo, I think, gave out some bozo ass advice. What's the other dude, the big dude? Him 500 gave out some bozo ass advice. Like, they have, if not hundreds of thousands, millions of followers of people literally trying to find this finance stuff out. So, like I said, I don't know if you got to have a certain charisma. These guys, their claim to fame to it is they go buy Lamborghinis, they go buy the chains and stuff. They essentially dress like rappers and stuff. So maybe that's the entertainment part that you guys are talking about. But they talk finance, and some of them are, scammers, and some of them, but my point is they gain a following speaking on finance. So I think this generation, and maybe 10 years ago it probably was different, but I think this generation literally has a serious interest in finance, because a lot of these channels that I see talking about stocks and cryptos, they have, if you know what you're talking about, they have a huge, they have a whole, what do they call that sector in YouTube? The financial sector in YouTube, where so I think that narrative is changing as far as like now TLA's talking about, court stuff. And I think that's, it's just boring,
No, he talks about more than that.
Yeah, he talk more about more than that. Yeah.
No, I know he does now. I'm talking about what he was talking about when he was only talking about child support and this, that, and the other. He wasn't getting the views. And then when he started talking about the celebrities, that's when his views went up. What I'm saying is, as far as the financial part, it's a lot of people tuning in, because I'm just like you. I learned how to do the stocks off of YouTube myself. I went straight to trading stocks for beginners, like straight up. And I was driving my truck and have it playing in my truck. And I learned all the way up to doing options and all of that stuff, literally just straight off of YouTube, taking notes and stuff like I was in school. But it's a lot. I'm part of like 2 or 3 Discords where it's just nothing about people just talking about stocks and stuff. And I'm talking thousands. So I think that narrative is changing as far as like people trying to learn about finances and stuff.
Do y'all know what Pookie and Ray Ray mean? Because y'all keep comparing successful people to Pookie and Ray Ray. So Pookie and Ray Ray is a person who don't want to be successful and never will be successful. They have no desire to.
I'm tired of those terms, honestly.
Yeah,
I'm tired of those terms.
Let me say this, because I want to touch on what Genesis said, because she's the beginning. So this is a y'all are silly. This is what's interesting, right? She said that she had 5,000 followers on Facebook. So then again, what Emmanuel talked about is that we can't bring everybody with us. This is the truth. Someone told me that a long time ago when I was mentoring some young Black boys in the community, and said, you can't bring them all. Some are gonna have to be left behind. You have to be okay with that. I think that this is where the discussion that Black Men Unfiltered is talking about, that the reality is we need to bring our best and our brightest together of this generation, right? Those who are skilled and gifted in their respected profession, not your opinions, right? Because my profession is law enforcement. Let me speak. I can talk about some stuff, but when it comes to making give you some insight, let me stay over here and stay in my lane, right? We need to start collectively, because this is my idea. This is the bigger picture. This country has a cabinet, and the cabinet is about 13? I think there's 13 cabinet members, and each one of those cabinets represents a particular area and issue in this country, right? You have the cabinet for education, cabinet for agriculture, and so forth and so on. the Black community, right? And I know you guys understand what you're saying, that we can't isolate other ethnicities and things like that, you guys, but we have a very specific, unique problem in our community that has to be addressed. We have to build this thing from the root, right? Because we know a tree without roots can't stand. And so we have to go to the core issue. And this is what she was just saying. She said the core. What's the core? The children. She said the teens. No, I'm saying the kids, from as soon as they come out the canal, they need to be integrated, right? We need to really, really indoctrinate them into a new thing. We have to redefine what it means to be Black in America. We need an actual definite, we need a defined culture. We need to define a culture. What does it really mean to be Black? What are the values? What are the morals? How do we treat one another? How do we practice economics amongst each other? When we talk about education, it has to be from the root, you guys. Some of us are too old, we're too stubborn, right? We can't teach each other anything. Some of us are too far and too gone. You know, the reality is, yes, we are coming along, we're making a difference. But what we need to do is bring leaders. We need leaders in their respective fields to come together and put a solid plan, with or without the detractors. You can't bring everybody along, so we understand that. I think it's up to us who understand that to say, how can we build this, build it generation by generation, put a plan together, and actually execute it. And here's the thing too, Black Man Unfiltered, I wanted to say something to you real quick, because I know we're doing this thing coming up. I hope, and I'm asking you, to those who will participate in this discussion, I'm asking that you please ensure that everybody cams up, right? And I say that to no disrespect to anybody, but at the end of the day, we are all putting ourselves out here. We're all risking, right? We all have jobs, we all have love, we all have important things to do. Some people think their life is better than others, where they can't show their face, right? Some people have a lot to say behind the avatar, behind images and things like that. I can't debate with an avatar. You know, put your face where your mouth is. If you have a lot to say about the Black community, show your skin color. I need to see the level of your melanin, the content of your melanin. I need to see it. I need to see it.
But that distracts you, right?
Because some people are out of line. Some people are out of line.
I understand where that's coming from.
And for your channel, Black Man Unfiltered, as your channel grows, it's imperative. It's imperative that you know the people you're talking to, right? And so again, what Tommy said earlier is that there have been people on social media and on YouTube who are giving out bad information to our communities. Listen, you guys, the problem is some of the most educated people in our community, old and young, are being ignored because they're not sensationalized. We have a thing about our community where we need people to be sensationalized. We have to show them they got a lot of money for them to be listened to. And that's a problem. You know, that's part of the brainwashing that's hurting our community. This is why we get scammed all the time. You know, real estate funds, right? And things like that happen, and people are taking up all your money and they can't account for it. And then you find out the person never sold any real estate a day in their life, right? So again, we need to be able to vet these people properly who we're claiming we're going to lead and take advice from. We need to do our due diligence as a community. And those who want to speak on our behalf, they need to be vetted. They need to be vetted. And we have to stop giving our dollars and our intentions to people who basically come off as entertainers, you know, because that's the issue. Because there's a lot of bright people who come before us who've already examined the problem. They know what the issues are. And it's fallen on deaf ears because they weren't these sensationalized people that we see in the media. You know, so I will say that moving forward, Black Men Unfiltered, you know, I'm excited about having the conversation. It's imperative that we start linking up with people who are like-minded, those who have certain skill sets and can contribute. You know, we have Emmanuel here to talk about business. He can actually give us insight on business. And what he said is correct. The only pushback I have is that we can't compete with other ethnicities until we first learn to compete with, I won't say compete, until we learn to actually cooperate with one another properly. And that's just the reality. There's no way around it. We have to build ourselves up first as a community and then start outsourcing and helping out. The issue isn't the fact that we support other ethnicities. The issue is we don't support our own for whatever the reason is.
Let me say this real quick, if I can. So the other night I had an opportunity. I think it was me and Uncle Stu, and I'm trying to remember who else was on that panel. It was real late. I think it was I'm trying to remember. But anyway, so we was on the platform because I probably did 2 or 3 that day. I don't remember. But we was on the platform and TLA popped up out of nowhere. and he was telling everybody congratulations to this person, to this person, to this person. You know, he's speaking to everybody. You know, and I'm gonna go chop the clip up. I'm gonna share it on my platform so you guys can see it.
Please do.
He specifically said to me directly. He said, "Black Man Unfiltered." He said, I'm gonna shout you out because I want to help your channel.
Right.
Because you know, he said, how's your channel doing? Where's your numbers? And I told him what my numbers were. I said, man, I'm trying to get to 500. That's my goal. He said, well, I'm gonna shout you out, man. Shout out to Black Men Unfiltered. You know, he said, but you know what? The other day I had a show with Kevin Samuels, and Kevin Samuels told me that that I should not even be nice to people like you. Yes, there you go, Friendsgiving. There we go. We was on Gaston's World. There you go. Shout out to Gaston's World. We were on Gaston's World. And so, and he's like, Kevin said, I shouldn't even be speaking to you.
Mm-hmm.
He said, because you could be somebody that can destroy me.
True.
Wow.
This is true.
And he said, so I want to speak to he said, Kevin said, as you get bigger in YouTube, and I just had to take a step back and think about what he was saying. Cause I was like, you know, he was like, Kevin told him that as you get bigger, you need to be less accessible.
True.
And I was like, oh, okay, all right. And then so he was like,
on the Peace Network.
right. He said, so I'm giving this information to you and I'm trying to help you. But if Kevin was here right now, Kevin would say, I'm a sucker and I'm stupid for trying to help you. He said, but I'm going to help you anyway because that's who I am. Right. And so I was like, oh, wow. So he's like, everybody. He said, if you look at Lapeef, he said, look, that thing happened to Lapeef for a reason. It's to not only to teach him, but to teach everybody else from their mistakes. He said, when people come into your platform, into your atmosphere, and you don't know them and they're not camming up, he said they can destroy your page in 2 seconds.
2 seconds. Happened with
Yes.
Kaya.
Yes. And yes.
Wait a
And
second.
so-
Hold on. I'm just. Are we agreeing that Kevin was right?
Yes.
We're agreeing that he's right, but you don't necessarily have to take that advice.
Right.
You
You don't, yeah.
Essentially, what Kevin was saying is you have to be cautious when you get so big.
Exactly.
Because one mistake and it can tear everything
So,
down.
sir, here, what
I
do you
know it
know?
sounds harsh.
And just because
Here's what I do.
harsh, but it's
And just
a
Here's what I
reality.
do.
Hold on. Go
Here's what I
ahead,
do,
sir.
guys. Here's what I do. See, what we do is we operate in one dimensional. Like if I got Genesis was on my platform, you know, she was on my platform. I didn't meet her on YouTube and then say, hey, come on, Genesis. We actually talked in real life. I know who she is.
Right.
Like what we have to do, if we're gonna bring people on our platform, because I understand when you're in corporate, there's certain. I'm just sorry.
Yeah.
When you're in corporate, you got mouths to feed. You got to protect yourself from certain.
Yep.
That's just what it is.
Bingo.
And people not camming up doesn't mean that they don't want to show their face. When you are part of a company, you don't just represent you represent a brand, and we got to be careful with that. So the way you circumvent that is let's go out to dinner, guys. Let's meet up. Let's have a Zoom call, and that will I get to know your personality, so that when you come up, when I put you on the platform and you're not camming up, I can tell my audience, hey, I know that they're not cammed up, but I know this person. We actually talk. This is a real person, right? So what I don't want it to do is jeopardize our earning the way that we earn because I got to prove that I'm black. I don't want us to fall into that trap.
Yeah, let me get behind that because it's not always. Unfortunately, the problem is what you're referring to, though. Sir Hale Speaks is a controlled variable. We're talking about the variables that can't be controlled. We're talking about people who they speak very heavily on black issues and no one knows what they look like. We're talking about people who feel more comfortable putting things out of their mouth because they know they can't be seen. Right? They're better off behind the keyboard typing in the chat section. So this is the issue. It's not the people that we know, it's the ones we don't know, and the ones that actually say they can't cam up because of their job or the responsibility they have, or they don't want people to know what they look like. Well, then shut your mouth. If you can't put your face where your mouth is, then you need to keep it closed. It's not about identifying who's black or who's white, but unfortunately, we have some people here who are very disrespectful on YouTube.
I understand what you're saying. I understand, but I think it's got to go deeper than that. When we have these kind of conversations, we need to have a degree of I know you off of YouTube. I think that because YouTube is popular, we have all of our conversations here. We need to have some conversations off of YouTube and prepare to come to YouTube with them. That's what I'm saying. I
understand. You know, and I would say to add to that, there are some people who are a little bit too confident if their face isn't shown. And I think what ends up happening is when you're face to face having a debate with someone, you're more disciplined with your mouth. Your tongue seems to be a little bit more respectful when your face is shown. And I'm just saying, because some of these conversations can get a little bit heated, I think it's appropriate that people, if you want to talk about the subject matter, if you have a voice on the subject matter, then out of all due respect, because everyone else is cammed up, I believe it's only appropriate that we all follow suit.
Okay, I agree with you there, but I'm going to agree with you because I am cammed up a good majority of the time. But I can just say that if you guys don't know, I'm a registered nurse, and I don't speak about healthcare things or registered nursing things or whatever, simply because if I had to really come on here and tell you about
Exactly.
what's going on, I
You
can't
lose your
cam
job.
up. I would lose my job.
Exactly.
And so there is a space for people that don't want to cam up, that really do want to tell you how it really, really is. So I don't want to lose sight, even though I 100% agree about the disrespect. I don't want to lose sight on people that really want to give, but because they need to feed their family, because they have a business, because there's a lot to lose, and they don't cam up for that reason, let's not lose sight that we have some of those people out there. As long as we know them, as long as we are comfortable and we know that they come with a level of integrity,
Yes.
oftentimes, because like I said, I don't talk about nursing because if I really came on here and told you about it, I would lose my job.
Exactly.
Wow. Queso, what do you have, man?
Black man, can I respond to Security Boss? She made that comment about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
She
Let me
said-
get Queso in here, then you can go right up to Queso. Queso, go ahead, brother.
I mean, I really don't have anything specific to say. I did, but I forgot what I was going to say to some other people's points. But
Shout out, Queso. Shout out to you, man.
Yeah, man, it was a really good conversation, and a lot of good things were said. I just think, the most recent thing that I would just push back on a little bit, and this is just my opinion. I do think we need to compete. And I do think that we need to not only compete, but I do think that we need to not only look to attract and operate within our community. I think we need to operate outside. A lot of the examples that we gave of how other communities have done better were off the backs of other communities, and we're the only community trying to isolate the way that we kind of build things up. And I don't think it's going to work that way. It sounds good. But I think in reality, I think we do need to compete with other people. And then even when Emmanuel said he had made a point that got, to me, a crazy reaction. He said, let's, take a business and you can put it in, a different community. And everybody was just like, no. And I think that's a great idea. I mean, that's what other businesses do. And they're not afraid to come into our communities. They're not afraid to hire us to work for them, and we shouldn't be afraid to do the same. We are the smaller portion of the population in the U.S. So I think it only benefits us to learn how to work with other people.
True.
So,
one thing, I want to, I know that was kind of directed in this way. Queso, you're absolutely correct. I would say though, my concern though, from my understanding of economics, and you guys, I've worked these communities for years, so I see the problem. My only issue is that a lot of times, and here's the problem, and we see it with I won't even go there, but all right, this is the problem. We have Black business owners who will say open a business in the Black community, or they'll open a business in other communities, which is completely fine. I don't disagree with that. The issue is not so much that as much as it is staying in the community and then helping the community flourish, right? That means that we're taking our dollars, we're then buying a house outside of that community, right? Into another community that's more wealthy, right? So we're taking our resources and we're leaving. So the question then becomes, the idea that I'm saying is that we have to stay in our communities and build it up. There was a phenomenon that's taking place in Africa and also in India. What's happening, right? They come to the US, they send their best and their brightest to the US to get educated. They become doctors, scientists, nurses. And then what happens? They don't want to go back home. And so the government was like, hey, we need you guys to come back because now you're taking away the resources out of our country. You're not coming back to build it up. You're only supposed to go there to get educated and trained, and you're supposed to come back and add value to our own country. And a lot of them weren't doing that, and it became a big issue. And so the question is, if we become educated, we become successful, we leave our communities. I'm saying, what does it look like if we stay and actually build up?
You get
Is that not
shot.
possible?
That's what happens.
That's
You
what I
get
was saying.
shot.
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
Can I give you guys a real story?
I knew that was coming.
Before my let me start by saying, as a minister, that's the approach we have. You stay and serve your community. Let me tell you what happened though.
What's your ethnicity, Sir Hill? Your nationality?
Nigerian, Ethiopian, Ghanaian.
What's your nationality? I apologize. I meant to say nationality.
Black than the motherfucker.
I'm Wesley Snipesian. What you mean? Like,
Wesley Snipesian.
Hey, that's a new one. Say it again.
He wants to know where were you born. He wants to know where were you born. Are you from another country or are you born here? That's what he's trying to get.
I was born here, my brother. I'm born from Illinois, Little Company of Mary Hospital. Shout out, Illinois. Yeah. So let me tell you, like, I grew up. That was my mentality. Stay in the community. Let's stay here. Let's build. Let's do this. When you see dead bodies not far from where your kids play, when you see somebody selling drugs, watch this, little girls are introduced to prostitution at 11 and 12 years old, and that's their mentality. I think what we have to stop doing is let's stop saying, let's stay here. Because the truth is, some of us have to leave, go get successful, empower other people, and then we got some resources to bring back. But if you stay trapped, you might not make it out.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. So let me correct that. I mean that no, we can't leave. Let me correct. You can't abandon the community.
Why not?
Right? Is that fair to say? So
no,
the
yes,
issue,
you can.
I mean, okay, so then we abandon those who can't make it. So what you're saying is essentially is
it's not I'll add a little bit more context.
Go ahead.
So when we moved here, live in a big, beautiful place, I felt bad at first because we make each other feel bad when we finally make it out and do well. Or see you get a little bit of money, you move out, and everybody can't do well. You know how hard I had to work. You know how many times. Here's the big thing. You know how many people I tried to help. I tried to pull them. Hey, come on, study with me. Come on, read this book with me. Come on, take this college course with me. Like I'm saying, sometimes we got to quit having this moral connection and chain to a situation that's not good for us. Sometimes we got to leave. Let's get some power, and then when we come back, we can buy the real estate. That's what I'm advocating for.
I agree, but I think we're having two different conversations. What you're saying is I agree with what you're saying. What I'm talking about is community abandonment. We're talking about people who get the power, get the education, get the money, and they never come back to bring resources.
I'm with you, but the reason I'm pushing back is because there's so many people who took that approach and then got killed going back.
Well, what Emmanuel was trying to say,
Nathan, hear me. There are so many people who have your approach and have that heart. They go back and get shot and killed, and then somebody ain't got no daddy now. Somebody ain't got no mama now.
I mean, listen. If you guys are seeing that narrative,
y'all got to stop that narrative, bro.
And you guys just Sir Hale, you
telling me a
on
narrative
not putting the
I've
narrative
lived.
out there,
Bro,
Sir Hale.
if you talking about people in politics, that's different. But most dudes that come from the hood that ain't in politics in that hood, you ain't coming back getting shot, bro.
True.
No, I'm saying it has happened enough, guys. Come on, like let's be for real, guys. I've lived in homes, I've lived in their projects, I've lived around gang. Listen, guys, I know what I'm talking about.
Right.
And I didn't just live in one state. I lived in 2 different states.
Well, Sir Hale,
I lived in 3 different states.
So, Sir Hale,
the
problem with that logic, if we all subscribe to that logic, then we're saying we're going to just doom a portion of this community. Is that
leave?
Look at Emmanuel saying
doesn't mean
leave
that you can't reach
successful,
back.
come back.
But that's what I'm talking
about.
about.
Come on, guys, listen. Go get some
back. What does reach
why
back
do we
look
send
like?
why do we send our kids off to school?
Reach back look like? Because I don't live there doesn't mean that I can't go back to help. White people do it all the time. Oh, I shouldn't. Let me not bring a nationality.
No, you're right. You're right. Genesis.
This is unfiltered, baby. Say what you need to say.
Yeah, you're right. Genesis.
They do it a lot of times when we have these allies that are coming in and standing with us when we're protesting. They don't live in those communities that they're helping. So why can't we do the same?
That's a good point.
My thing is this. We have a very unique problem in our community, right? If you guys are saying that we need to be hands off, we're going to let people die where they are. Basically, we're talking eugenics at this point.
That's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying.
Well, I want to be clear. I want to be clear. If I'm saying, what does it look like? What does it look like if all of our people are becoming successful, we leave, and you're saying, okay, well, we can bring resources, we can reach back. I'm saying that's what we have been.
I'm not gonna.
So when you got kids,
I'm not gonna
it changes
sacrifice
everything.
my children to prove that I'm loyal to this community.
All right.
And to be fair, Genesis' point is fair. I would have still been in there because it's cheap. My room was $700. I would still been there. I got kids though.
Revolutionaries got to be young because when you get older, you got shit to lose.
Yeah.
And
you know,
I'm totally against that, Nate. I'm straight up.
No, I mean that's
against
okay.
that.
That's okay. But I'm saying that what are the solutions? Because you guys remember this has been going on for generations now. And people have been reaching back, and we're still here, and we're having the conversation about Black-owned businesses.
But
I think we're trying to solve.
He's on a whole different side of the fence.
I think we're trying to
he doesn't
solve.
believe in what we're talking about, so that's a whole different side of the fence.
Go ahead, Queso. Go ahead, Queso.
I think we're trying to solve an economic problem when there's a mindset problem.
A social.
So you can continue to pour money. You can continue to pour money into these places like the hood, and it's not going to help. Matter of fact, you can historically look at other examples of people, and I can't think of one right now, where politicians and certain entities have thrown money at problems and it hasn't helped. And I think the main thing, going back to kind of what Ann was talking about, putting things on YouTube, is changing people's mindsets through knowledge and education and things like that. And I'll say this with the finance thing, and I'm kind of going back to something else. Finance is one of the highest paid, highest growing genres on YouTube. I think people are actually waking up and doing better. But I think that's how you help the community, is you teach, you provide knowledge. I don't think you can solve it with money, is basically what I'm trying to say.
No, education is 100% key, and it all starts within the home, right? So even if we start dialing it all the way back, again, you guys, I'm big on the core problem, right? And I understand how you guys feel. Again, I've worked our communities for 13 years, so I know what you're talking about in regards to the violence and being uncomfortable around your own people, right? Essentially, what we're saying is, hey, if I get successful and leave, I don't feel comfortable being around people who look like me. It's essentially what you got.
That's not it.
That's what you're saying? I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. I misunderstood.
He tried it. He tried, y'all. Understood.
My bad. My bad. Hey, I love y'all. But the reality is this: what do we do?
Nathan, we're on the same team.
I know, bro. I know. So hell,
Nate,
I know. I'm just jiving.
But Nate, I want to be specific. I'm not saying that I'm not willing to invest in Black people. I'm just not willing to invest in the ghetto. See, it's a difference. So, like, so we can invest.
Genesis said why?
Why?
Oh, now you want to ask why, Genesis? You was on your side all night.
I'm asking why he doesn't want to invest in the ghetto.
Because I believe that I shouldn't throw the pearls upon swine. Like if like
now,
hold on. Wait a minute. To E-Man's point, and this is why I always bring it back. If you do the same thing into a fucking trailer park, you're doing the same thing. It's a economical mindset. It's not a race thing. Poor people think poorly. It's just what it is.
I think we're assuming that everybody's there because they want to be there. Right. And that's not the case. Sometimes you in a project because that's a transition. I can say that for my own self. I was there.
But Sir Hale,
have you guys lived in a project?
Sir Hale, I don't think anybody wants to be there, but you have to find the people that have the mindset that want to get out of there.
That's the point that I'm saying. I was in a project and I had the mindset. That's the point I'm making.
How do they get out?
So Sir Hale had a.
That's what I was saying. You guys are throwing me under the bus.
If they're ignorant of the alternatives, how do they get out?
So that's what I was saying. The whole point.
We've got to educate them to the
But the
alternatives.
thing is, you have to understand, here in America, education is free. The internet, most people have like on their phone access to information more than we've had access to information in the entire world in our history. And I can tell you that, like, I have literally worked with people that don't know simple things. So I don't understand, like, where, like, the library is free, right? That's always been free. You have your smartphone. You could literally say, hey Siri or hey I don't want to say the words because your phone and your lights might go on, but hey,
Right.
right? And you can ask it, what is crypto? What is blah blah blah? What, and the
It's
information
exposure,
that
though.
you could put on
Kendra,
here.
right?
Find out all these,
Exposure.
he was driving his truck and he found out all this information. So right now the landscape thankfully has changed in terms of access to information, and those that want the information, it's there. It's not
you got to be
hidden.
exposed
It's
to it
there.
though, first.
For adults, for the kids who don't know any better, it's
kids, they
ignorance.
know more about the
It's
internet and
ignorance-
access to
it's
this more than we
ignorance
do.
breeding ignorance. If
Well,
they're
it's for
not
the kids,
exposed
too.
to anything outside of their community, how are they going to know anything outside?
Let me
Hold on,
push
guys.
back.
I
disagree with that.
Hold on,
Yeah,
guys.
the host is saying something, y'all.
1 second. So, Sir Hell had a great question. Real quick, if we could pause and answer that question. He said, "How many people on the platform have lived in the projects before?"
The hood or the project?
I have not. I've worked in it. So
The hood
I've
or
lived
the
there.
project?
So
That's
I
different.
think this is when we talk about people who have expertise. This would be the time for you guys to listen. Like,
Yeah.
so
But what I'm saying is, are
in-
you talking about the hood or are you talking about the project? It's different. Every hood ain't got projects in them.
I lived in the hood for sure. I lived in the Bronx.
Like California, we have
I've done both.
but not the
I've done
Not
both.
the
I've
projects,
done both.
but from the
Chicago
lived there,
Heights.
I didn't live there.
Chicago
I
Heights,
lived in the
Gary,
hood.
Indiana.
Yep.
Listen, I'm telling you, I lived in both.
I know, but what
Chicago
I'm saying-
Heights. You see what I'm saying?
Is crazy. But that's what I'm saying, Sir Hill. So what I'm saying is,
But Chicago Heights
are you
got no
saying the
project.
hood or are you saying
No,
the
that's
project?
hood though.
It's
I'll
got
give you my address and you can go there. You
That
can
is-
I'll give you my old address and you'll know.
Yeah, no, yeah, that is good. But
Take Hosted, take Hosted, get on 16th Street, 14th Street, Lincoln Highway, make a
Beacon
left on Division. You know what I'm
Beacon
talking
Hill.
about. Yep, right, absolutely.
We can heal.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. That's hood. That's hood. You know
It's
what
Right, you see what I'm
hood, but it's
saying?
still not
I li-
Chicago City hood.
right.
I've lived in Gary, Indiana. Right. I'm
different.
telling you,
They're
I've been, yeah,
Like
I've been to a different.
The Cabrini Greens will be the projects, correct?
Yes.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
what I'm saying. Like,
projects.
yeah, okay.
Then let's,
Yeah, so the
let's
point
talk-
that
then let's-
Inglewood
the point
ain't
that
the
I'm making, the point,
projects, but it's
the point that I'm making though,
probably
guys.
worse.
The point that I'm making though is that sometimes people find themselves in a place because that's all they can. Economics. This is what they can afford. It's not because that's where they want to be. And the reason I'm saying this now, you talk about somebody again. I didn't go through school. I got a GED. I'm telling you, I know how this feels. Sometimes is people are in a place because this is what life happened. Life happened to them, and they're trying to do the best that they can. And sometimes we lose hope in that situation because we're trying to get out. I almost lost hope. Like, I don't tell people this enough, and maybe I should. Like, I'm successful in my life now. I almost lost hope because when you're trying to overcome, you don't have enough education. I'm a dark-skinned black dude who don't got stuff, so I already got a stigma. Now I got a wife and 4 kids, and I'm not successful. You lose hope in this. And part of the reason why I'm passionate about being on these platforms is because I want to give people the economic knowledge, the information and stuff. But even in this too, the part that we don't talk about is when you're trying to fight to overcome something and you don't feel like you're making progress and you are giving it your best. I'm talking about working 2 and 3 jobs just to make ends meet. And I'm barely making it from that point. Right. And then not getting any sleep and developing like a sleeping condition to where I can't sleep because I'm worried because I got roaches in my apartments and there's bed bugs there as well. And I'm trying to get my kids out of this. Like, this is the real stuff people are going through. So what I don't want us to do is look at people who are in the projects and say, you know what, they don't want any better. Some of us do, but some of us have lost hope. And I'm blessed that I had people who did not allow me to stay there. So let's not put a blanket over people in the hood because just because they're there doesn't mean that they want it.
Well, I said this a couple of your comments, E-Man, everybody in the chat went crazy. The whole platform went crazy.
But no, see, that's the problem. I get what you're saying, Black Man, but the problem is that when we get our resources, we got the right to put them wherever we want. Everybody want to control our hard work and what we done did. And so I get it. You can.
Man, you're not wrong. You just got to have a little bit more empathy, bro. You're not wrong.
I get that. That's why I ain't got no YouTube channel, so I can tell the truth.
Yeah, because you're not wrong. What you're saying is right.
But the problem is that it's that mentality why we aren't
No,
growing,
it's not.
right?
The problem is the people who lazy and won't get out their butt and work is why they're in the situation. So we always want to blame it on the successful person after they go out and put in the work and say, oh, you didn't put enough of your resources. No, y'all had the same opportunity I had to go out and grind too. Now, kids are totally different. If you ever followed me on YouTube, I have a special place for kids, and that's why I believe that we should have different programs for them. But if you're an adult, I don't care what your struggle. If you know my story, I don't care what your story, what it was. Me growing up in Georgia, we didn't have it. My mother didn't have nothing. I didn't have a job since I was 14 years old. So don't tell me what you cannot do.
No, I agree.
Okay,
I'm not.
so for the kid who made a poor choice because of their immaturity, and that poor choice followed them into adulthood, and now they're having problems securing access to education, access to opportunity because of that poor choice that's still haunting them. Then are you saying that they don't deserve a chance?
But everybody can go out and get a GED. See that the point. It'd be different if we
circumvent that felony that they may have.
Yeah, so if you went, so hold on, hey man, let me give you perspective here. So if a little boy at 12 or 13 went out and made a horrible decision, went to a store and stole a few things at the store that got him a felony charge, and then now 14, 15, he's studying, 16, he turned his life around because the arrest made him change everything about his mind. He's changing. He want to go to college, and then he goes to get an education, and he goes to get a job, and that. What happened to him at 13 comes up on the app, and that man said, "No, we can't hire you. You got a felony."
You're wrong. The reason I tell y'all guys are wrong is my little brother at 12 years old got a felony for armed robbery, and he working 2 jobs now getting it. I'm telling y'all, we got to stop making excuses for these people.
That's not always the case.
That's
not
no. I'm telling you,
E-Man, you're not wrong.
They get a
You're not,
felony.
and I want us to understand, E-Man is not wrong.
Listen.
They're not eligible for financial aid unless
No.
they come from a family with money. Then they can't afford to pay cash.
But they have
they
have grants. Listen, my little brother, when he went back to school, they have a grant out there for felonies. It's felonies that went out and created multi-million-dollar businesses, and they said, "Hey, we're gonna do grants just for these people." But you gotta not be lazy, and you gotta look for it. You gotta be willing to grind. I'm telling you, when he got out of prison, he was willing to work 2 hours. 2 jobs. His first job that he got was at the cow plant of him killing cows and coming home stinking every day. But he said, "I'm willing to do what it takes until I get a higher level education, and I put this work in." So I don't have no excuse for people, because I done seen people in Georgia, they make this thing happen.
No, I agree. I mean, Emmanuel is correct, right? Let's be clear.
I'd be not.
Life is all about choices, you guys. And you know, I'm gonna speak on it because I'm the one putting handcuffs on these people, right?
Wow.
So let's be real. He's absolutely correct. It's about choices. Where's the breakdown? Where's the actual problem? We're talking to families, right? Because when you start looking about this child and why this child, male or female, made the decisions they made, you start going into these black homes and you start seeing where the issue is. All right. It's not Emmanuel's resources. It's not his responsibility to take care of anybody else, nor the presidents, nor the politicians, right? Nor the celebrities. It's nobody's responsibility to take care of us. What I am saying, though, and I think this is where Emmanuel kind of missed what I was kind of leaning towards, is that if black people who are successful, who have a plan, who want to build something and want to contribute, what I'm saying is we need to come together and build something that can have an impact, right? I'm not asking for random individuals. I'm not asking for that. I'm not in here to put on a cape and save people out here committing crimes. I'm absolutely not trying to do that either. All right. What I'm saying is, at some point in time, our community has to sit down and say, what are we going to do about those who are left behind, who didn't have the parents that we had, didn't have the education, didn't have the discipline, right? We know that. We can't carry people who don't want to listen. We can't carry people who don't want to educate themselves. We can't carry people who aren't disciplined. But what we can do is create a healthy environment for the future seeds that haven't been planted yet in our community. That's what I'm saying, you guys. Can we get to the root? The root is education. The root is the dysfunction in families. We need to find a way, because defects can't do it. I work with them. All right. They don't even want to do it. These social service, these social programs aren't going to do it. You can defund the police all day. It's not going to change anything because this is a mentality problem in our community, right? This is a perception problem in our community, and perception is reality. What is Emmanuel saying? He's saying, look, I can't do nothing for these guys. Why not? Because this is how they think. They're brainwashed. They've been indoctrinated. They're confused. No amount of money is going to fix the problem. That's why reparations is not going to do anything for our community. Right? So this is the reality is people, we understand what the situation is. We have knowledge, we have foresight. What do? Let's create better soil so when these new seeds are planted, they can grow and be fruitful. That's what I'm saying. Let's focus on a real solution, a proactive solution. We can't do anything for these guys that are out already. They're done. You guys, they're doomed. It is what it is.
I don't believe that.
Then you haven't seen what I've seen.
I don't.
Okay.
I've actually worked in law enforcement as well, so no, can't say that.
Well, I can't sell you a dream. All right, I can't sell you a dream. I'm telling you that the best course of action is to deal with the children. The best course of action is to deal with the children. If you want to come out, if we had limited amount of money to solve the problem, are you telling me you're going to split half of it on people who've been in and out of prison?
I sure am.
That's fine. I would disagree. And everybody on this panel, if you decided to waste half of our resources instead of fixing the newer generation coming out,
I'm just not willing to throw them to the dogs.
No one's throwing them to the dogs. But what did Emmanuel say? Emmanuel said
that they're not worth investing in.
No, I didn't say that. I never said that. I said if we had to solve the problem, am I going to focus on those who've lost their way, or am I going to focus on the new seeds?
I think we're forgetting, if we're talking about this, some of the people in
their
prison
way.
are some of the brightest minds out
Brightest.
there.
And that's fine. Let them be bright. Let them be bright. They can shine all day. That's not the problem.
Entrepreneur. He has
Then that's fine.
It's just misdirected.
That's fine. I never said he was a problem. I said, where are we putting our money at? If he's an entrepreneur, God bless his soul. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that.
Wow.
I'm saying that there are a lot of men and women in this country who have made bad choices and they come out of prison and they turn their life completely around.
But Nathan, I hear what you're saying, but there's a lot of people who've done the same thing. They just didn't go to prison. This is what I'm saying. At some point, we have to have a balanced conversation when it comes to this. There were some people who just didn't get caught. There's a lot of people who just didn't get caught, or maybe they did and they didn't do the crime.
But Sir Harold, we said you can use your
the point that I'm
saying.
The point that I'm making is, if we're paying taxes, we're carrying people anyway. Let's just be real about this.
Yeah.
The point that I'm saying is, if we're going to talk about community, we can't say in one breath we need to come together. Hey, but screw them over there, because what are we talking about?
I don't think that was Nathan's.
That's not what I was talking about.
That's not me or Nathan's point.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I
think Nathan was trying to highlight. Nathan was trying to highlight
the priority
where you could the most important area that needs to be focused on. He wasn't saying throw them to the dogs. That's why he presented the example as if you had a limited amount of money. If you had all the money in the world, he's going to say help everybody.
The reason why I don't like this argument is because them kids that we trying to raise got to go home to those parents. We got to point to the parents as well. We got to come on, guys. We got to think about this, because it sounds good. Just focus on the kids, but them kids got parents, and then parents, if we don't encourage them, they're going to break them kids. So we got to find a way to invest in parents too.
The problem is the core problem. The core issue is the education. It doesn't matter. We can't control the parents. Children can't control the parents, right? So that's not the issue. The issue is if we just talked about how powerful education is, and now you want to move the goalposts. Education is absolutely key.
But in some of those communities, they're getting subpar education.
See, that's why we have to control it.
Some of those communities, they're getting subpar education.
That's why we have to control it.
You just said in one instance, it starts at home. I'm saying I agree with you about the home, which means home includes the parents. We got to invest in them as well.
Yes.
How do you? But Sir Hale, I'm telling you,
I want to say something, Genesis, real quick. Genesis, what I'm saying is, y'all can use y'all resources however it is. But since I work hard for these
resources to help those.
But this the thing is, what I say is this right here is, Why do everybody try to tell the people who went out and grind for their resources where they should put their resources at?
I
Like,
went out and grind for mine. But
that's what I'm saying.
I could have been just like them.
No, it's okay for you to put your resources towards the people that's coming out of jail. But if I decide that I want to put my resources to all the kids, I should not be judged because it's my resources and it's still going back to the Black community. Why am I getting judged because I choose that I want to do something different for the hard resources that I have put together and I have made? So that's all I'm saying is this right here. Don't judge us.
But you're not getting judged for where you want to put your resources. You're judged because of the way that you said it. You talked about putting pearls among swine. So that's really where the issue is.
Some of those kids
that was all that needs to be said. We call a group of people.
That's where the pushback is, not because you want to put your resources in children, it's because of the way that you said it.
So y'all believe? Hello,
so y'all to invest in are the offspring of those that are incarcerated, or
so do y'all think that swine? Do y'all think that in the poor and in jail there is no swine?
Listen, we're not gonna get into semantics here. We're trying to have a conversation. So when you spoke, we were talking about putting our resources into a certain community, and when you said something similar to, please correct me because I might not be getting the saying exactly right. You said because you don't want to put pearls in swine, you made a comparison about certain communities being equated to swine. Am I not correct? When you made, because I don't want to put pearls into swine. So it wasn't about you putting your resources among the children. We were just talking about community, and you made that statement, and that's where people are pushing back. But you have the right. Like, I 100% agree with you. Like, if you make your money, you work hard for yours, no one should tell you what to do with it. You can do whatever you want to do with it, right? But when you made that comparison and you use the word swine, because I don't want to put my pearls into swine, that's where people have, like, in the comments, but the comments went nuts because you use those words.
Let me say this real quick. Hold on, E-Man, real quick. So how do we explain this? E-Man, hold on one second. How do we explain this? So we know LeBron James came from nothing, right? Living in an apartment, no money, kicked out with his mom everywhere, sleeping in the car, whatever the situation. LeBron James went to the league. He's one of the richest basketball players of all time. He just opened up the I-Primary School, right? And I'm just sitting up here looking at it because I want to make sure what I read when he first opened it is still correct. So he allowed the kids to go to this school, but he also have night classes for parents. He also have classes where parents can get their records sealed and they can go and, they can damn near, he got food cabinets for them to go and get free food out the cabinets. He feed them, he feed the parents, he provide food, he provide shelter if they don't have nowhere to stay. I didn't even know this. I'm looking at the list right now. I'm like, damn. So they can get their GED. They can get their records expunged. They can get food. Their kids can go to the same school they go to, so you don't have to worry about childcare. And then they have job placement for the parents when they get their GED and get their record seal.
Well, no. Well, if we talk about LeBron, first of all, LeBron
tax bracket.
Right. But this is what LeBron did first. LeBron saved the kids first, and then he went and put a plan.
E-Man, that's not the point.
Yeah. No, it is the point. Listen, he first he created the school.
E-Man, you were wrong for calling people swine. Let's deal with that first. Then we can move on.
Okay. We've had conversations.
So you don't think you were wrong, E-Man, for saying they were swine?
This is what's weird about this conversation is E-Man doesn't even believe in the community things that everybody
chitlins, man.
Like E-Man wants to help out the way that he wants to help out, which is perfectly fine. But this conversation isn't even for him because that's not the way he wants to help out.
Which is fine. And I think the problem is this. When I made that suggestion about how we can help out, remind you guys, we're talking about people who want to volunteer, right? No one is forcing, I'm big on, if you earn what you earn, you earned it. I'm not anyone. Listen, reparations come across the table. I can't get it anyways either. Someone made a comment about reparations. I just don't believe it's going to do anything because the problem isn't the economics as much as it is the mindset.
Yeah, give me some reparations and see what I do with it. See what I do.
Right. You got the mindset. You got the mindset. If you got the mindset, it works for you.
I'll take 40 acres and do it right now.
You essentially saying that most of the Black community is just going to blow that's the mentality of most of the Black community, and I don't agree with that. That most of the Black community just gonna blow like that. That's another stigma put on us. Like we just all gonna go, be on spinners and this. Like, nah, come on, man. Like I've seen way too many people trying to get into stocks, crypto, trying to start business and stuff. But people just keep pushing this narrative that we just gonna go out there and just buy a bunch of J's and shit. Like, man, we going with that.
My thing is, you're right. A
A
narrative is one thing, but the proof is in the pudding with our community currently, and this is 2022. The internet has been out for a very long time now.
You got a glimpse of it.
So to piggyback on Emmanuel, you know, he wants to help how he wants to help. There's nothing wrong with that. That's like tithing in a church, but never giving a homeless man any money, right? So Emmanuel, you're good. You don't owe anybody any apology about how you feel about how you want to contribute. My idea was just basically saying that people who want to volunteer their skill and their resources to help put together ideas for the problem. That's what I'm suggesting, right? No one owes anybody anything. So wait, isn't ADOS why is this being violated? New growth. I hope you come to this next conversation. You cam up.
Here we just talked about this. We just talked about this.
So moving on to that.
No, they got so Harold. So let me give you some history. So they've had a conversation before.
Is this who you was talking about, Nathan?
Yeah, this is who he was talking about when he said, "I don't even know if you're African American."
Yeah, I'm starting to the debate.
I'm rocking with you, Nathan. I'm rocking with you now.
You rocking with me now? All right. So Hill said, hold on one second. Okay, I'm clear. I'm clear. All right. Listen, and it's all respect. It's all respect. It's all respect. You know, we're all here because we're passionate about our people. You know, we have different perspectives. None of us are wrong, you guys. We just have different, we have different perspectives, and that's all it is. You know, I think she said, y'all mindset is incorrect. I gave a breakdown of how people can utilize. Yeah, you know, I mean, the reality is we're not going to get it, you guys, right? We're not going to get it. And if you believe we're going to get it, I mean, we need to be moving as if we're not going to get the money.
Yeah,
I think the reality is we need to be maneuvering like we're not going to get the money, whether it's going to come or not. Look what they did to the indigenous people. So at the end of the day, you guys, we need to move like we're not getting the money. We need, even when we get the money, we didn't move like we never had the money. What is the reality? Again, Sahel said, okay, I double spoke. What did he say? He said, okay, I said it, the key is in the family. Okay, the key is the family. I say we have to invest in the children, education. We have to teach them a better culture. We have to teach them how to interact with one another.
Who's the we that's going to teach?
Who's going to volunteer to teach Black kids?
And who's more
we?
influential? Who's more influential? If we fix the kids through education and we send them back to the same broken home that broke them, then we're going to undo everything that's been done.
What comes first, the chicken or the egg? Genesis, you said it earlier. What comes first, the chicken or the egg?
Who's more influential?
I think once you open the mind, it can't re-expand. So if you give them the knowledge and you start educating them on how to run their finances and different things like that, that's
children running finances.
I think you should teach kids finances. That's the problem. We wait till
I
think we wait till they're 18. No, listen, we wait till kids get to 18 and then we say, go out there and figure this thing out. What if we groom them throughout life? 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, and they master finances by their senior year. So when they go into the adult world, it don't matter how their parents ran their finances. Now they have the knowledge to be able to run finances.
But it does. See, what you're missing in our community is a lot of us kids taking care of our parents some way because they didn't get the education that they need.
100%.
I owe my parents taxes.
We gotta, and we have to listen because our parents didn't get it because they didn't have the internet like we do, right? We got to train them up as well because they want to know it. And I'm telling you now, I've got elders that I'm teaching this stuff now that wish that they had it. We got to stop. We got to stop treating people just because they're older like they don't matter anymore. We got to stop that because you're gonna get older at some point in your life as well. And I would hate for people to treat you when you get older, like because you old, you don't matter anymore. But we got to get away from that. And this is not to say that we shouldn't prioritize our kids, but our kids are products of households, and we should be focused on building better households so that the parents are better and our kids are too.
Yes. So Sir Hale speaks. Sir Hale speaks. You're correct. So here's the problem. So now we talk about we have a limited amount of resources to fix the problem. I say we need to educate properly. We need to be in control of what we live in a country where we complain about white people and they're educating our children. What I'm saying is, where do the educators are going to come from? We have educated Black men and women in our communities that need to volunteer to educate our own people, right? So now you're telling me that the family is also the problem. But we have Black educated people who are counselors, right? Who are defects workers. They need to volunteer to come and view these homes and help educate these parents, right? I have worked closely in our community with these households, okay? And I'm telling you right now, the best way to save these kids is to educate them properly in school. So at least when they come home, they have a better understanding of how they should be
The
treated.
best education starts at home.
Of course.
Exactly.
Yes, it does start at home. But if the home is already broken.
See, this is why the schools are so overrun. And let me tell you, because I know this firsthand. I got 4 kids. The reason why there's so much pressure on the schools, because we are too busy in our own homes to take care of our kids, and we expect when they get to the school, the principals and the teachers, everybody, compensate for what we didn't do. No, if we're going to say it starts with home, let it start with the home.
So then let me ask you, if that's the case,
I'm getting up out of here. I appreciate the conversation tonight.
E-Man, before you leave, I want you to address this before you leave, because I was just about to say it, but I didn't know you were going to leave. Listen to this. He said it's a contradiction in what you said earlier.
No, it's not. The reason that it's not, I read this comment earlier. I talked about why the Asian community is willing to sacrifice. And I said that I don't believe that the Black people are willing to sacrifice the way that the Asian community have sacrificed for 3 generations. So I told it was 2 different communities. And I'm the one who said, y'all know, I believe in character. I don't really care too much about color of your skin. I'm past that. So I'm not willing to try to save a community. I'm trying to my goal is to save as many people with good character. I don't care if you white, polka dot, Asian. My goal is to help you. If you're trying to win and you're willing to put in the work, that's my goal. I'm not going to just help only one person. So that's kind of how that is. But just so I ain't gonna read it to you, but I like what Security Boss said. She said, "Hey, Matthew 7 and 6. If you read that sentence, that whole area, that Matthew 7 and 6, it talks a little bit more in detail about what I was saying about not casting pearls into swine. I think a lot of people might took it negative because how we view pigs, but the Bible was talking in Pacific about this situation that we're talking about.
You got Sir Hill on it, Sir Hill. Sir,
yes, that's one of my favorite scriptures. We were wrong. We have to stop throwing scriptures out there.
Come on.
I often say this. We got to be really careful. Like the scripture, we need to serve it as food, not like we're having a food fight. And when we have like a food fight and we just throw it out there, it's not well received. So if we're going to bring up that kind of context, we got to say it right in context.
So you think I was wrong when I made that statement in your opinion?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me tell you why.
Sir Hale, because as someone who does not read the Bible, I didn't know, I wouldn't know to reference that.
But let me tell you, the bigger thing is, man, I respect you. You are a man of wisdom and knowledge and stuff, and your words carry weight, and you have the opportunity to help people, or you could use that influence and cut people. I think you're capable of a lot more if you just have a little bit more tact and empathy with what you say. I really believe that.
I would second that. Yeah. Out of respect.
Yeah, I do too. I agree with that. Like I said, I'm not a man to think that I'm perfect, and I feel like it's always areas that I can improve. But just in my mind, how I meant it. If you read the whole verse, it does have value with what we said. Now, should I use that verse?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Should I use that verse? Because some people don't know the context of the whole verse. That might be something different. But it wasn't that I was wrong. I might just
in pigs. When you put those two in the same message, it's just not going to be well received.
Right. It came out wrong. It came out wrong, dude. That's just
yeah.
Go ahead, take accountability, black man. Take accountability.
I know. No, I took it. I don't. So to this day, I stand that it wasn't wrong how I did it, but I do need to work on empathy. That's something my wife say. She say empathy and sympathy is something that is my biggest weakness, because it's just y'all got to understand how I grew up. It's just one of those things that if I can make it, I don't give nobody excuses. I refuse to give.
Yeah, but see, I done spoke about
Well,
my
we'll talk
story
about that one day. I
and
love to find out more about your story
well,
because I feel like oftentimes we think that just because we made it, everyone else can, but everyone is not as
and
strong as you.
that
Everyone
and that
might
was
not
my
have that same
point.
support system
Kended
as you.
in. That is
Everyone
That was
true.
my
doesn't have
point.
that
real
same
talk, Kended in.
story as you. So you
I,
gotta
I
realize
think
that, you
I
know,
think
even
I think
I'm happy that
everybody.
you made it, but like
Man,
keep
I
in
really
mind that
believe
everyone is not you.
I believe everybody can make it if they use the same success principles. Success
But
principle.
Emmanuel, what you have to understand is everybody's not you. I had to understand it myself.
Same.
I did too.
Obama came
Absolutely.
from
Me
certain
too. Me too.
situations. Guess what?
Me
8
too.
out of 10 people in his situation, 9.9 out of 10 people in his situation ain't gonna be president. It's just not gonna happen. So you have to step back and you have to look at these circumstances and go, okay, I
It
had
goes
to
back
do
to
it
what Sir
myself.
Hale
That's why
said.
I'm telling you. I had to look at myself and go, my brain operates this way. Even though I had a certain point where I thought like some of these dudes, I always thought a little bit different than them. And that's why I didn't have some of the outcomes that they had. And I had to recognize that about myself and understand that we're not a monolith. The same way like your brother had that situation, it's probably 100 more people in that same situation that couldn't recover from it. It's just the facts.
That's true.
So,
But the
And he didn't
difference is
follow
he
your
chose.
success. He didn't follow your success
But
either.
he
He went a
chose.
different path.
And the one thing I want people to understand, the difference between a person that's successful and a person that's not successful is that they make a decision in their mind that they're going to follow the success path. And anybody at any time can make that decision. And I believe everybody can create success.
The problem is
No,
what
you're
I've
correct.
seen though, and to piggyback on what Tommy's saying, you guys, you know, I can't stress it enough. You guys, the problem is some people are just broken, you know, emotionally, psychologically, and spiritually. Some people are just broken. Okay. And Emmanuel, this doesn't, you know, this has nothing to do with anybody on the panel. This is just the reality of life. And I think this is where our passions and our empathy, you know, Genesis saying, look, I'm gonna give my last to save a felon, right? So Genesis, she's down for the cause, you know, but there's a passion because see, we know what I've seen is the reason why I started to do YouTube to help our people have better outcomes with law enforcement, because I see it. I see the dysfunction. You know, I see the broken homes. These kids are coming through these issues and what they're experiencing, no fault to their own. They didn't choose that. And so when they come out here and they have a bad situation in their home and they come out here and try to do life on their own, not understanding because they weren't taught properly, it's technically not their fault. Though I don't make excuses for them, I say, how can I help someone else? How can I prevent this? You know, what can I do? Right? Because I understand that everybody's situation is not the same and everybody has different outcomes. We're all individuals, we're all different, and your strengths, Emmanuel, are my weaknesses. And then here again, my strengths could be your weaknesses. And that's just the nature of life and the nature of being a human. And unfortunately, it isn't that easy for some people to just say hard work. I could put the plan right in front of somebody. Listen, we're talking about the problems in our own community. We have all the facts right in front of us and we still can't solve the problem. We still can't, what that gentleman say, he can't chew bubblegum and walk at the same time.
Nathan, here's a perfect example.
Love you, brother.
All right, guys. I appreciate y'all guys. I'll
Send
see y'all guys
me an
later.
email for me, Jedi.
I got you.
We
Yeah,
all
no, I
see
got
how
you.
much
Don't worry.
money Steph Curry makes. We all see how much money LeBron makes. You don't think every person in the NBA wants to get to that level?
Right.
Everybody ain't got that talent. Like that's just a fact. And I don't see. I hate that he just left, but I understand people come from these places. I think the difference is, do you know the story? And
Right.
I've explained this a couple of times when I talk to people. I know the stories, bro. I used to open my door and see my partner's mom hoeing in front of my house, hopping in the cars with strange men.
Yeah.
Wow.
So you can't tell me that those kids, because we grew up in the same neighborhood, gonna come up the same way as me.
Exactly.
They going through some shit I couldn't imagine.
Exactly.
And so when I know these stories, I know the stories of people that became killers, but I know the backstory. I know what they
Correct.
went through to get there.
Correct.
So for me, I have a whole different level of empathy for them.
Yes.
Even though I'm not saying their actions were right,
Correct.
I understand how it got there.
Listen.
And I think that's what he misses a lot of time when he talks.
And
on
I think
it.
he's and I don't want to speak for him, but you know, I've had that anger in myself as well. It was fueled out of love and passion. Where you're so frustrated because you see it and you're like, man, I could do it. How come they can't do it? you know, and dealing with our community. I'm dealing with young men and young women all the time. And I'm like, man, you can do so much. You don't have to live this life, right? You don't have to do this. You know, why do you feel like you need to do, you know, we do a, you know, I can go on, right? But I think the thing is, like you're saying, you know, a lot of people don't know. I would sit and pray with people I've arrested on our way to the jail. We would have conversations, and I would tell them, I say, listen, I know you just committed robbery. I know you just tied this person up. I know you just stabbed this person. I know you just shot this person. But listen, this incident doesn't define you, right? Don't allow this to define you for the rest of your life, right? Find a way out of this. You know, I try to coach people on the way to jail. So I understand. I don't make excuses for people's bad choices, right? But I understand that jail and prison is also not the solution, right? So I know this, but my power is so limited. You know, and I felt like after so long arresting so many of our people, you guys, I said, damn, I'm not really solving anything. You know, I'm here to give you a timeout. I'm here to prevent you from making matters worse. But when I get there, the situation is already done. So, you know, I ask myself and I say, what could I really, really do to make an impact? What can I do before this stuff happens? I start mentoring. You know, I started my channel. I'm trying to do something only the best way that I know how. But then I start having deeper conversations like this. And I say, what is the problem? You guys, when I walk into these homes in our communities, they're damaged. They're dysfunctional. Even when you have a father that's not present, he wants to still be with the child. The father's life still isn't in order either, right? The mother's world is still broken. It's not in order either. So, you know, it's deeper than just, okay, we got this dysfunction in the house, whatever. We have to start. We got kids that are going to be pushed out by parents that you can't control the parents, right? The best we can do is give a child a very solid foundation of what it means to be Black, what it means to love themselves, how to interact with one another, even if they're going into a home that's dysfunctional. We can't save every home, but we can properly educate every child, you know, and that is my idea. Now, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I've worked with a lot of children. And I'm telling you right now, you can't change the parents. You know, we could send counselors. Who's going to volunteer to do it, right? We could talk about what we should do. Who is going to do the job? Who's going to do it? Who's willing? You listen, what people from our community is going to step up? Again, we want to make change. Who's going to step up and do it? We complain about the police, but we don't want to sign up and do the job. We complain about teachers. We don't want to do the job. So the question is, again, we have to ask our community, are we willing to step up and put ourselves in position to have the impact in our community that we need to grow?
So Nathan, real quick, I have a gift for you. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You have inspired someone. You have inspired new growth to cam up. I see his face. And here he is. So
fella, what's up with the boy?
Hey, the bot has arrived.
The bot has arrived.
Yeah.
The bot is alive.
Who called you a bot, new growth? Come on now.
I'm a white man, right?
Uh-oh.
I'm a white man. What?
You got dreads and everything. Okay.
Everything, man. I'm trying to be like Black Man Unfiltered.
Okay.
With the dread.
I see you, man.
Before they start their argument or debate, I'll say, before they start their debate, can I say this one thing?
Yes.
When Nathan is saying it to reach the children, do you have children?
Do I have no?
Okay. Anybody here that has children, are your child's school teachers more influential in their lives, or are you more influential?
Oh, we are. We should be. Parents should be.
We should be. So if according to his theory of reaching the children, how is him reaching the children only going to overcome the influence of the parent?
But all right, so I think when you're talking about reaching the children over parent, we're talking about parents that don't have. I see what you're saying. I think your point is valid, and I think it's a great point. But I also think there are parents, because I know people who grew up with parents who weren't good parents, and they will tell you things like, the greatest thing that inspired me was my teacher, or the greatest thing that inspired me was my coach, or the greatest thing that inspired me was someone at church that spoke into my life. So I think you're right in what you're saying, that there are going to be those kids where their parents are going to kind of counteract what you're trying to do, and there's going to be kids that it's not going to do. But my thing is this too. I think that kids are more impressionable than parents. Like even now, we at our ages, it's harder to change our minds and to influence us versus when we were 9 and 10. So I think that's also another factor to add on to Nathan's point. So
And then I'll also add too, we got to stay in context of the situation. Is that the problem is, I'm talking about dysfunctional homes. I'm talking about broken homes. All right. And I'm talking about homes where I've walked in, there's no furniture, there's no food in the fridge. All right. I'm talking about parents who aren't home. Right. I'm talking about parents who are on the street corner selling their bodies. Right. I'm talking about broken homes. And these kids have no education from their parents. The parents' responsibility is to raise the kids. I'm talking about parents who send their kids to school like daycare. Right? I'm talking about the parents who don't show up to PTA meetings. I'm talking about parents who don't know where their children are. I'm talking about parents who call me because their child is running away from home the 7th time. I'm talking about parents who are saying, I think my daughter is at this extended stay down the street. These are the parents that I'm talking about, the ones who have no control over their children. I'm talking about the kids that I help raise are the ones that I talk to every single day on the same block, the ones that I speak life into every single day. I probably raised more kids than you have, right? And this is no shot to the parents. What I'm saying is some people in our community, there's kids coming from these homes and they're very broken. And the only freedom that they have is at school. And what I'm saying is the best thing that we can do for these kids who don't have a good outlet, who don't have any mentors, is to provide something solid in school. Now, again, I'm here in Atlanta. The school system here in some of these cities in Atlanta are trash. They're horrible. The kids can't read, they can't write, they're failing everything, right? It's bad. It's really bad. And this is the Black Mecca. So what I'm saying is there's some real issues in our community that need to be addressed. A lot of our best and our brightest teachers don't teach in certain cities in Atlanta because they don't pay anything. They go to the white school and they teach other kids, our best and our brightest. See, the difference between me, you guys, and I know you said earlier, Genesis, you also worked in law enforcement, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to question your
I saw
experience.
both sides.
Right. I'm not going to question your experience. But I've worked in the worst parts of our community, and I've seen some things that's unacceptable. And we're talking about generational poverty. And this is under the umbrella of a government, right? Of a council and educational board that's predominantly Black. So all I'm saying is make it make sense to me, because it doesn't make sense. I patrol a community where the majority of the police officers are Black. The majority of the school board is Black. The councilman, the CEO of the entire place is Black. The mayor, Black. Everybody's Black. But yet we still have the same outcomes. So what am I saying? Are we making any groundwork? Are we making any progress?
But I think the other day you spoke about how Blacks sold each other into slavery. We know that Blacks were slave masters. We know this. So why are we using that as a component to make your argument strong? We know that it's going to be infiltration. There's people that sell out their city, their people to the system. That's a fact.
You're right, New Growth. And I think the only problem, the only pushback I have with that is there's too many of us who don't understand that component. And yet they continue to vote and think that these people are the ones that are supposed to save them. You see what I'm saying? And at the same time, again, there's certain people in our community, it's not all of us, who complain about what white people do and the power that white people have. And then we turn around and ask them to save us and fix our problems.
We don't ask them, brother. We pay taxes into this system. This is our system too. You're speaking like you want us to pay taxes and then just let it go and build our own on our own, then pay more taxes on that. That's genocide. That's crazy. That's stupidity. They do owe us.
I never said that.
And for the, you said about the reparation was how can you speak for the majority of us? They said we wasn't gonna make it past slavery, that we couldn't survive. We did. See, and the sister was talking about chess earlier. See, but you got to understand, they always had us in check. They never said checkmate yet. Hundreds of years. That means we fighters. That means we ain't lost yet. We got some pawns that can become queens, rooks. So don't count us out. I don't know your nationality. What is your nationality?
I never first of all, I wouldn't. First of all, I'm gonna touch on all of that. I never counted us out at all. I wouldn't be here, right? I never counted us out. I wouldn't have started a channel talking about how I can help Black people in the Black community have better outcomes with law enforcement. Okay, I did 13 years serving our people with distinction and integrity. I saved a lot of lives. I prevented officers from overcharging Black men and Black women. I didn't count anybody out, sir. So we got to be clear, right? We got to be clear. I wouldn't be this passionate if I didn't care. I'm coming back with insight. I'm saying, hey, you guys,
May I ask a question?
Hold on 1 second. This is what I seen. So listen, I'm only here to give what I can give, right? I have a particular skill set. I have a particular experience that I can contribute to the problem. I'm asking that everybody, if you have a skill set, don't bring your opinions, bring something tangible that we can use to build this community up. What happens on this YouTube space is a lot of people are talking about stuff based on their feelings and their moral obligation. I'm saying, let's talk about the reality. A lot of people haven't even lived the reality that they're talking about. So again, what is my nationality? It's Jamaican. I'm not going to get the check anyways. But what I'm saying is, again, we are 13%. If we're not working together, again, this is about capitalism. This is about economics. And if we can't build under group economics, we're going to fail as a people. That's just the reality. How do you build it? We can't build an economy without a family, right? Without families. So if certain things are broken in our community, we can't do the other piece. And we talked about this, and we said we're going to have a bigger discussion about this. And we're going to bring all of our receipts to the conversation.
Right.
Growth, and you're going to be present.
Do I have to wear a suit?
Okay, so Nathan,
No.
Nathan, you talked about the generational poverty, but do you understand?
OG Patrice, hold on. I'm going to introduce you first. So OG Patrice has worked. She worked for the Obama administration. She's part of what's happening right now with the reparations as well. So that's her skill set. That's her background. And she's working closely with the reparations. So anything you want to know about ADOS, she has the answers. So OG Patrice, everybody here, Nathan, Genesis, Tommy B, Candy Dan, everybody knows OG Patrice around the YouTube street. So OG Patrice, go ahead. And if you got any questions for Nathan, go ahead.
Yeah, my question was, he was talking about the generational poverty. The generational poverty is due to the slavery and being denied the reparations that was owed to us. So every other race of people that the atrocities happened to receive their reparations, and their actual ancestor received it. The people that actually went through it is deceased. So any American descendant of slaves is owed that debt. The government allowed, sanctioned, and permitted it. So why is it that a non-ADOS person is speaking the fact that it's something that shouldn't be paid? Or you can believe, that what you want to believe about it, but I think you said that that it's not going to happen, or you don't believe in it, or something of that nature. If I'm wrong, correct me. But when you're talking about being 400 and something plus years behind the 8 ball as a people, and now you have people that's trying to get a bill passed to Congress that's fighting for what's rightfully theirs, what is wrong with that analysis when it can help our people? And understand, it's not, and see, and this is the big misconception, that Black people just think we're just asking for a check and let us walk away and say, go on about our business. That's not what ADOS is about. And I will be more than happy to break that down for you, brother, what that looks like, because that's the biggest misconception. But why are we the only race of people that have a problem with our race of people getting something that is rightfully theirs? I didn't hear nothing about no Jews when their descendants got there saying, oh, well, they don't need it. They ain't gonna do nothing with it, but do this or that. Why are we
Still
the
getting
only
it.
race of people that fight against our own race of people? That's my point. So what ADOS, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Somebody had a
When you're
question?
done. When you're
Because
done.
didn't
Oh,
you
okay.
say, Miss
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Miss OG Patrice, didn't you say that Jamaicans are also looking for their reparations as well right now?
it's
they're in
on the
talks to get
table right
theirs?
now.
Yes.
It's
So
on
do
the
you think
table
they'll
right
blow it
now.
away, Nathan?
So I would suggest, yeah, absolutely. Look it up, research it. It's real.
So,
No,
Miss
And
OG
they're our
Patrice.
allies. So why would I not wish they get theirs?
So, Miss OG
Why would
Patrice.
I wish any Caribbeans not get theirs or not believe that it's possible for them? They still are allies. They are Black and Browns brothers and sisters that were just dropped off a little shorter than what we were. So that's the problem, and the biggest misconception about reparations is people think that we're just saying, give us a check and let us do what we want to do. We're not saying that. ADOS has a structure of how we want the money distributed, where we want it to go, how we want it to go. We all know that as Black people, we are one of the most financially illiterate race of people. As a part of reparations, we're asking for training in that so that we can become financially literate. So we'll know where to put the money, how to put the money, when and who, and how to save the money. We know that we are the most unhealthy when it comes to mentally because of slavery. Believe it or not, generational PTSD, depression has been passed down from generation to generation because of slavery. That's real.
Sexual disorders.
That's hereditary. And a lot of our people, the poverty in the neighborhoods, the generational poverty that you speak of, Nathan, have a lot to do with a lot of things that the government did not allow our neighborhoods to have. Those slave soldiers that fought in the Civil War on the front lines, they were denied housing, they were denied education, they were denied funding. Reparations can help make that right. So when you're talking about generational poverty, it was handed down for those very reasons. When you're talking about we're 13% of the population and only 1.2% of the wealth is Blacks, and most of those are celebrities. So when you're talking about the wealth gap between our white counterparts and us, we some like $840,000 behind the 8 ball. And that's just equality. White household versus the average Black household. This is average. We ain't talking about elites and upper echelon. We talking about your average regular smegulars that work every day. So what ADOS is asking for, we're saying we want you to get us financially literate. We want you to get us mentally help with mental health, something that's lacking the neighborhood, lacking our veterans. We're saying that we know that we are the most unfit health-wise because this pandemic has provided that Blacks have suffered the most because we carry the most underlying health conditions. We're saying we want funding for that. The banking system, the financial system, the housing system, economic system, land that was stolen from our ancestors. I have a 104-year-old great auntie right now in a nursing home that got all her faculties. Her great-great-grandparents had land in Mississippi stolen from her. Guess what, though? Her great-great-grandparents passed that deed down to her, and we just won that lawsuit. 100-year fight we did, and she's living to see that come to pass. That's why I fight.
Sister. Wow. That's respect. Good for you.
So that property that they got that little mini strip mall on in Mississippi belong to us now.
Get them.
Ooh.
So that's why I fight. So when we talking about, the education that you denied our people, our ancestors through the 1865 Homestead Act, we're saying we want you to educate our children and our children's children. We're saying we want to provide better medical for us because we know any Black woman versus any white woman that walk in a maternity ward to have a baby, she's 8 times more highly to have complications than the white counterparts and to be served and be served at a disservice.
Yeah. 2 black
So
women
we
to
saying we
everyone.
want you to make up for the medical apartheid that they use black women as guinea pigs.
Great
Marion
book.
Simmons, look them up. They got statues. That white man for OB-GYN. He did more procedures on black women that caused them to bleed out, miscarry, lose babies, die, because he used our black women as guinea pigs, our slave back ancestors back then, without
With no
anesthesia.
drugs.
Look it
Yes,
up. Look up
yes,
the medical apartheid. So
yes,
that's why I fight.
Yeah.
yes.
He said black
We
women were
talking about the
Preach.
land. We talk
yeah.
about infrastructure. How can we build when you took our
Preach, sister.
land that was from our
Yes,
ancestors?
yes.
So how can we trace our ancestry? We can trace it through ancestry.com. We can trace it through birth certificates, social security, and census. So if you qualify, you have ever put black, Negro, or African American on your census, you qualify for reparations. That's why I fight. And we're saying also, we want it in the form of trust funds and annuities. See, because our white counterparts have generational wealth that they are able to pass down that legacy to theirs. We don't have that because we've been 400 some plus years behind the 8 ball for that one. And it's due us. So that is the structure of the breakdown that ADOS is asking for. We are not saying give us a check and walk away, because we know that we won't do nothing but put it back into those very hands of those people that we spend our money loosely and incorrectly with anyway, especially the designers. But we flash all of that and we don't own jack. We're saying give us the land so we can build infrastructure. We can build our own schools, our own hospitals, our own stores where we have food deserts in the inner city. And we can hire our own teachers and principals and doctors and law. We have a board of engineers, economics, sociologies, all that sits on the board of ADOS that is planning this Black agenda out. We plan on taking this bill to Congress. That ADOS is. That's why I fight.
Sorry, collective.com. That's
We
what
might need to, a Black Man Unfiltered. We might need to, you have to clip that.
Yeah, she
OG,
needs to,
OG
yeah, I
Patrice,
will.
that was
and
that was
you'll be
powerful.
here. You'll be here Tuesday with us, huh, OG Patrice?
She muted.
OG, can you hear me? You'll be with us Tuesday.
What's
when
Tuesday?
We talk about, I'm sorry. Let me tell you. So we're going to have an entire show dedicated to rebuilding the Black community and fixing the structure of the Black community. So we'd love to have you and your expertise and what you were talking about tonight.
Sure. And if anybody is interested, go to ADOS101.com. You'll see the very thing I just talked about, the Black agenda. ADOS101.com. You don't have to support it. You can be an ally. We sit on the side and we are allies of our Caribbean brothers and sisters because we know that that's on the table for Jamaica. Of course, absolutely, we support that and want to see them get it because that's saying for us that we got a fighting chance. I'm just saying we don't have to agree on everything, but let's not be against it because we don't agree. We can be allies for each other. We all up here look alike at the end of the day. That's the only thing I'm saying.
Right.
Just respect.
Anybody want to respond to what she said? Nathan, you want to respond to that? Anybody? Hey, Nathan, say hell no.
I just want to say she was dead on point, you know. And I think a lot of it is just, no disrespect to anybody, man. I got love for everybody, but it's the point that a lot of us have a lot of history. Nathan, I don't know what generation you are here, but my family, I can trace my generation back 100 years. You see what I'm saying, brother? So this is not just something I got off of a TV show. This is something that's in my soul. This is why I can't lead a community. I left the community when I got married because, hey, it was a little much. But something in my soul said, move back. And I moved back and bought a little raggedy house in Pittsburgh. You know what Pittsburgh is, right? I bought a house over there for $30,000. Let's just say that house is worth over $300,000 now because of the gentrification. But that took an equity out of there. But I almost have $1 million worth of property.
That's what's up.
So let's not so quick to call and discredit people because I have a different view than you and say, are you Black? That's very disrespectful, brother. I love you. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, bro, we on the same team. Like I'm fighting for you, but it was like ongoing. So that's all I wanted to just get on here and say. It's love. I would never disrespect. You know, you can tell in my tone I'm a black man. Stop fronting. Stop fronting.
New growth. I apologize. I meant no disrespect. And
Yeah,
I was
you did.
clowning. I did.
Yeah, you did.
But I was
It's all
clowning.
love,
I was
though.
clowning. But new growth, with all due respect, though, it's not you. And this, that first time of us talking, we had a clash of different opinions and different ideas. And the reality is that we're all here wanting the same conclusion for our people, which is equitable treatment, which is freedom of choice, freedom of rights to be respected, and our just dues, and I think at the end of the day, we all do come from different perspectives. And granted, yes, I'm not ADOS at all. But I hear and I fight for everybody of melanin color, regardless. Remember, those boats pass through the Caribbean too. I'm well aware about the ADOS, and I'm well aware about what they're doing and what they're actually reaching towards. And I know about what they're doing for Jamaica. So I know all these things. Again, I get it. I get it. But at the same time, again, I'm going to apologize to you because I meant no disrespect. But unfortunately, sometimes since I've been on here for a while, there have been people who've been very shady and disingenuous, and not camming up, but always have the most to say. So I appreciate you being willing to come up and put your face where your mouth is. I respect that. And I respect others who are willing to do that, because if you're gonna debate with me and challenge me on my words and what I'm saying, I want to see you. Because sometimes, as New Growth, some people can be a little comfortable behind the scenes and don't have.
That's okay though. That's okay though.
It
You know
is.
what I'm saying?
It is, but it makes me a little.
It doesn't take
but
away
for
their
me,
validity. It doesn't take away their validity.
But
And
we
everything
have.
is. Go ahead.
I apologize. I was going to say there have been some people who have been found out to be not who they are, but they're pretending to be someone else. We we have some brothers in this space who say they're brothers and they're not brothers. Malcolm X. We have some people in this space that want to have the conversation, but we don't really know what they look like, or they pretend to be black and they're really not black. So that's my thing. We have a lot of that going on in YouTube. I have a lot of that on my channel personally. And so I just feel like if I'm gonna debate with someone, I need to see your face, because some people get a little comfortable, and you're not willing to put your face on the line like I'm really put my face on the line, just as a mutual respect. That's all it is, brother. And I want to apologize again to you again.
It's all good. It's all good, man. I just had to. It was like an ongoing joke. I'm like, hold up, man. Y'all gonna get on my back.
Can I say something? I'd like to say something about the ADOS thing.
Pulled up and popped the trunk on me.
Right. Hey, real quick, Candy, before you go. Hey, guys, thank you for watching. I see that you guys are still watching. Thank you for the continued support. Hey, we did hit 500 subs today, so we're celebrating that. Plus, we're talking about our Black community and how we can move forward in solutions. So the conversation is continuing. If you do want to a note, if you want to, please, if you're watching, subscribe, hit the like button. If you do want to donate to the channel, the Cash App is scrolling at the bottom of the screen continuously. If you want to do that, it's Black Man Unfiltered if you want to support the channel, and so we can get to be monetized. So thank you guys for watching. Hit the like button and let's continue to move forward. Candidae, you had something you wanted to say, then we ain't signing. Finna jump in here. Go ahead.
Okay, so like I'm not all there with the ADOS and the reparations. I think perhaps I have some. I went on the website, and no one has to agree with me at all where I'm at right now. And keep in mind, I am open to changing. I'm open to growth. I'm able to you guys pushing me into one direction or another. I'm open. Okay, I'm just letting you know where I'm at right now. Is that similar to what Nathan was saying before? I feel like our community. Like you're asking, from what I'm hearing, you're asking a lot of. Granted, Miss OG Patrice, you might know what to do with the money. We ain't signing. I know you know what to do with the money. Perhaps some of you guys know what to do with it. But for the majority of our community, I don't know if what Mr. Nathan was talking about isn't true. I don't know if we're not going to see a bunch of people at this Foot Locker or whatever buying sneakers and stuff. I don't know. I'm not there yet. Because from what I've seen from my neighborhood, I understand New Growth. You don't agree with me, and that's okay. You can help convince me. Like I said, I'm open. I'm not one of these people that's got to be wrong and strong. You can help me. You can open me up a little bit. But what I'm saying is, from where I'm standing right now, it doesn't seem like Like you said that you're asking for money for the community. Who's going to give us this money? The government. And then you expect the government to also teach us about financial literacy, and then the government's also going to give us this money and tell us what to do with it, and the government's going to do all these different things. Like, I'm not really understanding why the focus is on this money as opposed to worrying about us making businesses and changing for ourselves right now. Now, granted, I understand you're saying that it was given to other people, so why can't it be given to us? I get it. I understand that. I just don't understand. What I'm fighting with is, even if we hand it out, and I don't know how much you think is going to be proper. Like, is it $1 million, $2 million, $5 million? Like, what do you think?
Well,
The
I
government's
think
going
the
to give
total
out
amount is
all
around,
these millions or whatever dollars to
right.
everybody?
I think it's
Like,
like
it just doesn't make
12
any
trillion.
sense to me. I need someone to help me out. Like, how much do you think all that slavery and how much do you think that's worth? And that comes out of us. That comes out of the government. You think this money is coming out of nowhere? It comes out of the community. It comes out of our taxes. So I'm not really understanding 100% what difference it really makes. Why are we not focused on? Just help me out here, because, like I said, I'm not like fighting you, okay? I just need some convincing, because I'm not there yet. I understand that Miss OG, Patrice, you might know what to do with the money. New Growth, you might know. We Ain't Signing, you might know what to do with the money. Some of you guys might know what to do with the money, but for the most of us, for the most of our community, do they really know what to do with the money? And you're expecting to get this money from the government, which is out of our pockets anyhow, and then the government to also teach us financial literacy, which they haven't done ever? Like, what's going on? I don't understand this. That's real.
But
I'm
we,
just
but
help
we,
me out.
it's a great
Okay,
book that
and
I go ahead. I'm sorry, Miss OG.
no, I just wanted to say to her, I understand you're not understanding, right? I get that. But the question is, who else are we supposed to get it from? We're supposed to get it from the government. The government is the one that allowed it, sanctioned it, permitted it, and no one ever paid as far as paid for the atrocity that was done to our ancestors. So absolutely, they are responsible for it. They allowed it, permitted it. They are the ones that's supposed to give it. They are the ones that gave it to the other race of people. And as far as what you said, something about the training and all of that for financial literacy, this is a package. This is a package as a bill that we're putting together. We get as much as we can. The more you ask for, maybe perhaps the more we'll get. So that's why we put this it's called a Black agenda. And again, go on ADOS101.com and it breaks everything down. We're also saying that we want some of our Black people to be able to be owners of the dispensary, because when it comes to mass incarceration in the justice system, they put more Black men away in prison for selling marijuana, and it gave them healthier sentences than they did the white counterparts, and that's true. And only 2% own dispensaries in the whole United States. 2%. That's very low. So when you're talking about like an equality board and things of that nature, that's the reason why we're breaking things down and asking for the things that we're asking, the very things that have been denied us.
And see,
and as far as
oh, I'm sorry.
As far as the cost, I can tell you that right now, it's anywhere between 12 and 14 trillion dollars. That's how much it is thus far. Because guess what? The banking systems, the insurance systems, all of them are still benefiting off the backs of slavery. Did you know that that the insurance companies and the banks use slaves as collateral?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do know that. I work for Goldman Sachs, and so I'm very familiar with Goldman Sachs. Literally,
okay.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, and some of the designers and things like that, your Tiffany's, your Louis Vuittons, all are still benefiting.
Your
off the backs
universities,
of our
Georgetown.
ancestors. Some of the colleges.
Yeah, New York Life.
Mm-hmm.
Harvard. I mean, I can go on and on.
So you really think that the
So
government is going to
redlining.
give us certain amounts of millions of dollars
Well,
to
we believe. Like that's how we hear. That's what I think a lot of y'all don't understand. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Let me just say this. The government just gave out trillions for this pandemic, correct? So that the mindset that our people think that they don't have the money, that's a problem in and of itself. They have the money for what they want to give. That's all I'm saying.
So how do we feel
It's
about
fair.
this?
And then again, we're not just saying it, but I want to make one final thing. I want to say one final thing. Why is it that it's a problem when Black people are on the table to get something and other Black people worry about what other Black people are going to do with their money? Why is that?
Because they don't know our history. They don't understand.
Why
Can
is
you
that?
explain what do you mean by that? Explain what you mean by that, please.
Go ahead.
No, I'm
Miss
just
OG?
asking why, because hello.
Well, I'll
Can you
I'll
hear
say
me?
Yeah, we
yeah.
can hear you.
Were you going to
Okay.
talk, OG
Yeah,
Patrice?
that's just my question because nobody else questions. Nobody else questions.
Uh-oh, she broke up.
Yeah, I think
You're
she
on mute.
froze up.
You're on mute, OG Patrice. OG.
I mean,
well, I was going to say, oh,
I'm
she's
here.
back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, that was just my question. I just don't understand why we worry about what other Black people is going to do with money that is owed to them from the government. Like, why do we do that to each other as a people? Why?
Well,
I don't get it.
I can tell you what I think.
2 words,
people-
Malcolm X.
Like, I'm not understanding why we feel like the government is going to solve all of our problems. Like, I agree that the government has a responsibility to us socially, but like, I'm just still not understanding how you think that the same government that enslaved you is also going to free you. Like,
I don't
free
think
yourself.
everybody said that. I don't think
At one
anybody
time,
said that.
nobody said that.
This is
Well,
this
I
is
know nobody
help
said
me.
that.
Help
No,
me.
she's. I
Explain
think
to me. Help me out here,
she's
please.
making that point.
So can we make the point about the land? Like she just said her grandmother, her great grandmother,
Yes.
just won that
Right,
land
that's one
after.
situation, right? But do you think that, like, I don't have any land here. I'm from the Caribbean also. Like, so I'm supposed to, because
Right.
I'm a
But
slave.
that see, this is not your
Like,
conversation though. This is not your conversation. That's the problem.
Can I
okay,
just
that's
say
fine. I
something really
accept
quick?
that.
Can I just I just will
I'm
say
sorry,
that
I'm struggle streaming, so I don't really hear.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I'm gonna let y'all have it, man. Peace out, Black people. I just wanted to show my face. I'm not a bot. Respect.
Thanks, New Growth. I appreciate that.
They also recently had a family in Manhattan Beach, California, which I don't know if any guys know, but that's a very expensive part of California. They just got their land back that was stolen from their family. So, but if a lot of these people who talk about reparations was talking to that family, they would have told them the same thing. Give up. Why are you expecting the government to do that? Like, it's at the end of the day, if they gonna fight for that, I don't understand what the problem is. Nobody's saying everybody's putting all their seeds in one basket.
Right.
That's a fight that they willing to push. Cool. If it come through, cool. I don't think the whole Black community is on pause waiting for reparations. The
No.
problem is when the Jews was getting theirs, I don't think it was hella Jews out there going, "Y'all ain't about to get no money." Da da da. If the when the Native Americans got theirs, I don't think the Native Americans was going, "Oh man, what y'all wasting y'all time?" Like, I don't think that attitude was out there. But for some reason, with our people, and not even just with our people, with everybody's view toward our people is, what are you guys demanding this for? Da da da. And real shit, there was actual promises made to us. This is like solid. This isn't being made up. 40 acres and a mule ain't just the same. That was said, and it was never followed through with. You know, it's a hell of a lot of land that was stolen, a hell of a lot of money that was stolen, a hell of a lot of inventions that was stolen. Like, this is real stuff that happened. So the same people that are detractors to this are also the same people that want to have these conversations about the Black community. Why are we here? Da 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 da. And it's like, well, hell, this is the history of how we got here. You know, if some of this stuff didn't happen, we as a people would be a lot more advanced. We as a people would be ahead economically. So this is literally, you know, us trying to get at least a piece of what they took from us. And again, we aren't all on pause going, okay, well, you know, let's not move until this happens. If this happens, cool. But if it doesn't happen, I don't think the Black community is just, you know, just halting and just.
I want to ask this. Yeah, I want to ask this question to Nathan and OG Retreat, everybody basically. But Nathan, I want you to answer it first. So how do we feel about let's see. How do we feel about all the stuff that's coming out right now? Like the other day, I was reading an article, and they said that they found out that the family of the slave, that went all the way down, he in his journal, right? They found this buried journal thing on the property where they were at the plantation or whatever. So anyway, they found a journal, and they went through it, and it had a recipe in it, and it happened to be on the property owned by the children that are the descendants of the Jack Daniels brand. And so they matched the ingredients from this slave's book to Jack Daniels alcohol. It's the same recipe. And so now, knowing that, how do we feel knowing that Jack Daniels has made billions of dollars off of a stolen recipe from a slave?
And they came out and admitted it too.
I'll give you another one. KFC recipe. Stolen. Aunt Jemima recipe. Stolen. The family can't get a dime. And when the judge told him, listen, I'm not going to give you any money from what happened in the past, but moving forward, if you use Aunt Jemima's face, if you use her name, you got to pay the family. They immediately changed it to the Pearl Company or something.
Yeah.
So how do we feel about these things that are coming out? Elvis Presley, half of his hits, 46 songs, 56 songs were written by Black people, and they sung these songs on the Chitlin circuit. And they say Elvis used to sit and listen to the radio, Black radio on the Chitlin circuit, and take all their songs and sing them all and get paid millions of dollars. I mean,
there's a long history of that, though.
There's a long history.
And the inventions, exactly.
What do you the reality is, the question is, are we going to have a moral argument?
Yeah.
Or are we going to have a reality argument?
Right.
We got to choose which path you want to go down, because those are two totally different. Because if I have the reality argument, you guys are going to want to kick me off this panel.
No, go ahead. No,
argument, we're going to all sing
be a
Kumbaya,
reality.
right?
No. I want the moral argument. That's what I want. Go ahead.
What'd you say, Zoe?
I was saying there is a moral argument, but then there's a practical, because it's not like the reality argument doesn't mean there's things that can't be done. So you say reality, you might say something final and make it sound like that's for everyone's reality. You got to make it practical as what can be done to make the corrections, which is why I'm not against reparations. I just think that crime has a color in this country, and the U.S. government is invested in, historically speaking, I'm not just making this up. The U.S. government has an investment in promoting that Black people need to be at the bottom.
At the bottom to keep the ship afloat, right?
Well,
and fighting for reparations is a necessary fight, but it's just it does conflict with that, and that's where the issue is. It is more important, at least to me, that people build themselves up to be prepared to have that kind of fight, because
correct.
We need, we don't need just one OG Patrice. We need a group. We need them to be doing what they're doing. But I think Tommy B said, like, not to have all your eggs in one basket. Like, I know I'm not in that basket. I know I'm personally have to be in a different type of basket, because I don't have what it takes to be in the OG Patrice basket. You feel me?
Yeah,
I think, Nathan, I think what it is I think it's possible.
And I appreciate you saying that.
I think it's possible for it to happen. I don't think it's probable.
And
me
can you hear
saying
me?
that's not. Go ahead, OG.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
I'm sorry, Tommy. Go ahead.
Oh,
no,
no.
I was just gonna say I appreciate you saying that, and I think a lot of times, when I sit in the spaces and I go on platforms and I talk about the reparations, I do realize that my biggest fight is going to be against my own people. I do realize that when I come to these spaces, but I have to still come to try to educate, to give the best talking points that I can, to try, to gain as much momentum from our people, to say that the main thing should be our bottom line, that we want to see our people come up. And just because I'm fighting for reparations does not mean I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs with nothing else to do and I'm not building. This is like a big misconception. I think that Black people just have for Black people, period. I just really think that it's just, we love to have something to just fight against the grain on for talking points sake. I think we just do that like subconsciously, you know. So I'm a baby boomer. The baby boomers, my generation is the one that has the most wealth. I'm sending I got 5 grandchildren that I'm helping with a college fund send to college. I've traveled and toured the world in the entertainment industry, which has allowed me to gain wealth there. I've gained wealth in other things, but I'm in the inner city where I grew up, not in my same hometown, but I'm in this inner city because I was an inner city girl that somebody took a chance on me and taught me music, invested in me. So I live in the suburbs, but I go in the inner city and I mentor. I could have easily said, I got mine, so I ain't gonna worry about nobody else. You know, I took care of mine, so I ain't gonna worry about nobody else. You see, the fact of the matter is I love my people, period. And I think and one thing I would wish that Black people could have, we can agree to disagree on a lot of things and respectfully so, but our bottom line is we should want to see each other come up, period. And help where we can, period. No matter what shade of Black and brown we come from, or what side of the diaspora we come from. That should be our bottom. But this is the most thing that divides us the most. ADOS has white women for reparations because there's white people that realize that there was an atrocity that was done to our people. That's real. So when I sit on these platforms and I talk and I try to, you know, go against the grain of the people and try to say this is the point. These are the talking points that I want you all to just think about. Because let's be real, our people can wear us out. Like Black people wear me out sometime, for real. I promise you. They wear me out. But anyway, that's all I want to say about that.
OG, I think it's honestly it's us against everybody because I think I don't know too many people outside of our race that even agrees that we should get it. It's a weird situation. Everybody acknowledges what happened, but then when you start talking about that, that's when people get iffy about it, and that's what's always been weird to me because then you get the oh well it happened so long ago, and oh well why do I have to pay for what happened back then and da 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 and all of this stuff. So I mean I've literally found it where it's almost anybody outside, and then you got to deal with the people inside the race as well. It's a real weird situation. I have not one day in my life heard anybody have an opinion against the Jews getting theirs. I haven't heard one person a day in my life have an opinion against the Native Americans getting theirs. But it just seems to be when when the subject of us come up, it's oh, you guys will do this with the money. Oh, you guys aren't even connected. Oh, it's just so many different things that I mean, I don't understand it sometimes.
All right, so y'all, let's address this comment right here because them comments are coming in. The solution to the problems of Black America is 1, fixing the Black image, 2, acquiring power. Reparations doesn't help with either of those things. It's just yet another unnecessary obstacle. Wow.
Says a non-ADOS person. Says a non-ADOS person. Okay, and Jonathan already know when he was on Lapeef and I tried to come up there and give some talking points, he left me in the back hanging and wouldn't pull me up while he calling all Black people racist. So let's just be real about that. Like Black people are superior to all other races, because that's what a racist is. A racist is a person that thinks that their race of people is superior to all other races. So guess what? Everybody that's Black is racist, y'all.
I'm cool with that.
What?
I'm racist.
How did we get here? What?
She said, how do we get here?
Yeah,
listen.
I said that because of the smarty pants. Jonathan put that comment in the chat.
I wasn't co-signing that. I'm sorry, I was not co-signing that part.
So hold on. So you guys, before I run out, I will say this. I don't have a dog in the fight, but I do, right? I do because I live here. But I think the benefit to what OG Patrice said. I think the reality is all the battles need to be fought on all grounds. There's multiple. There's more than enough fight for the Black community. For us, we don't need to be really complaining where the fight is at. I think we need to be realistic and practical again. And to what you're saying earlier, Black Men Unfiltered, the winners make the rules. It's just that simple. That's how history has always worked. When you win, you make the rules. And so we are in a situation where we didn't win. And so we are under a particular nation who's making all the rules. We're playing in their home, right? There's a certain way to play under this roof, and we're not playing the rules properly, right? You could take that how you want to take it, and I think the benefit of myself or JB or Candid is that we're on the outside looking in. So a lot of times we see a lot of things that happen within the Black community, and we're like, hold on, you guys, hold on. This might not be the right way to go about it. And sometimes when we try to give some advice, people on the outside looking in, it's not received well. It's not received well. And sometimes a lot of the issues in our community are self-inflicted. We don't want to own it. That's accountability. And so again, if you want to fight the battle, fight it. I think it's owed. It's definitely owed. I don't know anyone who said it's not owed, right? Mm-hmm. People have an issue with how you plan on implementing it because the Black people who are involved in putting it together couldn't put nothing decent together. That was the issue from the beginning. Since I've been doing the research on it, because I've been a fan of listening to it. I think it's a very amazing idea. I think it should happen. I know it should happen. I know exactly. There are a lot of things on that website I don't agree with, and I know it's not practical. Because again, I've worked in and out of our community 13 years, so I see what the real issues are. And that plan doesn't address half of them. So, I'm not against it. I want them to give reparations. And I've said it on another channel. I said, please give it to us. Well, give it to them, right? Give it all. Give every single drop. Because even at that point, in that moment, Black Americans have to wake up and say what? If it doesn't work, guess what?
No excuses.
No excuses.
There's no excuses. There's no, I say give it to them. Give it to them with no Vaseline.
Hey.
And, Black Man Unfiltered. With that, brother, I am out. And listen, you guys need to stutter. Listen, this is the problem. And I'm leaving with this. Okay. And I said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. The three great M's in this country. Martin, we just celebrated his birthday, you guys. What did he say? He was very clear, right? He said, let's get along. Let's integrate. Let's do this thing. We can make it happen. All right, here we are. Here we are. And we're talking about Black-owned businesses. Here we are. Thank you, Martin Luther King. Now, what did Malcolm X say? He said, listen, you guys, we can't get along. We need to stay separate but equal. Have our own businesses, our own schools, teach our own people. You can't let other people who don't look like you teach you, educate you. You just can't do it. It doesn't work. Malcolm was very clear. All right, now listen, but we don't celebrate his birthday now. Be clear. Be very clear, right? Be very clear who you are asking for gifts from. The same people who told you that it's okay for a white man to come down your chimney and give you gifts. The same people who told you that hold on now. The same people who told you that the Cowboys were good people. The same people who told you about Thanksgiving. Listen, don't get it twisted. Now, what's the last M? The last M is Marcus, right? One of my kinsmen, right? Ayadi. What'd he say? He said, listen, Black folks, I feel what you're saying, Martin. I hear you. Malcolm, I feel you. But y'all need to get the hell on. Play with the government if you want to. Beg, ask for what you want. I hope everybody gets, we need it, we deserve it. Be careful what you ask for. And with that, brother Black Man Unfiltered.
Yeah.
I'm out.
All right, man. See you Tuesday, bro.
You're going somewhere different
You'll
with
get
that
the, yeah, you'll
Cowboy
get the email,
comment.
man.
I
We'll
was
see you
waiting on
Tuesday,
it,
bro.
too. I was waiting on it.
Hey, everybody love the
I
Cowboys.
want to
but
answer
really
that question
love
why
Andy.
Nathan run it off.
OG, I can't tell you
Bye,
that monologue.
Nathan.
Oh, hey, OG, you're not about to
I
spit
got
me like
love
you
for
did.
you. I got love for you.
Thank you, Nathan.
I love you, OG Patrice. You know
It's
I love
all
you.
in love. It's all in love.
OG Patrice, what you're doing is what you are doing though is exactly what you should be doing. Don't let's not get it twisted. You're doing exactly all the battles need to be fought. I'm saying that it's all battles need to be fought.
No,
We have to
Nathan, but I
watch.
do realize that ADOS can't fix all our problems. No, nobody
Correct.
can. It's gonna
Correct.
be left up to us. But what we do and utilize with what we have could make the difference. That's what I
Absolutely
want.
agree.
No, to be
Absolutely
understood.
agree. And all them gifts come with a hook on the end of it. Nobody wants us from underneath the bottom.
It's not a gift, it's a debt. Stop saying that.
That's not how again, we're talking the powers that be that doesn't look at it that way.
Right.
We're coming with a bill.
My thing
It's
is
a debt.
this is a
We
competition.
ain't accepting no gifts.
This is a competition, you guys. And again, our community has lost its purpose. This is a competition. We are
Absolutely.
not friends with anybody. All right. We
Absolutely,
love
I
everybody.
agree
We're not
with
friends
that.
with anybody. All right. So again, nothing is free. And it just is what it is. All right, y'all. I'm out. I'm gonna leave it with that. Oh shit, JB. I'm gonna let listen. I'm gonna let JB finish y'all off.
Let JB come on up here so I can let him have
There
it
we
while he left me
go.
hanging in the back on the
Here we
P.
go. Here we go.
Yeah, if I could come through this phone right now while he
Hey,
left
I
me
don't
in
know.
the back.
JB, I already heated her up. So good luck, brother. Good luck.
You didn't heat me up, Nathan. You didn't heat me up because I gave you the smoke and I left you speechless. Don't even sit up there. Now all of a sudden you had something to say.
Hey, there's only so much I can say.
Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count.
But I'm not ADOS. So what can I say about that? Right? I
But
can't speak
but it's okay. No, Nathan, I listen to you because you still are my brother and my ally. So you have a say. I can't sit here and say you don't have a say because you don't agree with some of my points. I'm not saying that.
But what you said wasn't right. You said everything that you said. ADOS is represented. I read the website. I think it's a beautiful thing. I think it's deserved. No one is saying it's not deserved. I said good luck, and I also said watch the hook at the end. That's all I said.
And I appreciate that because that goes to show that we can be allies in our fights, in our different fights, right?
Absolutely, because when they see us, they see color. They don't see me from Jamaica or Candid from Trinidad or JB from Haiti. Listen, it's a melanated war, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, I agree. 100% on that.
Nathan, bro, I appreciate you. See you Tuesday, man. It's gonna be great Tuesday, bro.
Absolutely.
All right, man.
All right, I'm gonna have some more smoke for you, Nathan, on Tuesday.
Bring the smoke. Bring it.
I'm bringing it.
All right, man. So JB, man, listen, JB, thank you for coming on, bro, and thank you for congratulating me, man, on my 500 subs, bro. I appreciate the support, and you've been in the chat, man. Appreciate that, man. I'm trying to get where you at, bro. But anyway, so I got OG.
Wait, you trying to be broken dusty, bro?
No, man, come on, bro. Now, come on, man. This is a facade. But man, come on. Why you do my girl OG like that? OG said you left her in the back. You seen her coming with
He
this?
did, black man.
Listen, this is Cap. Okay, here's what happened. Right?
Oh my God.
No, listen. Here's what happened. Right? I can understand.
What had happened was.
Listen, I think she made, because I've heard her say this multiple times. Every time I'm like, no, that's not what happened. And I think I can understand how she read it like that, but. If you watch my show, you'll see a number of people. Like I have to, even at the end of the show, sometimes I have to be like, man, like there are people in the back that I didn't get to, because like the back will be filled up really quickly. And the problem is like, in fact, this is a conversation I've had with JR where, JR is pretty good about like when people are going on and on, whatnot, like kind of just, getting them. I don't like to be rude to people, especially if they're, if people are taking up their time to come on my show. Like I feel like I kind of owe them a certain level of respect for giving me their time, right? Because I like when people value my time, right? And so because of that, once somebody is on there and they're going back and forth with me, you might notice, if you watch my show, you might notice I struggle with getting people off. Like I do struggle with that. And so what happened that day is that, and because she was not the only one coming from my neck from the Ados perspective. Like, for example, D Will was, and he ended up coming up. So it wasn't like an issue of Jonathan against the Ados folks. It was just, I was like, okay, I saw D Will in there. In fact, if you go back and watch that episode where she's talking about, you'll see when I pulled up D Will, I was like, hey, I know you had a lot of smoke for me in the comments or something like that, right? So it's not like I was trying to avoid the Ados folks. It's just that OG Patrice was like one of many people that were in the back ready to, bring the smoke to me, which I wanted to hear. But as we move forward, at some point, in fact, I looked back and she was gone. Like she was gone, and then she was already in the chat saying I was ignoring her, and I'm just like,
JB's a horrible moderator. JB's a horrible moderator.
So, but it wasn't me trying to ignore her. It's like by the time I look back, I'm like, okay, I'm about to bring up OG Patrice, and I looked down there and she was gone. And then I looked in the chat and she was going off on me in the chat, and I'm like, oh, like that's. But I can understand how she perceived it like that, though.
OG, do you understand better now, or do you think it's cap? Which one is it?
I still think he capping.
Fair enough.
Okay. That's okay. He
So
left me hanging.
So you know what, OG, what you had to say to him then, you can say it to him now. He's open-minded right now. He's sitting right here.
No, the reason why I really wanted to come up too is because I heard Jonathan say that I think he was arguing with somebody else about how ADOS people say that they don't have no say or something about Black issues, and at the end of the day, we all look alike or something, and if we all stop by, and I actually agree with that. I was gonna say that I don't know who was saying that or why, because I was gonna come up there to say that point. But my point was because majority of the people on the panel was non-ADOS that was speaking against reparations. So and I only wanted to go up there like I always do when I go on platforms, is to break things down, to explain, what ADOS Black agenda is and the bill that we're trying to get passed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then Jonathan said, all Black people are racist. And I was like, what?
That's not what I said.
I was like, wait, what? Since when did Black people thought they were superior to all other races?
Listen, OG Patrice, I really do think you're listening to this with your emotions. That's not what I said.
Please don't do the emotion thing. Don't do the emotion thing, Jonathan.
Hold up, OG Patrice. If there's one thing about me, and Aaron could be my witness here, because Aaron has seen me on a number. In fact, I've done like entire night streams with Aaron, right? I am very careful with my words. Like anything I say, even when they're reckless, anything I say it on purpose, right? So if somebody says you said this, I know for a fact if I said it or not. Would you agree with that, Aaron?
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Like I am extremely careful with my words. I don't say things.
And I heard you carefully say Black people can be racist. I heard you say that.
But I didn't say all Black people are racist, which is what you just said. I think because I do remember you were going back and forth in the
No, I'm sorry, Dan. You're right. I don't mean that you said that. Not all people, but you did say Black people can be racist. I was like, how?
Yes, and you disagreed because of the power component.
If they
disagreed because of the power component,
if they think
which
they're
is
better
fine.
than other people, then you actually said the definition earlier of what racist is the belief that you're superior to. So a Black person can believe that.
Well, her approach again, her argument, if I understood it just from what she said in the chat, and just the general argument on this is that racism cannot exist without power. But my frustration with that argument is that
that was the other people you was arguing with about the power thing. My stance on it was just a generalization of Black people can be racist, and I was like, how? And then I think I put in there to you that. What the definition of a racist is, which is when you discriminate and antagonize someone based off of you thinking that your race is superior to other races. That's what a racist is. And I was like, Black people have never thought that they were superior to all other races. So how can Black people be racist? There
are tons of, I have met so many Black nationalists. I have met so many Black people who, like, in fact, I'll give you one better. Like, I used to be a social justice, activist myself, right? And I was extremely pro-Black, right? The views that I have today.
Because you pro-Black don't mean you racist, though.
I know.
Pro-Black don't mean you racist.
I know, but I'm saying, like, literally from the perspective of, like, almost. I didn't go as far as a Black nationalist in a lot of ways, but I'm saying, like, I did believe that the Black race was superior to, like, I bought into a lot of that stuff, is my point, right? And so my only point around that was that Black people can be that too. But okay, here's the general point I want to make on this topic, though, is that I think, okay, and since, you know, Black Men Unfiltered, you summoned me up here, and actually OG Patrice, so I'm just gonna say it, okay? I think one of the main issues with this conversation a lot of times is that, and OG Patrice, you just did it just now, and I don't think you realize it, is that a lot of times when non-ADOS folks approach this conversation, yes, those Hebrew Israelite folks, yes, but anyway, whenever like a non-ADOS person approaches this conversation, there's always this assumption that you must just not know the history, or you must just not be informed, or you must. And so every time I get into any of these conversations, an ADOS person will come at me and say, "Let me teach you this," and I'm like, you have no idea that. In fact, I just moved into a new spot, and I have to figure out what to do with all my books because I read so damn much. Right? You just have no idea how much I know. I probably know more than, well, not you, OG Patrice, but it's always interesting to me how I get this patronizing, like, you must not know, rather than, hey, maybe he does know, but he just has a different perspective. So that's where basically people already lose me, because it's very patronizing. Like, to assume that I just don't know about Black history. It's like, why do you just assume that because I have a different perspective, or because
But I
I'm
didn't
not
say
able?
that.
Right? You did.
I didn't say that.
No, hold up. You did. In the chat, you said in the chat, I specifically remember you said in the chat, you know, you guys don't know anything about our history, and you're always talking about it. That's what you said. You assumed I didn't know anything
No,
about the
that
history.
was not my comment, Jonathan. That was not my comment. It was not my comment. That was somebody else that you was fighting with. I did not say that, Jonathan. I know I didn't say that. What I said to you was, you saw me backstage and you didn't bring me up. That was my stance with you.
You said that as well, but before you even got on stage, I'm talking about before, when I was actually making the point, you were going off in the comments, and when you were going off in the comments, your points were basically, I don't know what I'm talking about. And which is, again, it's fine if you don't.
I did not make this.
But
no, what I want you to do, if you can find that comment and I said that, I will apologize to you, because I'm not beyond reproach for that. But that's just not my. I don't even come at non-ADOS people like that. My angle has never been like that. Zoe is on here. I've never come with that type of anger. Have I, Zoe? I've never come with that type of anger with nobody.
Fair enough. We don't even need to go down that rabbit hole. That's not even necessary. But the point I'm making is that that's something that's what I encounter a lot from ADOS folks, right? And what I find is the problem with it is that it doesn't even open the door for the conversation in the first place. The second thing is that this goes back to the comment I made earlier that Black Men Unfiltered highlight, is that the reparations argument, well, the ADOS argument in the first place. I remember, like, when I first heard about, you know, I first encountered the whole ADOS conversation via Yvette Carnell when I was, like, years ago. I'm talking about, like, almost like probably 5 years ago. I was on Facebook. I was connected to Yvette Carnell, and I even had back and forth with Yvette Carnell. So if you were to show her my picture, because I know her and Tone Talks, they're like the main people. If you were to show her my picture, she'll probably remember me. Like, I used to have back and forth with her, right? But again, even when I get into these conversations, a lot of people assume I don't know anything about ADOS, but I know a lot about it because I've had so many conversations about it, right? And the thing is, no, anyway, I'm not even gonna respond to that. Anyway, the issue with it is that when I first heard about it, I thought, okay, this is actually a pretty dope initiative. It's a pretty dope conversation, right? Because Black folks, specifically ADOS Black folks, they do have a unique claim in America, right? That is different from the rest of, like, Black people in America, like Black immigrants, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I thought it was a very intellectual conversation, a very needed conversation about our differences, because a lot of times we try to avoid the fact that we do have differences, right? And I thought, okay, this is an interesting conversation. And so I was very interested in it because I'm just an intellectual and I like to, hear different ideas. And I find it interesting, especially since from the reparations standpoint, I know for a fact that despite the fact that I'm Black in America, that would not apply to me, right? Because I'm not ADOS. But anyway, I just thought the history of it and everything was interesting. But then as I started watching the community of ADOS folks build up online, what I see the most these days is just this stirring up of division. That's pretty much all I see from ADOS folks online. Okay, is always this idea that the other Black people are against us, right? And I'm talking about in comment sections and conversations. It's always this idea that you must be looking down on us. You think you're better than us. You're this, you're that, and it's like, no, right? And to me, it's so ridiculous because it completely defeats the purpose of what you guys are looking for. And I'm gonna tell you why, right? The point I made earlier about the Black community's solution being the Black image and power, those two things are important, right? And especially the power component. And to acquire that power, you need all the help you can get, right? And the thing is, even if you look at the other communities that you guys like to mention, like the small hat community, right? Before they could get that level of access that they have now, the level of like even just before they could get the reparations that they got, right? You'll notice one thing they always do is they try to find other small hats from any community. Like, doesn't matter where you come from, what country you come from, they try to build, right, a community of themselves, right? They try to create that connection. It doesn't matter what small hat community you come from, whether you're from Israel or you're from some other country, right? They try to connect all of them together, right, globally, right, to have a global sort of power, right? And then they add a bunch of extra parameters on top of that, and that's what gives them power. What I see those folks doing online, because, and I say online here on purpose, because I know a lot of ADOS, like for example, Black men in real life, and I never hear this, a lot of the crap I see online, right? What I see them doing online is more so just trying to find all the reasons to say, these other Black people don't like us. They think they're down on it. They look down on us. They do this, they do that. And they're creating division when we need all the numbers that we can get, right? Because you can't get power without that. Right. And you're not going to get reparations without power. Right. I know it sounds great, right? But you're not going to get reparations without power, because you're not going to be able to get these politicians, the people who can actually, right, make that decision. You're not going to get any of them to sign off on this unless you have power to influence them. Not a single one of them. Right. You may think, OK, we have a plan. We have this, we have that. You're not going to influence them. Right. And so how do you actually, like, I'm not even against reparations, right? But the first step would be, let's acquire power first, and then we can force their hand. But you're trying to force their hand when you have no power.
Okay, well, I strongly disagree with that, but I respect your opinion. That's not that I don't know, I can't say what your experience with ADOS has been. I don't know. I'm not in those spaces where people from ADOS is talking that. I'm not a founder of ADOS. Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks are the original founders of ADOS. I support the ADOS movement. I believe in the ADOS movement as a descendant of slaves. So your experience is different from my experience, and I'm not taking that away from you. I do realize that there's a certain amount of power that goes with that, but I don't see no other community that has ever gotten reparations that ever joined any other race of people in that fight with them. Jews only got it. Japanese only got it. Native Americans only got it. Now, the possibility of it being on the table is absolutely possible, because Jamaica is on the table right now for reparations. Asheville, North Carolina just got forms of reparation. My hometown, Illinois, Evanston, just got a form of reparations. Providence, Rhode Island, just got reparations. So the probability of it is definitely there. There is actually a woman in your state in Georgia. Her name is Tamara Johnson Seeley, who's running for U.S. Senate, who's backing reparations, that if be put in office, she will have that power to take the ADOS bill to Congress. Check her out. She right there in Georgia. We realize that we have to have the power. So ADOS is willing. We're putting our resources and money behind this woman to help, because we know that we need someone from the political party to take the bill to Congress on our behalf. So we know what that looks like. We know, I work for the Obama administration. I know that you have to have the power and the money. I know that politicians are purchased. I do know that. So the way that they're deciding to do it is the way that they are seeing fit, that's saying that this is going to give us the power. If we put the resources and the funding behind the politician that is for reparations, that will have the power as U.S. Senator to take it to Congress to get the bill passed.
It's not, listen, that's what I'm telling you. This is, and I'm saying this respectfully. This is wishful thinking, right? Because even if we look at,
Jonathan, I'm not here to argue that point. I'm just. But
that's an important. But hold up though. That's an important point though, because even if you look at, okay, let's look at the previous administration, right, with Trump, right? If you look at an issue as big as this pandemic, right? even trying to get Congress to pass something, right, for a population where while we're in this pandemic, right, the stimulus check with majority support, right, the majority support, and it still was very hard to get anything done, right? It was still very hard to get anything done. What do you think? You think just because you guys are gonna push a woman in Congress and push her, yes, she can get it on the floor, but what next? What's gonna happen? You have no power. You have
Jonathan,
no power. Like she's not going to.
No,
I
that's
can
not
tell you
true.
right now.
I don't believe. I will never let anyone tell me that I don't believe that Black people have power. When I see the power that we have economically, where we spend our money on the wrong shit. So I'm not falling for that one. I absolutely. And we have to realize that we even have the voting power if we put that power in the right place. Politicians are purchased. You have to get with the politician that's going to push your narrative, push your agendas. I've seen that happen when I worked for the Obama administration. When I saw that, as soon as those people and those checks and those all those checks and money and funding was coming in from those two communities that got their bill passed, I saw that with my own eyes, Jonathan. So I know what it takes.
No,
as far as how it worked politically behind the scenes.
No, you know what they actually have? They have lobbyists. Not some.
Yes, and that too.
No, hold up. No, hold up. Not somebody in Congress. People in Congress are useless. That's not power. People in Congress are useless. Jonathan. No, it's
don't
not.
Say that. That's not true.
It's not power.
That is not true.
It is not power.
But we also have lobbyists as well. We have lobbyists. This is what I'm telling you. It's a strategic plan that ADOS is putting together. I don't know all the particulars of it, because I'm not the founder of it, but behind the scenes, I know how politicians work. And if you put your resources and funding behind particular politicians and lobbyists, they will push for your narratives and agendas to happen. I saw it happen with the Obama administration.
Again, with the Obama administration, it was lobbyists. It wasn't the lobbyists were the one pushing the politicians.
And I just said that. I just said we have lobbyists too. I just said that.
I think
someone else make a point now.
I think you're still missing. I think you're still missing my point. But it is. Listen, this is what, again. That's what I'm saying. Like, here's the thing, right? When you have the image that you have, okay, and this image, by the way, doesn't just apply to ADOS Black folks. If you're Black in America, this image applies to every Black person in America. The Black image, right? When you have the image that you have, and then you have, you're in a situation where you don't have actual power, right? And then you're basically, it does, and I understand the actual what the actual reparations demand is, right? But the way that it comes across is like you're now, not only do you have this image and you don't have this power, now you're extending your hand for a handout. Again, I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying this is how it comes across. And when it comes across that way, right, they have no reason to listen to you. I mean, first of all, look at how, for example, look at how comfortable Democrats are when they talk to Black people, right? Just look at how comfortable they are.
I know that's because we fall for the okie doke.
Hold up.
So I agree.
Even your guy Obama, who shares the same skin color as us, right? Look at how comfortable they are when they talk to Black people.
Absolutely, right? I agree with you.
They have no respect for you. None.
I agree with that.
They consistently.
We fall for the okie doke. That's because we allowed that to happen to us. We allowed that. That's our fault. That's on us.
Okay.
So I agree. We have to do better with the next message. Black image. I agree with you on that.
Give me something. When your next message is, "Hey, I need you to give me something," right? And you have no power. What is their incentive to listen to you when they insult your intelligence every time and time again? Because you're not going to get it from the Republicans. You're not going to get it from the Republicans, right? And any of these Democrats, they can run on one thing, right? So even those that politician that you're saying, she'll run on one thing, and let's watch actually how she behaves once she actually gets the power. Because you know what's going to happen? Because she actually has no power, right? What's going to happen is once she actually gets in that position, they're going to let her know what's up.
I understand.
Once she gets in that position, they're going to let her know what's up.
I understand your points, but that's been with every politician, Jonathan. Does that mean we're not supposed to fight? Does that mean we're supposed to just stop at that
No,
point.
that means you need a that means you need a better long-term strategy. You guys think very
We have a
short term.
long-term strategy.
No, you
We
don't.
do
No, you
have it,
don't.
and we study putting it in place every day, Jonathan.
No, you don't.
It's
a short-term strategy. It's a very short-term
This gonna
strategy.
go round and round in circles. So I digress.
It's a very short-term strategy because here's the
It's
thing.
not. No, it's not.
If you actually
No, it's
focused
not.
on,
I'm in the meetings, Jonathan. I'm in the room. I know it's more than just a short-term strategy. I know it is. And I'm absolutely going to ask Yvette Carnell and Antonio Moore, do they know about you? I'm absolutely going to ask them. I appreciate your angle and I respect your opinions, but this is my fight that I believe in, that I'm fighting for. So I appreciate an ally. If not that, then it's cool. We can agree to disagree, because I'm an ally to everybody up on this panel. Just because I may have different views don't mean I don't believe in whatever your cause is that you're fighting for. As a people, at the end of the day, we all Black. I want to see Jamaica get theirs. I would love to see Haiti get theirs. I would love to see the Barbadians get theirs. I would love to see all my people get what's their due. So if they're fighting for it, who am I to say, oh, it's this, and oh, you ain't gonna get that, and oh, I'm gonna say, I'm with you. I'm an ally. Rock with it. Do you?
but see,
That's what I'm going to say. Because at the end, Jonathan, we all have a bottom line. At least I do. I don't know if you do. It's that I want to see my people come up, period. And nobody is sitting twiddling their thumbs. Nobody is sitting not working. Nobody is sitting not building. Nobody is sitting waiting on a check. Nobody is sitting just victim Olympic. Nobody is sitting there. We're saying that a debt is owed, and this is the angle that we're going to use to try and get it. That is it.
Okay, so
Period.
here's the thing, right? See, here's the thing, right? Even as a Haitian person, right? If other Haitians came to me and said, yeah, you know, what my goal right now is to try to get France to pay us back, right? That's the wrong strategy. It's not because I don't understand that France should pay Haiti back, right? For literally bankrupting the country, right? It's not that I don't understand that, but it's because I understand that that's not a good long-term strategy. It's a waste of energy. Instead, the focus should be on acquiring power. See, the thing is, this is why again, for me, I'm so focused on all of my actions are every action I take when it comes to how I interact with other Black people, right? How I pour into other Black people, how I invest in other Black people. My entire focus, and when I say Black people, I'm not just saying other people who are not ADOS. I'm saying, in fact, most of them are ADOS. Everything for me, the entire focus is on acquiring power. That's it. Because once you acquire power, then you can make demands. It's not the other way around, right?
So ADOS, so you're saying just because people are fighting for ADOS, they are not doing the same thing, Jonathan? No,
you're not. And first,
just because we are fighting for a particular thing,
the first
does not mean that we're not building and investing in other Black people.
Here's the first mistake you're making. The first mistake, well, not you specifically, since you're saying that's not you, fine, right? But I'm telling you right now, if you ask anybody here,
I don't believe that's a lot of Black people, though, Jonathan.
You gotta let me finish my point, right? A lot of non-ADOS people who interact with ADOS folks, okay? You may say it's not you, fair enough. But a lot of non-ADOS folks who interact with ADOS folks, all we get back is just this: you're not ADOS, you look down on us, you do, like, it's immediate division. That's the first mistake you're making, because what you don't realize is once you step foot in America, right, and you get socialized, you become socialized just like the rest of Black Americans. I've never had a form that said to me, "Are you ADOS?" It just says Black and African descent. That's what I've always felt. Right? No one has ever come to me and said, "Oh, you must be Haitian," because it's like I'm just Black, right? So the first mistake that a lot of y'all make, and I'm saying, okay, I understand you say it's not you, but this is a lot of what I get from ADOS folks, especially online, is vitriol, right? And the thing is, that's the first mistake, because a big part of acquiring power is uniting in order to acquire that power, right? And so if you can actually acquire power first and you use your numbers to your benefits, right? If you use your numbers to your benefit, and especially when you have a situation where a lot of Black immigrants, they come to the country and they, a lot of times, I'm not saying this is always the case, have better outcomes, which means they could actually even invest more and provide more to the cause of acquiring power, right? You're doing yourself a disservice when you create more division, because by actually uniting, we could actually acquire power together, and then you can actually put that initiative there, because at that point you'd have the power to say, okay, based on this, and that, we can actually demand reparations now. And that reparations would still go to aid those folks. Like, I don't deserve reparations in America, but at least at that point you would have power. But you guys are doing it backwards, where you think, oh, I'm just going to, we're going to get some people in Congress, we're going to do this. That's not power. And I'm not just trying to crap on your mission, but I'm saying that is not power. You're not y'all. It's wishful thinking.
I get it. That's your opinion. That's your opinion. That it's something that I believe in and fighting for, and I am going to continue to do so, because even, and like you said though, I know it's not going to be something that's going to be given in a hurry or anything like that, Jonathan. I mean, I'm not crazy. As a matter of fact, I might not live to see it. But if it happens and it benefits my grandchildren or my children's children, so be it. Then my fight was not in vain. My thing is, I'm fighting for something, because there's people that ain't fighting for shit, but they got a whole lot of smoke for people, but they ain't fighting for shit at the end of the day.
Fight for power, not reparations.
Hey, let me
I'm fighting for reparations too. How about that? I can walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm investing in I'm a boomer, Jonathan. Which boomers are the ones that really boomers are the ones that really have the most wealth. I tour the world. I've created that for myself and for my family. So if I could have easily walked away, Jonathan, right there. But I invest in my community. I come from the hood. I live in the suburbs, but I go back in the hood and I mentor. So I'm giving to my people. And as a whole, I just don't believe that Black people are not doing that as a whole, no matter what color the child is. I just believe that we're actually doing that and investing in our people. I'm not going to sit here and say all ADOS people is only just doing stuff for ADOS and they not investing in other Black people. I just don't believe that as a whole.
What's the point of citing boomers that you're part of the boomers that have wealth? I don't understand what's the point of that.
No, I'm saying boomers economically are the ones that have had, because we are retiring and coming out of retirement. Our generation is the ones that are more economically inclined, is what I'm saying.
And do you know the reason why?
Oh, because we worked and we invest.
That's not the entire reason why. It's because you got, even though that is partially true.
Well, you're cutting me off, first of all, Candy.
I'm so sorry. My apologies.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, because I've been talking a long time. So you go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to cut you off. My apologies.
Okay.
The reason why I was going to say that is just because, although, yes, many of you guys in the boomer generation have worked well, you also have been able to take advantage of certain things that are not going to be available to my generation, such as Social Security and certain other programs that existed when you guys just happened to be alive. I've read up on this before. I've done work on this before. I can't tell you, like, I'm not as smart as Jonathan to remember every single thing about historically what happened, but there are certain social programs that benefited your generation that didn't exist prior to you getting here, and that's not going to exist after you leave. And that's the reason why many boomers are in a special situation in which you guys benefit more so than people that came before you and the people that you're going to leave behind.
Absolutely, like my parents, who were the silent generation. So you're right on that. And I was going to say that had I not been cut off. So
I'm sorry,
but you are correct.
It's a moot point to me. It's a moot point to me. I mean, I know the boomers and the wealth.
Wait, I got a question right quick. So do you guys actually really think that Social Security won't be around by the time you guys retire?
I disagree with that. I think Canada is wrong about that. Social Security or some form of it will continue to exist because it's necessary to incentivize, I don't want to say the lower class community, but people in those communities have to have a belief that there will be something for them to continue to focus on. So I do believe there will be a form of Social Security. I don't think it will ever end.
Whether it is
No, I don't think she's right.
I disagree.
That's fine. You don't have to. I mean, it might. Hopefully, it will exist because I know that I'm certainly paying into it. So I hope that I'm wrong also. But what I can say is they keep pushing the age limit older and older and older and older. And unfortunately, black men, you're dying young. So I mean, I hope that I'm
Got a
wrong.
point there. I'm
I
not
hope that
depending
I'm
on
wrong.
Social Security, so it's moot for me.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm not gonna benefit that much from because I make money, and it's gonna be like trivial for me anyhow. But like I said, I hope I'm wrong. I'm not really going on into Social Security. I don't care one way or the other, to be honest.
Can we make a point now?
Ern just made the point, y'all. Don't depend on it. It doesn't matter if it's going to be there or not. If you have to go into life focused on your own 2 feet, focus on what you can accomplish. Do not go into this depending on anything, because we have seen through history, through eminent domain, through other vices, that they can snatch whatever they want whenever they feel like snatching it. So it doesn't matter whether we think it's going to be there or not. If it's in their best interest, we didn't think affirmative action was going to go anywhere, but it's gone. So we have to prepare and train as if all we have is us. So like I said, all of that is white noise, in my opinion. But OG Patrice, you're very passionate, and I love your passion, and you are definitely doing the right thing, OG Patrice. We need you in this fight, but you have to stop being so extreme to a point where if we don't agree with you, we're not with you. We all are with reparations. Nobody has a problem with reparations. We have a problem with the strategical manner in which you go about trying to achieve reparations. So
But you saying you like it's mine, like it's my plan. I'm just a part of it. See, that's why I have to keep coming back, because
you have to cut me off, but
you know what I'm saying?
You can. I'm going to always respect you to do it, but you don't have to cut me off. I haven't cut off anyone on this panel all night. We don't.
You're right. I'm sorry. I have to apologize, because Candace just apologized to me, so I'm apologizing to you.
But my point of it is that we're only going to have a circular conversation if we can't move past the point that we all agree on reparations. So let's stop having that part of the conversation, because I haven't heard anyone ever come up here and say, hell no, I don't want reparations, or hell no, we shouldn't be fighting for it. No one has ever said that. So let's stop doing that. Let's focus in the circular realm that we all want it. We all feel, and educationally feel, we're entitled to it. But the mythology, the application, that is what we need to put the blinders on and focus on, and stop all the little ad hominem stuff about, you are basically a sellout if you ain't with it, or you don't stand for nothing if you ain't with 80. So there's so many fights out here. There's so many, we're getting punched from so many different directions. And the only point that I'm trying to make out of all of this, because you and everything that Jonathan and you discussed, OG Patrice, I know that we had the exact same conversation, the exact same points, and me and Jonathan have never talked about this issue. But the points that he addressed with you are the exact same points that I addressed with you, because we understand from a macro perspective how things actually get done. And if you want to do that, you can't just make up your own rules in this capitalist system and say, well, I feel this is how it should be. Because when Jonathan was talking about the perception of it being a gift, you would not even entertain that. You just would advocate, laser focus. Well, we're entitled to this. We're owed this. And you're right. We are entitled to, we are owed this. But Jonathan's also right about their perspective. And you must understand your enemy if you plan on beating them in war. You have to understand your adversary, your allies, if you plan on joining forces with them. It can't just be what I think or what I feel, or You have to actually take a third-party perspective and be non-objective about this, because as long as your biases are involved, most times you're going to lose. PETA, LGBT, they have made far more advances in a shorter amount of time than we have over these same causes that we're going over. When are we going to be intelligent enough to realize we don't get in trouble in life off of cheating on someone's paper? You don't get in trouble following the actions that were successful. Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. If something is working for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it would make sense that 6 would try the same thing. But for some odd reason, we're the 6 that says, you know what? Nah, the hell with that. We revolting everything. We going against everything. We going, no matter what works. I don't care if that worked for them. It ain't going to work for us. So we're going to do it our way. Well, keep chasing your tail. That's why I bring up things like embassies. Regardless, my embassy dream is more unrealistic than probably your ADOS dream. But it still comes back to they have things that we don't. And until we put that infrastructure into play, whether we are successful at it or not, the game plan must be correct if you expect your soldiers to follow you into battle. And just like, Jonathan didn't bring this point up, even though he said it, the Black Panther thing. That's they flipped the script and made us out to be militant and hateful. And when we're over here trying to feed poor children lunch and breakfast and unite, and so the narrative is important because we have seen them pull the rug right from under us when we had a strong, sound plan and we had strong people. We had more unity back then than we have now. And what was the result? It did not pan out the way that we wanted it to pan out, whether it was through deletions, whether it was through infiltration, whether it was through negative rhetoric. All of those things came together to make that perfect Molotov cocktail, and everything went down from there. So there's no point of talking history just to be regurgitated. We talk history so that we know how to strategically plan for the present and the future. This ain't about no daggone getting an A in a class. So what you know about Harriet Tubman? So what you know about Medgar Evers? So what you know about, even biblically, so what you know about Jesus or Moses or this or that? If you're doing the same stuff, you haven't learned anything. And the reason why the reparations thing is such a big issue, and they're not going to just give in because it's the right thing to do, is because it ultimately goes back to a Prince of Egypt Pharaoh thing. This country was built on free labor, free Black labor. And when you give that mentality up, even though they claim they have, but they haven't, because that's what this country was built on. That's what all of this traditionalists and all fall back to when we really get down to the bottom of it. The person that gives up reparations is Ramses. He's the one that just gave away the dynasty. You might as well just go ahead and start knocking down the pyramids and knocking the nose and the lips off and changing it. That's how they view the reparations argument. Everything that this country is built on goes against reparations. Whether it's right, wrong, fair, unfair, don't matter. It's a fact. So once you can go past that and deal with the facts, your thought process of actually dealing with the problem and coming up with a viable solution now changes because you now know that these rules aren't based on right or wrong. These rules aren't based on fair or unfair. These rules are based on losers who were losers in other countries and finally came together and said, you know what? Here I'm a winner. And now I'm going to decide who the losers are going to be. And it ain't going to be me. Y'all got it.
Hey, B9.
Okay, B9, I just want to say, like I told Jonathan, I'm going to tell you, and I've told you before, I appreciate and I respect your opinions and your views. ADOS's overall vision is not Patrice's. It's not Patrice's. It's just theirs. Okay. So at the end, I'm going to digress from this because the one thing I'm not going to do is go back and forth. I'm not. Like, I digress for real from this. But I appreciate y'all views and y'all opinions. And I even told you, B9, I said, this is some things that I can even address in meetings. Did I not tell you that?
Amen.
But it's not Patrice's ADOS movement. Patrice is just a part of it.
Hey, Patrice,
Let me be clear.
I said that I misspoke, and you know that nobody's putting all of this burden on you. So you're not being genuine when you say that. You know that
Oh, I just was really being genuine, B9, especially to you.
All of these intelligent people on this panel, nobody is putting any of that on you. Jonathan very exquisitely just said that he's put you into faction. He understands you have your opinion. He understands that there are actually ADOS people that are doing the work, and he understands that there are people online that are just spewing rhetoric and causing controversy. So we've given you the proper itemizations that you deserve. We're not putting.
Oh, I know that.
On you.
I know that. Listen, I digress because that was a joke, and you can't even take that. So I'm done. I'm really done. I was just saying it's not Patrice's ADOS movement, and that was a joke.
It was a joke.
But anyway, it's all good.
So real quick,
B9, don't start with me tonight.
So just one thing I wanted to add to what B9 was saying is that here's what I mean, right? So like if you look at, for example, with the whole anti-Asian hate thing, right? And you see how quickly that they were able to move to get some, policies in place to get certain things back to their community, right? And a big reason why is because of power. And that's the point I was trying to make here, is that they have the power where they're able to make certain people fear them because of their political power, because of their political influence. And so when I mentioned, for example, the fact that reparations right now, as is, in terms of the way that a lot of those folks are pushing it, is it just looks like a handout, even though, again, I understand that it's not a handout, right? I understand in terms of like, this is something that you guys are owed, right? I understand that. The problem with that is that, it's kind of like a 48 laws of power thing, right? If you approach this from the perspective that let's build our power first, let's not even talk about this reparations thing. Let's just put that in our back pocket, right? Because if the first thing you do is I'm going to demand something from you when you have no reason to respect me and give me what I want, right? I'm just looking at you and I'm just laughing, which is, like I said, which is what the Democrats consistently prove to us that they do, is they laugh at Black people, right? They literally laugh at, they insult Black folks' intelligence all the time. And so the point I was trying to make is that if you focus on acquiring power first, and you don't even bring all these demands that you have and all this stuff that like the appearance of I just want a handout, because once you have power, it's no longer I want a handout. It's like, you guys got to listen to me because I have influence and you need us right now, right? But right now they don't even feel that. They don't feel any pressure whatsoever. Doesn't matter who you have in Congress. None of that matters. They don't feel pressure by Black people, right? If Joe Biden could say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black, and still get votes from Black people, right? They laugh at us, right? They laugh at us, right? And so that's the point I'm trying to make there, is that when if y'all approach this from a kind of similar to what Ice Cube was pushing, right? Where he's pushing for certain access and whatnot, but he wasn't specifically demanding reparations, right? He's just pushing, let's get some access, let's get our foot in the door, and so at that point, people can align with that, and because you get much less pushback, and so it's a strategic way of getting your foot in the door and getting the power that you want. Like a lot of people, including white folks, were actually on board with the whatever the platinum plan, right? And so when you have you want all the numbers you can get to get that power, right? And then you can start using that power, leveraging that power to then go after the reparations. But what's happening now, and what I'm seeing with the ADOS push is, we're just going to push for this right now because I believe we can fight for this. And again, I'm not saying that's just you, OG Patrice, but I've heard this from so many of those folks, right? And I'm telling y'all not to just say it's not going to work because I'm trying to crap on y'all vision. It's not going to work because y'all you have no respect, right? When I say you, I'm saying Black people.
I think you might be talking about a small sector of ADOS people, Jonathan. I don't think overall all ADOS people have that mindset.
Have what mindset?
The mindset of that you just said, that ADOS people are saying that we want to be separate from non-ADOS people and y'all shouldn't have anything to do with it or say. I don't think that's ADOS's anger.
That's literally all I hear. The moment I say anything about Black people. In fact, I've had actually what I find hilarious is when ADOS folks tell me I'm not Black. To me, that's hilarious as a Haitian man. Right.
In what spaces? Like, where are you at? And what spaces are you at where this is being said to you?
That doesn't matter.
Zo, have this.
No, I'm just like,
Zo, please tell me I'm just tripping because I know this is. If you're
it's my hot topic, I always address being like it's been.
Are you talking about only on Lapeef where I've seen that argument been presented?
Anywhere on the internet where these conversations takes place, that's all I hear from ADOS folks.
Well, you on the internet now on this panel? Is that being done now? It's not being done now, is it?
But the problem is,
well, he's just answering your question at that point. He was addressing you.
McDonald's philosophy. If you go to a McDonald's in Kentucky, if you go to McDonald's in California, whatever, the Big Mac tastes the same. So if you as ADOS are leaders of an organization that is serious, you have to at least have a better standard than McDonald's. You have to be on one accord. You have to be speaking the same message, because a few bad apples does ruin the whole bunch. Laying down with fleas infects the whole litter. So that's a weak ass excuse. You have to be Trump tight, especially if you're talking about you representing me as a Black person and you speaking on my behalf. And you
well, Black people as a whole ain't on point when it comes to that. B9. So let's be real about that.
I'm being real.
It's not just ADOS people; it's Black people as a whole.
But that's another excuse. Like I said, there's a lot of Black people that are franchise owners at McDonald's, but they fall under that umbrella of the burger must taste the same. End of story. So I mean, we gotta stop making all these BS excuses. And like I said, you cannot go against the government, and your formula is not as good as a fast food establishment. You have to be realistic about what you're talking about. Washington, D.C., where I live, has been trying forever just to become a state. We've got all types of people in the government that are both Congress and Senate and this and that are behind us. And we're no closer to statehood than we were before I was born. So and if you can't do right by 100,000 Black people, you're definitely not going to do right continentally for Black people. So you have to understand that you got to crawl before you walk. Y'all trying to run marathons backwards blindfolded.
Jonathan.
Now, I disagree with that because we've been crawling for a long time. So I disagree with that talking point right there for sure.
Well, like I said, the proof is in the pudding. I ain't heard.
This for Jonathan.
No, but one thing I do agree with Jonathan on, though, like what his talking points about the Democratic Party, how we're treated and viewed in our image, and definitely gaining the power. I 100% agree with him on that, because we do need to definitely step our game up where that is concerned. But those are things that, as I said, I'm in those meetings, ADOS are working on all the time. We realize that lobbyists, it takes power, it takes money, it takes all the influences and resources that we can gather up. And that's what we're doing as a people. But generally, as a people too, I know we are stronger together. When you brought that to me, B9, did I say that these are things that I can bring up as talking points when I'm in meetings with ADOS? I said that to you. But I'm one person and I'm not all of ADOS. I can only bring my talking points because they know I'm on Black platforms speaking about it. They know that I am. So I bring up a lot of things that I have discussions about. And I told you, I said, these are definitely some talking points. So let me bring it to the table and see what they say. But I don't control the masses like that, right?
Hey, Jonathan, can we put it in context?
I want to ask B9 a question for clarification from what he was saying, just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Cause I think I see Sheree B Chicago in the comments saying that wasn't a good example. But for me, what I was taking from what B9 was saying was not that all Black people have to be perfect or anything like that. Just the representation of Black people by ADOS has to have a higher standard, like an Obama-like standard, just for example, when representing Black people. But it's not like you have to represent every, from Pookie and Ray Ray to Obama level of Black people. You don't have to represent every type of Black person to fight for reparations. Just your own image as ADOS has to represent on that higher level, and be near closer to that level, not perfection, but idealistically, like just to match an ideal. Is that it, B9?
Exactly.
But I'm not going to shit on people while I'm doing it just because there's a small sector of people that ain't doing the right thing. I'm not going to get on other panels and shit on ADOS because other people are not following whatever that code of conduct should be. I really truly believe there's a small sector of people. So if you have something, Zoe, that that I may disagree with or whatever, or say, no, your talking points at this, you need more power, you need more of this, but I'm not going to get on other panels and shit on your view, your vision, your thing that you're fighting for, because at the end of the day, you Black like me. That's all I'm saying. And that's where we divide at as a people, because that's what we do as a people. I see it every day. And can't nobody sit on this panel and say that shit don't happen. Because if you do, you straight capping.
Hey.
I mean, I don't think that mattered to Martin Luther King, to Malcolm X, and I don't think it should matter to you either, OG Patrice.
That's your perception of it, but nobody has ever shit. We are respectful. We might disagree. We might
no.
But nobody has shit on anything about what your mission is, what ADOS is doing, or whatever. And see, that's my point. We got to stop all this extremist nonsense about everybody going to this level.
Well, it's a little past.
No, I ain't talking about ADOS. I'm talking about what we do to each other as a whole. Like, we ain't gonna never get nowhere when you're talking about unity and having power, like true power and unity as one, as Black people. Like, we got to stop doing that. That's what I'm saying. I'm not even talking about ADOS now. I'm talking about as a whole, as Black people.
And then the thing that Jonathan said about some people didn't call you Black. I mean, let's put that in perspective, because a lot of African people said, I've never been called Black before. A lot of people stray away from that. That's an American thing. So if they said that you weren't Black, maybe it was in the context you weren't American.
No.
Because Black people, do you call yourself Haitian?
No, you're wrong. No, you're just wrong.
I'm just saying, okay.
No, you're wrong. Please do not come and try to justify this. You're wrong. Like,
Asian
Black
people
people
are Black.
don't come. The African diaspora, they don't come to America and just like, I keep hearing this nonsense. It's nonsense. Okay. The only people I hear this from are ADOS folks trying to tell me I'm not Black. I never.
But I can tell you times where I heard African people say I'm not
okay,
Black. I never been
called. Times, but that's not happening en masse. It's not like en masse.
Yes, it is mass. It is mass. We have Black Hebrews who say Black is just
they fill out a form. They fill out Black African descent.
I agree with you.
Okay,
but they say,
Black.
but this is what I'm saying. We just had a lady up here going with Black Man.
I don't care about what one lady on the panel said.
But you're not letting me finish, so you can't even understand what I'm saying.
Because
the lady was talking about even bullshit. With the. Okay, so you just want to push
Jonathan, chill, Jonathan. See, this is what causes the disco. Like when we ain't got to go that far. Let's I'm take a breather. Just take a breather. Take a breather. Just all I'm saying.
Ain't no disrespect. It's just I'm speaking facts. The young lady came on here and we know this narrative as Black Americans, saying that black is just the color. This is being pushed tremendously now in our community. You won't get nothing. You don't know your heritage. You don't know this. So a lot of people separate themselves from the black color thing. That has been fact. Black Man Filter talked to the lady about that a week ago. So I'm just saying I don't know what the people meant when they said that, but I was giving you a context. So let's not use it as like, hey, people are just saying because you Haitian, you're not black. Why would we say that?
Why are you coming up to tell me to give me context on my own experiences?
Because you tried to use it. You tried to use it as an example.
This is what I don't understand. I'm literally telling you, I have ADOS people after ADOS people every single time telling me I'm ADOS and I'm black. Jonathan, you're not allowed to speak on our issues because you're not black.
Yes,
I literally have people telling me this, and then you're coming on here telling me the reason why.
What do you mean that though? So if I went to Haiti and I wanted to speak on Haitian
that's not
issues,
the point. No.
Yeah,
you're not going to shift the goalposts. Like,
that's not shifting the goalposts. That's giving you an analogy.
No, you're not going to shift the goalposts. We can talk
That
about
gives
that.
you an analogy.
You can take your
That's not a
example
shifting
after, but you came up here to tell me that that's not what's happening. That's what's happening. So let's stick to that first.
No, that's what I said. But what did I say? I said that. I said it can. I didn't say that wasn't what's happening. I said that people can view you as not being black because so many people.
I'm from the first Black Republic, so that's the most ignorant. That's the most ignorant statement anybody could make.
You're not listening. You just want to overtalk. So I'm gonna let you go ahead and overtalk.
Because
you're not listening.
This is why I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it because I'm from the first Black Republic. If anything, you know everything. Right? If anything,
now who's moving the goalposts now?
I should be the person telling y'all I ain't black.
Who's moving the goalposts now? Who's moving the goalposts now?
Really want to go ignorant with it?
No, who's moving the goalposts now?
You're
talking about a black republic, and I'm talking about how people define themselves in this country. We were once colored, then we were Afro Americans, then we were African Americans, then we were Black Americans. You don't know all of this.
Don't let Negro out.
Stop trying to. You don't know all of this.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
He don't know.
I don't know.
You said what we couldn't do in history. It was impossible.
He immediately assumes I don't know.
Listen. You said that we could not do this. This would be impossible. We got the Republican vote with the Civil Rights Act, did we not? Then when they said it was, hold on, listen. When we got the Civil Rights Act, we got the Civil Rights Act, and then Martin Luther King, they said it was impossible for you to get the Voting Right Act. A couple of months later, they got the Voting Right Act. So what are you talking about?
With the point I made?
Because I'm giving you an example. You said it will never happen with reparations. Don't tell me what my people will never do. Don't tell me you worry about you. Don't worry about what we never did. We done things that you can't imagine. I respect Haiti. It's a sense of no respect for us.
Whatever, bro.
Oh yeah, I know it's whatever.
Because we've been there the whole time.
Whatever.
Say it again.
We can imagine because we've been there the whole time.
You can imagine, but you haven't experienced it. You haven't
experienced it too the whole time.
So y'all full for the Voting Right Act?
Bro, we're the first Black Republic. You talk about
no. I'm listening. Listen to what I'm saying.
We abolished slavery.
Y'all, listen.
We abolished
slavery. And I respect the hell out of that. I respect the hell out of that. And I respect you. And I respect Zoe. And I'm telling you that you don't know what we did. You're not respecting.
How do you know what I know and don't know?
Because you said it was.
You see what I'm saying? You come here with this patronizing bullshit. You don't know what I don't know, bro. So I guarantee you haven't read more books than I have.
Did you say?
Cut it out. Cut it out, bro.
I guarantee you.
Come on, y'all ain't gotta go all there like that.
You ain't got the legacy that I got.
Jonathan,
I don't care about
Johnson, y'all take a breather. Y'all take a chill. Take a chill for real, y'all. Come on now.
I'm sick of this disrespect, man.
Cut it out.
Just take a chill for a minute.
Disrespectful, man. Ain't nobody, no one would dare go to Haiti and disrespect y'all like this.
What you do in Haiti, bro? Go to Haiti. Okay,
you go to Haiti. They
what's
need
your
you.
Next point? Go to
they
Haiti.
Need you.
Do what?
They need you. They need you.
I'm gonna put this in the private chat real quick, y'all.
Yeah, me and him can go in the private chat. I don't want to disrespect the conversation. That's exactly because
you just came up here and proved my point. He came up here to tell me what I don't know, bro. You don't know shit about me, bro. So shut up.
Sorry, brother. I'm gonna go ahead and leave off the platform because. But when the first time I came on your show, this is the exact thing I talked about. It's the lack of respect. It's the lack of respect.
That's the patronizing bullshit.
It's the lack of respect because when these people came. When the immigrants came, we fought for that. They came in our neighborhoods, our black neighborhoods. They weren't going to white neighborhoods. In the 80s with the big influx of Jamaican and Caribbean immigrants and African, they came to our neighborhood. Right? There's no respect. There's no respect. If you can't respect the people, and if you don't think
stop pushing that bullshit narrative, I don't respect you because you came up here. I don't respect you.
I
don't
don't
respect
care.
you.
You don't
You
respect
pushing a
nobody.
bullshit narrative. I don't
You don't
respect
respect
you.
nobody.
I don't
You don't
respect
respect
no. I don't
nobody.
respect you.
That's what. That's okay.
I don't respect you.
That's okay. You don't
You're
know
trying
me.
to push this narrative. You came up here to tell
I
me what I
respect
don't
you
know. That's
because
where
I'm a
you
man.
fucked up.
I'm a
That's where you
man.
fucked up. You came
So
up here to
tell
tell me
me.
what I don't
So
know.
tell me. Let's
You
last
came up here to
question.
tell me what I don't know. You don't know what I know.
Tell me. Did they say that the Civil Rights Act and the
I don't
Voting
need to
Act
tell
were
you shit.
impossible?
That's my point. You came up
Hey,
here
Zoe, you
assuming I
feel like
don't know
talking, man?
something.
Who can we
That's
talk
my
to?
point.
This is
You came,
attitude right
you
here.
literally came up here to prove my point. I
This
said
is a
this in the
person.
beginning. I said this in the beginning. Every time I interact with y'all, it's always this patronizing.
What you mean,
don't
y'all?
know.
It's just
That
me.
was my point.
You just
And
talking to
you came
me.
up here and
Hold on,
proved
hold on,
it.
hold on. You said it was just me. So what you mean,
Can I
y'all?
get in here?
You came up here and proved
What
it.
you don't know? What you say, y'all? You said you just talking to me.
You came up here and proved it.
You talking to me?
You
What
came
you
up
mean,
here and
y'all?
proved it.
Right?
You came up here and proved
Okay.
it.
Bro, you got a chip on your shoulder. I don't know what it
Hey,
is.
so Wealth Talk Production, what you got, bro?
Man, I've been trying to cut in here for a minute.
Go ahead, bro. I'm letting them boys cook, man. You know how we do it over here. We'll just let them cook, man. Let them get it out. Have them hash it out, bro. Go ahead.
With that said, yeah, whatever. With that said, let me start here. Jonathan, I thought you said you wasn't gonna come up here. Cause I asked you, you know what? I thought you wasn't gonna come in and do war. But I'm gonna leave you alone.
No, but see, I came
was
up and
talking
I
to
was able
Wealth
to.
Yeah,
Talk.
no,
You see,
I was throwing that joke. I know.
Hey, y'all, let Wealth talk,
Hold on,
cause
wait,
he was just let Wealth
See,
and
I
Wealth
talk.
was
came up
having
and I
this
was able to have
conversation
a
in the
conversation
chat.
with OG
All right.
Patrice, right? But he comes up
Yeah,
and he
I know,
comes up,
bro. I know. I'm here.
he comes up to tell me what I don't know.
I know,
And
bro.
that
Just
was
breathe for a
exactly
minute. Just breathe. Just
Aaron.
spit it out.
Hey, Aaron,
I didn't tell you what
JB,
you
let
don't
it go,
know.
bro.
hold up. Hey, Aaron. Hey, Aaron. Is that not Aaron? Is that not the point I made
bro.
when I came up here?
I know. Listen, I know.
Is that
I
not
know.
the
Just
point I
let's
made when I
breathe
came up
for a
here?
moment.
Just
Let's
let it
breathe
be,
for a
bro.
moment. Let's breathe. Let's
Just let it
breathe.
be,
Let's
bro.
breathe.
Let
Let
him
me
cook.
get in here real quick.
You came up here and proved my exact point.
Okay. You happy now?
Don't respond, JB. Let it go. We're not about to go back and forth.
All
All
I wanted to
right.
do was talk
All
to
right, go
Wealth
ahead, Wealth
Talk.
Talk. Go ahead, Wealth Talk.
Go ahead.
All right. So look, I mean, yeah, I did a lot. I had to go back, then make comments, then come up forward. But just talking about it now, right? To your comment, right? New Growth 42.
Yes, sir.
So if I'm not mistaken, around the time of the civil rights, Malcolm X and Martin Luther was still alive, right? At that time frame.
I think Malcolm X had just died. You talking about
Oh,
when
okay.
the Voting Acts got passed, or you talking about what are you
No,
talking
just
about?
also
Just the whole
both of them
civil
together.
rights
Both of
movement?
those to your points. Both of them to your points.
Okay.
Okay, so because my thing is, yes, at that point we had power, but why? The power of what power? Influence, being able
Yes,
to stand
community.
together. But
Community.
that's only one. But yeah, okay, but
Yeah.
that's only one. But that's only one part though. That power is gone.
To a certain degree.
Okay, B9, what you gonna say? Because you're making that face. Just go ahead.
We had power back then.
Wow.
We had power back then.
Not
Just
okay.
because
Not
you
to
don't
your
win
power.
don't
Not
mean
to
you
the
didn't
power you're
have
talking about.
power.
But I'm saying that. I'm saying hey, there's all different powers.
Stop. What is the definition of power, y'all?
Now,
Strength.
granted, yes, I understand that point. But I'm saying
What
there's
is the
different
definition
forms
of
of
power,
power.
B9?
You tell me. You said we had.
Strength.
Okay, hold on.
Strength.
Since Since the floor is on me, let me look it up because I don't want this all day now.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want this all day.
He looking up when Malcolm X died. Malcolm X died. What year he died or whatever?
We use
No, I'm
all
saying
these
power.
like,
Okay, look.
definition of things. We use king.
Well, he's
and
gonna tell us,
power,
brother.
this, that.
He's gonna tell us. I'm open to be wrong. I'm open
Okay,
to learn.
look. The first definition of power: the ability to do something or act in a particular way, especially as a factual. I don't know, or quality.
Yep.
Right. Second, the capacity or ability to direct or influence the believer of others and the course of events.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, right? That's all in nouns. That's the noun so far. The physical strength or force exerted by something or someone. Right?
Okay.
Those are all the nouns. Now the verb part. Supplied a device with mechanical or electrical energy. The second one is move or travel with great speed or force.
So, so the
That's
one
the
you're
birds.
directing, so the one you're directing to is the capacity or ability to direct or influence the behavior of others or a course of events, or the number one, the
Yeah, because
ability
see
to
now
do something or act with
that's was
particular.
new growth part. That's new growth part.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
Now, but now to B9's point, I do understand what B9 saying. Don't get me wrong. Same way with Jonathan. Because right when we talk about power, we talk about resources, all that. That's great. That's why I said there's different powers.
Right.
But the power of yesterday don't apply to the power of today.
I think we have a little more economic
B9,
power today than we
keep
did
going.
yesterday, right? Well,
probably, but we ain't pushing it the right way.
But it's still power though. So all you have to do is control that power. If I'm a boxer and I got the strength of an ox, all I need is a right trainer to make me knock your ass out. Right? To make me become champion. There's plenty of boxers who've been in the ring. Yes. So it's like, let's not underestimate. We're not dead, y'all. This is 200 years. We've been here for a long time. We're not dead. All of us to be here on this platform fighting and having emotions and this and that, that lets you know that we still want to win. Like I said earlier, we've been on this board to playing chess. It's not checkmate. It's not checkmate yet. We still fighting. And listen, I have no problem. I don't even subscribe to ADOS because that is the name that we use. I don't follow the leaders and stuff like that. I respect them. All I'm saying is, can we respect one another? When we in a situation and you don't feel something, why go tell somebody? If you got a little brother who wants to say, I'm going to be an NBA basketball player, you don't go to say him, you never happened. That was a Pursuit of Happiness, the movie. And the dad, Will Smith, told the dad, don't waste your time out here on the basketball. You never do this, you never do. Why are you worried about what we can do and cannot do? If you're going to give your constructive input, do it. But don't shoot down somebody's viewpoint because you think it won't happen. That's just disrespectful. I mean, if OG Patrice is moving a certain way, let her move a certain way. If they move in a certain way, is she doing something negative? Is it hurting the community?
The point is to get everybody in alignment. That's the point.
You have to maximize the help. That's the issue. Everything that every historical reference point that you bring up, New Growth, is correct. But none of that translates to power because we live in a capitalist system. So capital represents the power. We have never been in control of the cap. You even said it yourself when you were talking about sports and entertainment, that the real power is not in the boxing ring or on the basketball court or on the stage.
It's behind the scenes.
Exactly. So don't come up here with that nonsense.
But the power, but there's no basketball team without the people on the court. There's no basketball team without the people on the court. So that's power as well. It's how we utilize it. We can agree to disagree, bro. I'm not gonna argue with what we feel power is.
Let it go, B9. Let it go, B9. Let it go. Let it go.
Hey, so guys, listen, man. I want to thank each and every one of y'all for coming on, man. It was a great conversation, bro. I mean, sometimes we have these wars, sometimes we bang. You know what I mean? And so I'm glad. Hey, Jonathan, thank you, bro, for even coming on, man. I appreciate you, man, coming up tonight, man. And you know, like I said, I allow everybody to cook and do what they, you know, say what they want to say and get that shit out. Because sometimes you got to get it out. And so New Growth had his point. You had your point. You know, and so B9 had his point. Aaron, you know, he was the balance a little bit. Zoe, you know, he sat back and chilled a little bit. But that's what I do when I'm not going to come between two men that's trying to hash something out. You know what I'm saying? So that's what makes this channel unique, bro.
And at the end of the day, black man, is respect for everybody. Jonathan, Zoe, Aaron, B9, Blackwell. I'm here to make a difference for our community. Whoever's in it, Haitians, Jamaicans, Nigerians, whatever. All we want to do is we have to treat each other a certain way. That's it, period. That's all I'm saying. And I mean, he can be mad, you know what I'm saying? If I see him in the street, I give him a pound tomorrow. Whatever. It don't make no difference to me. I don't have no issues. I know what my agenda is. So respect to all of y'all brothers, man.
Yeah. And the bigger point than all of this, we all come up here and we talk this talk and we talk idealism. We've got a brand new thing that we have indoctrinated, putting this shit into action. Everybody, including Black Man Unfiltered, Jonathan, Wealth Talk, they all have YouTube channels, which represents their own Black business. So instead of just talking all the talk all the time and talking unity, make sure that everyone in this chat, everyone on this panel is subscribed to one another. Make sure that you take time on your platform to shout out the people that are in your community, the people whose chats and panels that you can come up on and feel at home and feel like you can give your opinion and feel like you got 2 cents. Well, put them damn 2 cents to work for real, because subscribing is free. Hitting a like button is free. All these excuses about black business is too expensive, I can't support it at these prices. Well, that excuse is gone now, ladies and gentlemen. Free. So everybody can come up here and talk all they want. I'm going to be flipping at everybody's channel. I'm going to be looking at everybody's subscriptions, and they better be going up. If you got 10,000 subscribers, you better make sure the people you rock with got at least 1,000. You better shout them out. You better use your community tab to shout other people out, or waste your time talking to me, because you all
build up them playlists.
Hey man, again, man,
Build up that
appreciate
free
y'all, man.
playlist.
Hey, Jonathan, thank you, man, for the cash out, bro. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for showing me love, brother. I appreciate that, man. Hey, thank you, Aaron, for your cash out too, brother. I got yours as well, man. Appreciate you, appreciate it. B9, thank you. New Growth, Well Talk Production, thank you, man. Zoe, thank you, man. I appreciate y'all for coming on tonight, man. It's been a pleasure, man. I'm glad you guys tuned in, and thank you for coming and celebrating my 500 subs today, man. I mean, you know, I'm halfway there. I'm getting there, Doc. I'm getting there, man.
We
So
gonna get there. We gonna get there, bro.
Man, hey, you know, Aaron, I remember you encouraged me when I first started, when I had 23 subs. You was like, I came on Lapeef and you said, they said, you a YouTuber? You like, yeah, he a YouTuber, but he's struggling right now. He's a struggling YouTuber. And I was like, yeah, I needed that boost, bro. I needed that shit. So, and I was like, man, I don't want to struggle no more. so man, so I've been working, bro. Man, I got here and started in September, like the last week of September, man. So we in January. So I got my 500, man. Hopefully I can get it the other 500 in less.
We don't need hope, bro. We don't need hope. It's coming.
It's coming, bro. Yeah, man, it's coming.
Hey, can you give us like the pastor?
Oh man.
Outro, man.
Let me see what I can do for you, Doc. One time. I'm gonna give it to you one time before you go, man. Because you came up and showed me love, so I'm gonna give it to
but
you.
real quick.
Yeah.
We not separating just because people born geographically in a different location. JB and Zoe are our brothers. We're not gonna separate each other because of geographical place where people are displayed. Like that's just always been ridiculous to me. I just hate that narrative. If you have if a Japanese man makes a baby in the Philippines, it's still a Japanese baby, regardless of the
Still
location.
an Asian.
just want to say that. I know that confuses a lot of people because they think, oh no, this is a Filipino, but it's a Japanese.
You speaking facts, bro. You speaking facts.
So I don't like. That's why I always got to support my bro JB, especially Zoe. I'm not letting them separate us. It's not gonna happen. Like the narrative is just hilarious to me because it's pure ignorance. If anyone starts combos like that, it just shows their ignorance, and they shouldn't even be allowed to contribute. But we can't censor nobody because we don't censor.
Well, Aaron, you know why? For me, why at this point I don't even care for it is because in real life I'm working with black men every day.
Oh, I already know, bro.
Like I'm working with black men every day, and ADOS, all types of black men every day, and we're putting in work. We're investing. You know, we're doing all types of things, right? And it's like I come online and I see these bullshit narratives. I'm just like, whatever, you know, because
hey, black man,
like,
unfiltered, man. I respect, man, but I'm gonna get on out of here, man, because I see the passive aggressive shit right here. You know what I'm saying? It's unnecessary, right?
Whoa. What
This was just unnecessary right here. This whole spiel, like you trying to say something, but still saying something aggressively. My brother Aaron, I ain't disrespecting you, man.
No,
but you just said it's ridiculous and this and that.
Explain how it's inaccurate.
This man is so emotional, bro. All right, I'm gonna just mute.
Okay, I'm emotional.
There you go. So this is why I'm trying to get my point across real quick before y'all come back at this.
Love, man. Love.
That statement had nothing to do with you, bro. I'm sorry that you felt that way, but let me be
right. Like we're just talking in general.
Hold on. Let me be very clear. You may not be familiar with me, but I'm as direct as it gets. I don't do the coy stuff.
Thank you, DJ Eddie.
You might want to do your research on me.
right,
If either of us had something to say, I would just say it directly. I don't know whatever, man.
He's not familiar with me, as you can see, and no disrespect to him. I'm very direct.
But the point of it is, and we got to stop acting like this is rocket science. Okay, we are a visual people. Okay, it takes 1 second to say black, white. You have to talk to a person. You have to hear an accent. You have to do other things to decide place of origin, country. That. There are people that crap, you all. We are all very visual. You are black, Jonathan. Aaron, you are black. Zoe, you black man. We're all black. Period. You see it. We see it. End of story. You can tell a person's color even if you can't see their face. You just see a leg sometimes or another body part, and you know this stuff. So stop acting like we're not as intelligent as 2 or 3-year-olds here.
But B9, I'm still buying my Bentley, my KFC. When I get my reparations, oh yeah, it's going down. Don't all the Jordan collections. I'm having everything.
Hey, you forgot the watermelon, bro.
Appreciate that, OG.
You forgot the watermelon.
How you gonna choose KFC over Popeyes?
Hey man, we're gonna give this. I'm gonna give my boy what he need, man, before he get up out of here, man, because y'all need this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, as we part ways tonight, I want to say, Brother Aaron, I want to thank you for coming by tonight. Brother B9, I want to thank you for coming by tonight. Brother Zoe, I want to thank you for coming by tonight. Well Talk Productions, thank you for coming by tonight. Oh, but my boy JB, I want to thank you for stopping by tonight and dropping some gems. I want to thank everybody for coming in, celebrating 500 subs. I want to thank everybody that subbed yesterday, subbed today, subbed the day before yesterday when I had 24, 34, 44, 144, 244, 344, 444, and 500 subs. I want to say thank you. Come on, put your hands together right now. Touch your neighbor and tell your neighbor we headed to 1,000. Tell them we headed to 1,000 right now. Oh yeah, we're gonna cover JB's show. They not broken dusty, they not broken musty, but they're going places tonight. Touch your neighbor. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Black Man Unfiltered. I appreciate you guys for coming in. OG Patrice killing herself laughing. So anyway, appreciate it, man. And again, man, thank you, JB. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, B9, Aaron, Wealth, and everybody that came through tonight to have a discussion, man. I appreciate you guys, man. And we'll see you guys on Tuesday. JB, you got a show on Tuesday? Your show's on Tuesday, right?
You mean tomorrow? You mean Wednesday?
Tuesday. Well, yeah, your show's on Wednesdays. That's right. That's right.
Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, yeah, cool. So yeah, because next Tuesday we having a with Nathan and a few more other fellas. We're talking about
King Talk.
Huh?
Tuesday is King Talk.
Oh yeah, that's right. Damn. Yeah. So man, anyway, I guess y'all can watch the replay because we're doing a conversation about rebuilding the Black community and correcting the culture, and so we're gonna dedicate a show to that, man. That's gonna be
You
a
mean
conversation
with Nathan?
Yeah, Nathan's gonna be here.
At what time?
8:30 Central Time.
Jedi too.
Oh man, I hate when these shows collapse like that.
Yeah, me too, man.
I got them on both YouTube. Like I'm going concurrently. I got to run them.
Yeah.
Listen, I wish I had that Gail power. Like Gail be moderating like 3 shows at once.
Yeah, she that man. Yeah,
Let's try more than that.
Yeah, she's amazing, bro. But man, so I appreciate you, man. But yeah, Tuesday we having that conversation, man. It's gonna be Nathan was like, we're gonna wait 2 weeks. So I was supposed to do it 2 weeks ago, but he's like, we're gonna wait 2 weeks so everybody get their studying out, get their receipts, bring them forward. If you don't have no receipts, I mean, your conversation is void. I mean, because you really ain't coming with nothing. So we gave everybody ample time to get their stuff. So until next Tuesday, man, we'll be definitely gonna have that conversation. That's gonna be a conversation to have, bro. But anyway, man, thank you guys, man. I appreciate you, man, and I'll see you guys next Tuesday. Huh?
Salty. No, OG Patrice. Salty.
What she say? What she say? What she say?
Still got smoke for JB.
And Jonathan Vanderbilt, next time, don't leave me at the backstage. Salty.
Salty, man. All right, man. Well, y'all be good, man. Appreciate y'all, man.